In a few seconds, the screen will go dark, and you'll hear me narrate for 8 hours to the sound of soothing rain. So sit back, relax, let me know when and where you're tuning in from in the comments, and prepare for some amazing sleep. In sophomore year of high school, I practically lived in the library. I'd go there almost every day after school to sit and read. Then I'd borrow a few stack of books, mostly history, and finish them at home before they were due back. It was routine at that point. That's why I noticed it straight away. I opened a book I'd borrowed about medieval Europe and saw a small white sticker stuck firmly to one of the pages. I leaned in and took a closer look. The sticker was a prescription bottle label. The edges were worn, and it had been pieced together in 2 halves. One side was faded to a thin film. It had been peeled off and reapplied, but I could still read the text. At the top was the name of a pharmacy and a date, and below that were some details. T. Hargreaves. An address below that. Linocypril, 10 milligrams. Take 1 tablet by mouth every day. I didn't recognize the medication, but I recognized the name. It was Mr. Hargreaves, my history teacher. I saw teachers and students from my school regularly at this library, so I didn't think much of it at the time. But I still stared at it for a second longer than I probably should have. Then I figured it was a mistake and left it there. He must have been using it as a bookmark and forgotten. I didn't want to peel it off and risk tearing the page. The second time, it caught my attention immediately. Different history book, another label. Same name, same address, and medication. This time, it was stuck deeper into the book on one of the middle pages. I flipped back a few pages, then forward. Nothing else, just that one sticker. I remember thinking it was a strange thing to use as a bookmark. By the 4th or 5th time, it stopped feeling like a coincidence. Always the same sticker with his name stuck on a random page. I went to the library one morning to return a book, well before I'd normally go after school, and saw him there. He was exactly the same as he was in class, friendly and relaxed.
Good to see you're reading,
he said with a smile. I greeted him and we made some small talk. I almost mentioned seeing the labels, but then I stopped myself. Something made me feel like I wasn't supposed to. At the end of our conversation, I just smiled and left. A few afternoons later, I was back in the library. I went to the history section and plucked a book off the shelf, flipping it open without thinking. Sure enough, there it was again. Mr. Hargreaves' prescription label, pressed flat on one of the pages. Just then, a voice snapped me out of my trance.
Hey man, how's it going?
I looked up. My friend Matt was standing in front of me, hands in his pockets. Matt didn't come here often. He lived further out, on the edge of town. I didn't know you even knew where the library was, I remarked.
Haha, very funny. I was nearby.
We talked for a bit, and then I held up the book slightly. Look at this. I keep finding Mr. Hargreaves' stickers in the books. He stepped closer and scanned the text. A messenger asked for help from nearby towns. I tapped on the label below it, pressed flat against the page. Matt leaned in and squinted as he read the details on the faded sticker.
Huh. He lives a few streets away from me. Who knew?
Why would he be putting these in library books? I asked. Matt shrugged.
I mean, probably just uses whatever's lying around as a bookmark.
That's what I thought the first time, I said. I plucked 2 more books off the shelf nearby that I'd put back a while ago, which I remembered seeing the stickers in. He keeps putting them in books. I searched for a new book about wars. Took a moment to find the label, but I knew roughly where it was. Many families were trapped as supplies began to run out. I ran my finger across the label below it, then I put the book back on the shelf and opened the 3rd book. A few managed to escape, though most were. Underneath was the label again, in a chapter about the famine. He glanced at it, then back at me, looking mildly amused.
Maybe he's just weird.
After Matt left that afternoon, I sat at a table with the books I'd taken from the shelf laid out in front of me. I frowned, then shook it off and closed the books, carrying them back to the shelf. A few months passed. I still saw the labels in books every now and then, but I stopped paying them much attention. I didn't think about them again until I was talking to Matt at school one afternoon, leaning against the lockers while people moved around us between classes.
You know those labels you were talking about?
He smirked slightly. Yeah?
I walk past that house all the time.
He said.
Ever since I found out that's Hargrave's address, I can't not notice it. Weird knowing a teacher lives that close to me.
I shrugged. They have to live somewhere. Then a pause as he glanced down the hallway.
I've heard stuff from inside a few times when I walked past.
I raised an eyebrow. What kind of stuff? He frowned, like he was trying to decide if it even sounded strange out loud.
Like one night, I heard something scraping, I guess, and once I think I heard knocking or something, but like from the inside of his door.
He made a small motion with his hand, tapping against the locker beside him. Then there was a brief silence between us.
Anyway,
He added, straightening up.
probably nothing.
That afternoon at the library, I found myself thinking about the labels. I pulled out a few books from the history section and started looking for them. And as I found them again, one by one, I noticed something concerning for the first time. The line of text above each sticker. A messenger asked for help from nearby towns. Many families were trapped as supplies began to run out. A few managed to escape, though most were. I swallowed and looked in 2 more books. Efforts to seek help from neighboring regions. A group managed to escape, though some were. My heart started to race. I put the books down immediately and texted Matt. Hey, can you show me where Hargreaves' house is? By the time we got there, it was starting to get dark. The street was quiet, with a few distant figures occasionally walking past under the streetlights. Mr. Hargreaves' house sat halfway down the road, curtains drawn, no lights on. The same address shown on the prescription labels stuck in the books. Matt slowed beside me, hands in his pockets as he glanced at it.
Looks the same as it always does.
He shrugged.
What did you think you'd find?
I didn't respond. I couldn't stop staring at it.
We should probably go.
He added with a sigh.
Before he sees teenagers from his school just standing outside his house. That's gonna be hard to explain.
I nodded slowly. Yeah, you're right. We turned and started walking back the way we came. We'd barely made it a few steps when Matt stopped. I almost walked into him. What? I asked. He didn't answer straight away, just tilted his head slightly, listening. Then I heard it too. A dull, hollow sound. Knock. Then again. Knock. Knock. My head started racing as Matt turned back toward the house.
That's it.
He said quietly.
That's what I was talking about.
We both stood there for a second, then walked back towards the house. The front porch creaked slightly as we stepped onto it. The sound came again, louder now, from somewhere just beyond the front window. The curtains were drawn, but not fully. There was a small gap where the fabric didn't quite meet. Matt leaned in slightly.
That's weird.
He murmured.
I don't remember that.
He pointed and I followed his gaze. Behind the curtain, barely visible in the darkness, were wooden boards running horizontally across the window. I felt a chill run through me.
His curtains are always closed.
Matt said with a frown.
Wonder why there's wood all behind it.
Another knock. Then the curtain shifted slightly. Something moved behind it. I sucked in my breath. Did you see?
Yeah.
Matt whispered. My hands were shaking as I pulled out my phone and turned on the torch, aiming it through the curtains. The light cut through the gap between the boards. an eye, open wide, staring back at us. We screamed and stumbled backwards. Matt grabbed my arm.
What the hell?
The knocking stopped instantly. Silence. Then we heard footsteps from inside the house. We ran. Down the porch steps onto the pavement, away from the house as fast as we could. We didn't stop until we were halfway down the street. My chest was tight, my breathing uneven as I fumbled for my phone.
Call them,
Matt said. I told the police everything, the books, the labels, the sounds, the eye staring at us through the window. My voice was shaking so badly I could barely get the words out. By morning, everyone knew. Mr. Hargreaves had been arrested and the house had been sealed off. Inside, they'd found a girl. She was 14, only a few years younger than both of us. She'd gone missing around 3 years ago from a different state hundreds of miles away. Taken, transported, and kept hidden somewhere no one would think to look. A normal house on a quiet street. Locked away in his house for 3 years. She'd been peeling the prescription labels off of empty medication bottles and boxes. Whatever she could find in his bin with his address on it, without it being noticed. Pressing them carefully between the pages of books he brought home from the library and would eventually have to return. She couldn't write any messages. If he saw even a mark out of place, there was no telling what he would do. So she worked with what she had, looking through the words in the books and placing the labels with his address under specific words, underlining them with the stickers, hoping someone, anyone, would notice that she was trapped, needed help, and was unable to escape. It had been right there the whole time. I kept thinking about how many times I'd seen those labels and dismissed them as something harmless, before putting them back on the shelf. If we hadn't gone there that day, she might have never left that house again. It was an ordinary Wednesday morning. Midwinter, still well before Christmas, but the office was already deep in its usual off-season lull. Since our company's busy period was in spring or early summer, by now only Christmas songs were playing, and our days mostly consisted of goofing off. Then came 11:25, my usual pre-lunch bathroom and smoke break. I smoked quickly. It was cold outside, and no one wanted to stand around too long. I was the only one who ducked into the restroom, while the others headed back to their desks to watch stupid videos. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. It was just another simple Wednesday, until I stepped out of the restroom. The co-workers I'd been smoking with were still standing in the hallway, dressed in winter coats and hats. One of them was halfway through opening the door, frozen mid-motion as if time itself had paused. They were just standing there, all of them frozen stiff. At first, I thought they were joking. Maybe they'd seen some meme and were trying to prank me, but as I walked closer, it all started to feel weirder. 4 of them were standing in the doorway, completely still. None of them even twitched. Nothing. "What the hell are you guys doing?" I asked with a half-laugh, but no one answered. They just stood there, completely still. "Guys, what are you doing?" Still nothing. I reached out and grabbed one of my coworkers by the shoulder and gave him a shake. It felt like I was trying to move a mannequin. That's when I started to freak out a little. What the hell was wrong with them? Had something happened? Were they sick? No matter who I spoke to in the hallway, no one reacted. Their faces were frozen, staring blankly ahead, like prisoners of the moment. Panicked, I hurried into the main office. I had to tell someone. Something was wrong with the others. But as soon as I pushed open the door to the large open workspace, I froze again. No one moved. No one spoke. Not a sound. It felt like I was trapped inside a model room. No one in the office moved. Everyone was frozen. They stayed in whatever position they were in when time stopped. The monitors were still on. Everything kept working as normal, only my coworkers looked like mannequins. I rushed into my boss's office, hoping maybe he was different. But no, same deal. He sat there, bored expression on his face, leaning on his desk and not a single muscle moving. He was completely frozen too. That's when I really started to panic. Only one logical choice remained. Get out of here. As fast as possible. I bolted toward the elevator, nearly knocking over one of the coworkers frozen at the entrance. I jammed at the call button over and over, but nothing. It was like the button didn't even exist. There was power, the screen was lit, but the elevator didn't move. Alright, plan B, the stairs. I ran to the stairwell, but the door wouldn't open. I yanked on it like a lunatic, nothing. Locked, or was it broken just like the elevator? What the hell is wrong with this place? And why am I the only one still moving? Next idea, the window. Even if I couldn't climb out, we were on the 7th floor. At least I could try to signal someone. Or something. I hurried between the rows of desks. My coworkers were still just sitting there, motionless. Not a single part of them moved. Their frozen eyes stared blankly into nothing. The window wouldn't open either. I pulled out and twisted the handle, but it didn't budge. It felt like someone had sealed it shut. I stood there, clutching my head in frustration. The office had never been this quiet, this calm, and that only made it more disturbing. I was terrified, and I didn't understand a single thing about what was happening. Outside, the snow had started to fall. I slumped down into my chair at my desk, hopelessly. I tried all the company phones, nothing but silence. Even my own mobile showed no signal at all. What the hell happened? I just went out for a smoke and a quick bathroom break, and now it seems like time itself has stopped. And me. Why didn't I freeze like the others? And more importantly, how the hell am I going to get out of here? That's when I heard a loud thud from the back of the office, somewhere behind me. I jumped up instantly, both excited and terrified. Was someone else here, after all? Or maybe the others were starting to wake up? But no, there was no one there. Everything and everyone was still exactly where I left them. Some sitting at their desks, others frozen mid-action by the printer. Outside, the snow was still falling, and since the clock had slipped to 4 p.m., the darkness was slowly beginning to creep in. I should be heading home soon, but I highly doubt I'm going anywhere today. I just hope help is on the way. Surely, someone will notice when an entire floor of people doesn't show up. That's when I noticed, still standing next to my desk, that one workstation was empty. But the monitor was still on. If I remember right, that's where Sandra sits. A kind, middle-aged woman. She always brings muffins at Christmas. We had coffee together just this morning, and now she was gone. Could that thud have been her? Cautiously, I hurried over to her desk. It was just a few rows down. No sign of Sandra. Her chair was knocked over, and her cat-themed coffee mug lay on the floor. The last bit of her drink spilled out across the tiles. "Sandra!" I called out loudly, hoping she was still nearby. "Where are you, Sandra?" But no reply came. Just the same graveyard silence as before. The hum of the machines was the only sound, until the fluorescent lights suddenly began to flicker. And then it happened. The thing I'd feared most. All the lights went out. Outside, it was nearly pitch black. Massive snowflakes drifted down slowly, almost majestically. Inside, the office was plunged into near darkness. The overhead lights were dead, but the monitor still glowed, casting a grotesque, cold light across the quiet room. My coworkers' frozen bodies looked even more disturbing now, faintly illuminated in that ghastly glow. It would have been even better if they were at least working, or talking, or if I could hear them breathing. But there was nothing. Then I heard it. The door to the supply closet at the back of the office creaked open, Every part of me wanted to run. But where? I crept back to my desk. Of course, I immediately banged my shin on the corner of a table and knocked over a small trash bin in the dark. But at least there, I felt a little more comfortable. It was my desk, my spot. I stared at the supply closet door. There was only darkness beyond it, no movement, no sound since it had opened. Maybe it just stayed ajar. Maybe a draft pushed it open. But the windows didn't open either. So, what did? And then I saw it. The horror. I just stood there, frozen, like the others around me. But I was still conscious. Still very much awake. In the corridor between the desks, a strange figure was shuffling towards me. It looked like a dried-out corpse. Its skin was pure white, clinging tightly to its bones. Its face was sunken, eye sockets dark and hollow. It had no mouth at all. But its bony arms were so long they reached the floor, ending in huge, knobby fingers. From its hunched chest, smaller, skeletal hands dangled forward, reaching, twitching, and these tiny hands moved as if they were playing invisible piano keys in the air, or searching for something unseen. I couldn't move a muscle. I didn't scream, I didn't throw anything, and I didn't even try to hide. I just stood there in my stupid shirt, staring as the monitor's glow lit up the grotesque figure, itching ever closer to my desk. It was almost upon me when, with a sudden instinct, I ducked down and crawled under the desk. I don't know what drove me. I don't know why I thought it was a good hiding spot, but at the time it felt like the only one I had. My coworkers' frozen bodies still sat in place at their desks. It was all absurd, at least as much as I could make out in the dim light. Then, in the blink of an eye, the creature was right there, standing at my desk. I saw its massive, bony feet. The nails were like knives. Its body was tall and gaunt, so skeletal it seemed to stretch all the way to the ceiling. I crouched under my desk, holding my breath. Damn cables around my neck, and between the bag and the chair. I barely had space to fit. But the creature didn't notice me. It just stood there, waiting. Maybe for me, maybe for something else. Then it moved. Its enormous hand rested on the head of the man who sat behind me. Pete. Pete was the guy in the desk right behind mine. A brown-nosing little machine. No one really liked him, but even so, I didn't want to see what that thing was about to do to him. I trembled as I waited to see what would happen. The monster simply squeezed Pete's frozen head, then tipped him out of his chair. Pete lay on the floor, staring at me. I didn't make a sound. The creature reached down, feeling for Pete's body. With its long, skeletal fingers, it grabbed hold of his face and dragged him away. It turned and headed back the way it had come, shuffling slowly, just as before, pulling Pete's paralyzed body behind it. Only one thought flashed through my mind. I have to get out of here. I sat trembling behind my desk, listening as the grotesque creature shuffled across the office carpet. What the hell was I supposed to do now? There was no way out. None of the exits would open. From under my desk, I could see clearly in the nighttime gloom. Outside, snow was falling in heavy sheets. Had time stopped out there too? Or was life continuing as usual? Cautiously, I crept out from under the desk, just enough to look around. The creature was now shuffling near the opposite end of the office, far from the supply closet. Pete was no longer being dragged behind it. I had no idea where he'd been left or what had become of him. The thing just wandered slowly, and the tiny skeletal hands hanging from its chest were twitching, pawing at the air as if searching for something. I couldn't stay in the room with it. It was only a matter of time before it found me. I had one chance left, to sneak into the lobby again and try the elevator or the stairwell door one more time. The creature was still at the far end of the office. I crawled slowly on all floors, inching my way toward the door. I made it surprisingly far, right to where my smoking buddies had been frozen. One of them still held the office door open, so I slipped through easily. The lobby was dark too. The elevator wasn't even lit. I rushed to it and jabbed the buttons, but nothing. None of them worked. Then I turned toward the stairwell door, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw it. The creature was there, standing in the doorway, at the office entrance, looking out. It was staring at me with those sunken, empty eyes. It knew I was there. It wasn't shuffling anymore. It ran straight at me. I yanked the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. It was locked. This is where I'm going to die. But then, as the creature's thundering footsteps shook the floor of the lobby, I saw it. The light was on in the restroom. With one desperate leap, I sprinted over, jumped inside, and slammed the door shut behind me. I darted into one of the stalls and locked it tight. The monster smashed through the restroom's main door. I was gasping for breath, crouching in the stall, trying to stay as silent as I could, but the thing knew exactly where I was. It started pounding on the stall door. Its massive hand slammed against the metal, making the entire room tremble. The door bent inward. It looked like it could burst open at any second. There was nothing else I could do. I screamed from pure fear. And then, a familiar voice spoke.
Matt? Matt, are you okay in there?
At first, I didn't even notice. The creature's pounding had stopped. The stall door no longer shook. There was silence. Calm. Familiar. Just like the restroom always used to be. And then someone spoke again from the outside stall where I was hiding.
Matt, is that you in there? What the hell are you doing?
I was terrified. My shirt was soaked with sweat. I was shaking like a leaf. With trembling hands, I opened the stall door. It creaked slowly outward, and standing there was a familiar face. Dave, my friend. The guy I always went out for a smoke with. The same guy who, just a moment ago, had been frozen in place by the hallway door. Now he was standing there, staring at me with suspicion, holding a coffee mug. I was crouched on the toilet seat, drenched in sweat, pale as a corpse, and shaking uncontrollably. Slowly, without saying a word, I climbed down. I stumbled out of the stall, staggering toward the door. Dave didn't say anything. He just looked at me like I'd lost my mind. I staggered back into the office. Everyone was back in place. Some were working, others just chilling. The clock said 4:30. Half an hour left until the end of the day. Dizzy and disoriented, I started looking for the ones the creature had taken. The chair behind my desk was empty. Pete's stuff was gone. No picture of his dog, no stupid motivational calendar. Dave and a few others stood behind me, staring, confused. What the hell is wrong with me? Suddenly, I spun around like a madman and whispered, "Where's Pete?" No one answered. They just looked at each other, puzzled, as if they didn't even know who I meant. "Dave," I said, stepping closer. "Dave, where's Sandra? Muffin Sandra. You know who I mean." Dave just shook his head.
Matt, there's no one named Sandra who works here.
I looked around, panic rising in my chest. What the hell is going on? And then one single thought filled my mind. I need to get the fuck out of this place. Story 2. So I've been dating my girlfriend for almost a year, and last month we moved in together. Maybe that's kind of fast. I don't know. My parents sure thought it was. But honestly, everything was great in the beginning. We get along really well, and we've never had more than a brief argument. But then she started whistling. It's so dumb, I know, but she's always whistling this weird song, and it really gets on my nerves. My mom kept telling me that once you move in with someone, you discover all the quirks that they've been hiding from you. And it's not like I didn't expect that to be true. But for some reason, this is just an ongoing issue with us, and I don't know what to do. At first, I would just hear her whistling it when she was showering. It was kind of cute, like her own little bathroom theme song. I didn't recognize the melody, but it was very distinct. I could mimic it from memory if I wanted to. In fact, sometimes it gets stuck in my head and it drives me a little crazy. You know the type. After a week or so, I asked her what the song was and she just laughed. I'm wondering if maybe she came up with it on her own. Something that she does absently, especially once she started doing it more. Like, I'd be reading a book and then she'd be on the computer and she'd just start whistling. And I tried to ignore it. I seriously feel like a dick for being so grumpy about it, and I know she wasn't doing it to annoy me. But she'd just go on, and it would pull my attention away from whatever I was doing. So, I finally said something a few nights ago. I was going over some legal documents for work, and she just starts whistling like crazy, on. And I'm trying to just block it out, but it's seriously excessive. Like, I know you guys are probably thinking that I was overreacting, but it felt like she was whistling right into my ear. And it just frayed my last bit of patience. As calmly and nicely as I could, I called out to her and asked her to quiet down. She didn't reply. I asked her again, and she still didn't answer. So I left the bedroom and found her in the living room, watching a movie. She wasn't whistling anymore, and for some reason that really irked me. It felt like she was messing with me. And she just looked over at me like she didn't know what my deal was. I asked her if she could stop whistling so much, and she told me.
I wasn't whistling.
Now, I get that maybe she doesn't realize she's doing it. But no one whistles that much and doesn't notice. It's not really like her to mess with me like that, and I don't know what she's trying to get out of this. I thought maybe she was teasing or playing a joke, but she had to see how annoyed I was. I asked her again to just not whistle so loudly, and she didn't answer. There was tension in the room, and it felt like our first fight since moving in together. Even though she didn't whistle for the rest of the night, I couldn't focus on my work anyway because I was upset about the confrontation. Then, of course, the next night she was whistling again. I hear her when she comes home from work, and she keeps going for at least an hour. I didn't want to have another fight, so I just hung out in the bedroom and listened to her move around for a while. I felt like I was blowing things out of proportion, but honestly, how hard is it to just not whistle all the time? It was no big deal when it was now and then, but I feel like she whistles more than she even talks to me now. So I'm sitting up in the room, thinking about that, and that's probably why I was worked up when I finally came down. She was cooking dinner, which is sweet, but she was still whistling. So I said, softly, "Hey honey, maybe we should put on some music instead, so you don't have to fill the silence with whistling." I tried to play it off like a joke, but I knew she'd probably see through it and get annoyed again. She didn't even turn to face me, just huffed and kept cooking. After a minute, I told her I was sorry about the other night, but the whistling just sort of strikes my ear wrong. And if she could try to not whistle so much and so loudly, it would make my life a lot easier. I know it seems controlling and nitpicky, but it was bothering me a lot. We all have our things, you know. I try not to chew loudly at the table because it bothers her, so why can't she just stop whistling sometimes for me? But she totally freaked out. She turned around and told me,
I wasn't whistling. I don't know what your problem is.
At this point, I don't get why she was doing this. It obviously wasn't funny for either of us, and she seemed genuinely upset. So I don't know why she kept provoking me. I asked her what her deal was, why she was so defensive about the stupid whistling, and she told me to shut up. She told me,
I'm sick of talking about it.
Like I was the one being unreasonable. I never get mad at her, but I just snapped. I told her to stop whistling before I lost my mind. She called me crazy, just because I was getting a little upset, and somehow, that was all I could take. I grabbed one of the cast iron pans from the stove and swung it at her head as hard as I could. She fell over and smashed her head on the counter, but I swung the pan again before she hit the ground. I think I hit her maybe 3 or 4 times. I don't remember, but I feel horrible. There was blood everywhere, and her jaw might be broken. No, I think it is for sure. I couldn't believe I'd lost my temper like that, and I have no idea how we can move past this. I feel so ashamed for letting things get physical, regardless of how much she might have been provoking me. But here's the kicker. She's still fucking whistling. And I asked her nicely to please stop. But now she won't even pause. For 2 days she's just been lying on the kitchen floor, with her eyes rolled back and her mouth hanging open, just marinating in congealed blood. And she's still fucking whistling. I don't know what to do. I don't want to break up, but this is just too much. I just need to shut her up. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up. This happened to me 2 New Year's Eves ago, and I can still feel the cold under my skin when I think about it. I'm not someone who believes in ghost stories or urban legends, but whatever I experienced that night was real enough to make me avoid big crowds and midnight parties forever. I lived in a mid-sized city in Ohio back then. It was nothing fancy. It had one of those downtown squares that hosted a big New Year's event. They had shut down the streets, put up stages, and set a countdown timer on the main screen. My roommates and I had gone every year. It was more of a ritual than a celebration. That year, I was supposed to go with my 3 friends, Sam, Ethan, and our new friend Claire. Claire had recently started a new YouTube channel and mostly planned on getting footage of us to post on it. We got there early to get a good vantage point, carrying a thermos with coffee and a handful of sparklers. The square filled up quickly with families, couples, and people of all ages. Street vendors were selling hot cider and little paper hats. I remember the noises, laughter, buses idling, a far-off siren, and the low hum of electric heaters in the city being set up along the sidewalks. Around 11 p.m., we settled near a lamppost with a clear view of the countdown screen. The energy was comfortable. People were practicing their countdown, even though it was an hour away. Overall, it felt casual and safe. A little later, a man wandered into our little cluster of people and stood behind us. He was wearing an oversized coat, no hat, and kept his hands deep in his pockets. At first, he looked like every other guy, tired from work, staying out late for the celebration. But something about the way he stayed very still made my skin prickle. He didn't look at the stage or the countdown. He looked at the people. Specifically, he seemed to study the faces turned toward the screen. Sam nudged me and said he'd seen the guy too. We both assumed he was trying to find a spot and would move on. But he didn't. He stayed. At about 11:50, the city DJ took the mic and started doing a mock countdown to keep the crowd engaged. People cheered, but the man behind us didn't join in. He didn't smile, he just shifted his weight and stared. With 2 minutes left until midnight, my phone buzzed with a message from work. Something about an early scheduled task. I didn't answer. Ethan laughed and tossed a sparkler in the air, and Claire held up her camera and started filming the crowd. From where I stood, her expression was focused and quiet. I remember thinking I liked how calm she was in contrast to everyone else. I liked her a lot, and my resolution was to tell her that. With 1 minute left, the countdown clock began. The crowd took a deep breath, and the city lights dimmed for effect. Everyone was leaning forward. That's when the man behind us tapped my shoulder. It was not a hard tap, just a quick, precise touch, like someone marking me to tell me something obvious without words. Confused, I turned. He was close enough that I could make out the lines on his face. He looked younger than I expected. There was a small, faded scar along his jaw. His eyes were a cold gray. His smile was tiny and faint, and his voice was soft when he spoke. I froze. People around me were already shouting at 0. Confetti cannons exploded. Fireworks cracked overhead, The square erupted into noise and movement. I laughed it off, nudging Sam as if it were some weird New Year's joke. Ethan shouted and raised his beer. Claire filmed the fireworks. Her camera was steady. The man's hand was warm on my shoulder. He left a small folded slip in my palm and then melted back into the crowd before I could ask anything. I opened the slip of paper while the fireworks still crackled above us. There was only 2 words written on it, in tight, deliberate print. Hold it. That was all. No signature, and no drawings. I crumpled the paper and stuffed it into my jacket pocket before I could register why it made my throat tight. We all spent the remainder of the night joking, hugging, and shouting plans for the rest of the weekend. I remember leaving the square around 12:40, feeling the residual buzz that comes after being boxed into a crowd that just celebrated something together. That's when things started to go wrong. The next morning, I woke up to 3 missed calls from Claire and a text from Sam. "Call me ASAP." I called Claire first. Her voice was small on the line.
"You need to come over.
She said.
Now."
Her apartment was a 10-minute walk away, so I dressed quickly and went. When I walked in, the living room smelled like stale coffee, and Claire's camera tripod was still set up, as if someone had stopped recording mid-shoot. She motioned me to the screen and handed me a cup of coffee.
"Watch this,"
she said. The footage was from last night. It started on the fireworks, then zoomed in on the crowd. I saw myself, Sam, and Ethan jumping and laughing. Then Claire whooped and panned the camera back to the crowd. That's when the frame captured the man behind us, not walking away, not blending in, but standing in the same place, now with both hands in his pockets. Claire moved closer with the lens and recorded the moment he tapped my shoulder. The camera recorded his smile and his words. I heard him say it again. "Don't make a wish." Then the camera caught the movement of his hand. As he left the folded slip in my palm, Claire paused the footage and her fingers trembled slightly. She rewound it and played it again. "Listen," she said. I watched the clip 3 times. The fireworks roared on in the background, but as the camera focused on the man, the audio changed in subtle ways. The crowd noise softened. In the tiny sliver of sound, just as his lips moved, there was another voice layered beneath it, low, almost like wind through a pipe. "I know you made a wish." Those words disturbed me. I know for a fact he didn't say that. I know for a fact no one anywhere near me said that. I wanted to accuse Claire of layering over creepy audio to string up this illusion, but I know she wouldn't do that. She wasn't into anything scary. Later that day, I found out Sam and Ethan both had the same thing on their recordings. Every camera caught the man. Every recording had his voice accusing us of disobeying him. We compared the clips, and the audio matched exactly. We started to feel watched. My phone beeped with new messages, but some were empty. Others had a photo of a folded piece of paper. Others were sound files with nothing but static. 2 days later, Sam sent me a text with 1 sentence. "Do not wish." I wrote back asking what he meant, and he called immediately. "Remember the slip?" he said. Mine said, "Hold it," too. Ethan said, "Keep quiet." We thought it was random. Then this morning my sister, who I told about New Year's, called and said she felt sick. She didn't sleep the whole night and woke up unable to stop staring at the clock. Ethan reported similar things. Neighbors who felt a sudden chill, pets who refused to enter rooms they'd slept in for years, and clocks that skipped a beat at odd minutes. We started to compare the notes more obsessively. I dug the folded slip out of my jacket. The words hadn't changed, but the paper felt colder than it should have. Despite its icy feeling, my palms would sweat whenever I held it. A week after New Year's, Claire posted her footage online with a short caption, "Strange encounter at the countdown," and someone in the comments wrote, "You should all be grateful. Making wishes at midnight brings dangerous things." This comment, despite being so ominous, had no replies. 3 weeks after that, Sam quit his job with no warning. Ethan decided to move out of town, and Claire started traveling more and avoiding big gatherings. I tried to shrug it off as a coincidence until a small thing happened that I couldn't ignore. I had gone to mail a letter at the post office, but when I came back to my car, something was stuck to the windshield. A tiny slip of paper, folded like the one from that night. I unfolded it with shaking fingers. On it were 2 words, printed in the same style as before. Hold it. Once again, there was no handwriting and no signature. Nowadays, I don't make plans to celebrate with big crowds. I avoid anything that involves a countdown. I keep the folded slip folded and tucked in a drawer I rarely open. Sometimes, when the house is quiet and the clock clicks loudly, I let myself believe that everything involved with this is an odd prank and I'm not being stalked or watched. But every December, I feel my phone buzz before midnight, and for a second my stomach drops, expecting to find another folded paper. I don't know what would happen if I ignored it. I don't know what would happen if I made a wish like everyone else does, or a quick, silly resolution shouted into the air. All I know is the man's voice is still in my head. A soft and precise, "Don't make a wish." And since then, I haven't. I spent last year's New Year's Eve house-sitting for a coworker named Graham. He and his wife were flying to Florida, and they offered me a decent amount of cash if I stayed overnight to watch their 2 dogs and keep the pipes from freezing. Their house sat on the edge of a small town in Colorado, a quiet place where winter always arrived earlier than the calendar suggested. By the time December 31st rolled around, the entire neighborhood looked like it had been carved out of ice. The house was modern. Its back walls were made mostly of glass, and they faced the forest. In the daylight, it was beautiful. At night, the windows turned into giant mirrors that reflected the whole interior. When I arrived around 6 p.m., the dogs were already restless. They kept pacing near the sliding back doors, staring into the darkness outside as if they were waiting for something. I thought maybe it was a coyote or a deer. This was the edge of the forest and animals were normal here. I fed them and checked the clocks and settled in with some leftover Christmas snacks. Everything was normal until around 10:30. I was scrolling through my phone when the dogs suddenly went silent. They froze, both facing the glass wall that overlooked the backyard. Their ears perked up and bodies went low, quiet but tense. Then one of them growled, the deepest, quietest growl I'd ever heard from a dog. I walked over to the glass, but all I could see was the reflection of the living room, my own outline, and the furniture. That's the one thing I always hated about huge windows at night. You feel blind. I turned on the outside floodlights. They clicked on and buzzed faintly. That's when I saw it. A person standing at the tree line. They were perfectly still, facing the house with their hands at their sides. They weren't bundled up for winter. They weren't moving, and they weren't calling for help. They were just standing there. The floodlights didn't reach far enough to show their face, only a silhouette. At first I thought maybe it was a neighbor or some hiker who got turned around, but something felt wrong. He should be shivering in the cold, or at the very least shifting his weight and reacting to the sounds of my dogs. But this person didn't do any of that. They just stood there, angled directly toward me, like they had been waiting for the lights to come on. The dogs barked like they'd lost their minds. I backed away from the glass, grabbed my phone, and called the non-emergency police line. I didn't want to overreact, but it was freezing outside and no one should just be standing motionless in the woods at night, especially with such brisk winds like we had tonight. While I waited for someone to pick up, something changed. The silhouette leaned slightly to the left. Not a natural movement, not like someone shifting, more like tilting, as if the person were testing something and defying gravity, or trying to see around the reflection of the glass. The phone kept ringing and ringing, but there was no answer. I stepped further from the window. The dogs continued barking. Their tails were rigid, and their fangs were raised. After 2 minutes, the figure walked forward. Not a rushed movement. They were moving slow and determined. They made a straight line toward the floodlights. I felt my stomach drop. This wasn't a lost hiker. No person moves with such a slow, deliberate, yet jagged pace in the cold, and especially in the dark. Our yard was rocky and filled with hazards. The figure stopped halfway across the yard. They weren't wearing winter clothes at all, just a long, dark coat that was open. Underneath was something lighter, maybe a shirt or a hoodie. Their head was slightly tilted down, as if trying to see through the glass. They had no expression, and they were not waving. They were just still. Somehow, this was worse. I dialed on my phone a final time. This time, I got through. I explained that there was someone outside my windows and they were giving me the creeps. The operator told me to stay away from the windows and to wait for an officer. I moved to the hallway, where the dogs retreated behind me. They were still growling. A few minutes passed, and the house went silent. Too silent. Even the heating system seemed quieter. Then, a soft tapping. Not on the door, but on the glass. Tap, tap, tap. It was slow, almost polite. I stayed hidden, but I could see enough of the living room to confirm the sound was coming from the sliding back door, the one leading to the patio. There was another series of taps, but this time it was faster. Then there was a pause. This pause was broken by a long drag across the glass, like someone trailing their nails along the crystalline surface. The dogs barked again, but this time they didn't run toward the sound. They stayed back, practically pressed against my legs. Something about that scared me more than anything. Dogs usually charge forward, but these dogs were terrified. I waited for the police to arrive. The tapping continued, but it stayed consistent, as if whoever was outside wasn't trying to break in, just keep my attention. Finally, the sound of an engine grew louder outside. Red and blue lights flashed against the far wall. The tapping stopped instantly. When the officer knocked on the front door, I opened it and explained everything as fast as I could. He asked me to stay inside while he walked around back to check. Seconds later, his voice came through my radio. "No one's here." I stepped outside with him, staying near the door. The yard looked untouched. There was no footprints in the snow anywhere near the glass or the patio. There was no marks of disturbance, no tracks, nothing. The only visible footprints were the ones the officer and I had made earlier. I even inspected the exact spot where the figure had stood near the tree line, but the snow there was perfectly smooth. The officer asked if someone might have been playing a prank on me before the snowfall. I told him no, and I had watched the figure walk. I saw the tapping on the glass and heard it in real time. He looked uneasy, but there was nothing he could officially report. He stayed for about 15 minutes, then left after checking the property twice. I locked everything, double-checked every window, and waited for midnight. Nothing else happened for the rest of the night. But the next morning, I found something. Directly under the floodlight, placed neatly on the snow, was a single object. A long strip of black cloth, the same color as the coat the figure wore. It wasn't there when the officer checked the yard. It wasn't there when I checked the locks. And there were still no footprints around it, not even one. When Graham returned from his trip, he joked that maybe I saw a New Year's prank gone wrong. But the cloth strip? He had never seen anything like it before. Neither had I. I still don't know what I saw that night, only that whatever stood outside those windows knew exactly where I was, even in the dark. And it wanted me to know it could come closer, whether there were footprints in the snow or not. Last year, 2 friends and I rented a small lakeside cabin in northern Minnesota for New Year's Eve. We wanted something quiet with no parties or crowded bars, just a peaceful winter getaway before heading back to work after the holidays. The cabins were part of an old family-run resort that technically closed for the season every December. But the owner let people rent individual units if they didn't mind the cold. Ours was cabin 12, sitting right at the edge of the frozen lake with a direct view of the water. It was supposed to be calm, It wasn't. We arrived on December 30th, and we were the only guest anywhere on the property. The main lodge was dark, the office was locked, and the surrounding cabins sat empty under the layers of snow. Nothing about this felt uncomfortable. If anything, it felt peaceful. But on New Year's Eve around 5 p.m., snow began to fall heavily. Thick, slow flakes drifted down non-stop. The woods darkened early, and by 7 p.m. the entire resort looked buried. My friend Ethan went outside to bring in firewood. He came back after a minute, brushing snow off his jacket, looking a little thrown off. "You guys moved the snow shovel, right?" he asked. We hadn't. None of us had even been near it. He frowned, but didn't say anything. I didn't think much of it. At 8 p.m. we played cards, and at about 9 we watched some random New Year's countdown stream on a laptop. Everything felt normal, until around 10ish the power flickered. That wasn't unusual for a resort this old, but this flicker was different. It lasted longer. The lights dimmed all the way down to almost nothing before finally stabilizing. We paused the game. We were annoyed, but at this point not immediately concerned. A few minutes later, a loud thud hit the side of the cabin. It sounded heavy and solid. We all looked at each other, the concern growing on our faces. Ethan stood up and peered through the window facing the woods. "Probably snow falling from a branch," he said, trying to console our growing concern. The problem was, there was no trees close enough to hit the cabin. Only open space and the frozen lake. There was another thud, this one against the back wall facing the empty cabins. We turned off the music from the laptop and listened. A slow, crunching sound moved across the snow behind the cabin. It wasn't fast, and it didn't sound like it was stumbling. They sounded like slow, methodical, and heavy steps. My other friend, Tyler, whispered, "Is there supposed to be anyone else here?" I shook my head. Cabin 12 was the only one rented. The steps got closer. Crunch, crunch, crunch. We moved away from the windows without speaking. There was something deliberate about the pacing of those footsteps. They were steady, purposeful, like someone walking to a clear destination with an insidious goal in mind. Then the steps stopped. Their sound had ceased at the window closest to us. The curtains were drawn, but you could see the faint outline of something tall blocking the moonlight. We waited without breathing. The silence was painful. Then the power flickered again, harder this time, and went out completely. The cabin went pitch black. Tyler grabbed his phone flashlight. Ethan did the same. I stayed still, straining to hear any movement outside. For almost a full minute, there was nothing. Then a dragging sound moved along the wall. Something scraping across the wooden exterior, slow and intentional, circling the cabin. When it reached the back door, it stopped. Tyler mouthed, "Don't move." A faint pressure pushed against the door, not enough to open it, but enough to be heard, a subtle flex of the wood. Then a second push. Ethan whispered, "Who's out there?" There was no answer. Only 3 slow steps moving away from the door. We stayed frozen until the snow outside went quiet again. The 3 of us pulled out knives from our pockets. Our hands were shaking, and none of us were particularly skilled with combat concerning knives, but it was the best option we had at the moment. With my other hand, I pulled out my cell phone and began inputting 911. If whatever this was decided to break through, I was going to hit send and let the sound of combat alert the cops. A long stretch of time elapsed in that silence, until finally the lights flickered on, and we all exhaled. Tyler grabbed a jacket. His knife was still in his hand, but he looked a bit more at ease. We just need to check, make sure no one's messing with us. Ethan and I followed him outside. The cold was sharp enough to sting instantly. The snow was fresh, smooth, and untouched except for one set of footprints. Not boot prints or shoe prints, but bare footprints. Full-sized, leading from the tree line straight to our cabin. The footprint was enormous. My entire forearm could fit into the depression. The stride was long, spaced unlike anything normal. The prints circled around the entire cabin. But here's the part that truly bothers me. There were no prints leading away. The trail ended at the back door, then looped around to the front window, and then nothing. Just flat, untouched snow. We followed the tracks from the tree line to see how far back they went. They didn't start at the tree line. They didn't start anywhere. The footprints began abruptly. Half a footstep formed in the middle of untouched snow, like the person, or being, appeared mid-stride. We went back inside and locked the doors twice and waited for midnight. By 11:55 we had all calmed down a little. We all began to theorize about what it could be. I was pretty determined that it had to be Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Wendigo, or something of that nature. Tyler was pretty sure that it was someone playing a prank on us, although I don't know how that would be possible without a very sophisticated drone. But then Ethan froze, staring at the door. A puddle had formed near the front door from a thin outline of melted snow. I hadn't opened the door since checking the locks, and no snow had blown in. Tyler checked the deadbolt. It was locked. He checked the windows, which were also locked. The puddle continued to slowly drip toward the doorframe as if something had been there and then left. At 11:59, the laptop countdown began. We stood together, not really celebrating anymore. The dogs barked somewhere in the distance from a cabin we knew was empty. The wind picked up, blowing powder across the lake. When the countdown hit 0, we said nothing. There was no cheering and no noise, until the faint crackle of fireworks from a distant town a few miles away broke the silence, and we heard a new sound, a single knock on the cabin wall. Not on the door, but on top of the roof, near the exact spot where the footprints first appeared. One hard, slow, deliberate knock. Ethan whispered, "Don't respond to it." We didn't. We waited for more knocks, or footsteps, or anything. But all that followed was complete silence. After a few minutes of waiting unnerved, with our knives drawn again, we finally decided that whatever this was had lost interest in us. We spent more time theorizing about what it was and whether or not we should call the police. I was pretty determined to, but Ethan pointed out that with the arrangement of footprints we would have nothing concrete to show the police. They shot down my theory about it being Sasquatch because of the way the footprints were arranged, but I had to remind them that there are some theories out there that Sasquatch is more than just a primordial animal. There are some that believe, myself included, that he's more interdimensional and can teleport. They laughed it off, but I think the evidence that we were dealing with kind of proved my point. The next morning, all of the footprints were gone. They were completely erased by the night's snowfall, but the puddle on the floor remained frozen slightly at the edges from the cold draft. When we returned the key, the owner asked if everything was okay. We told him the cabin was fine and handed it over quickly. He paused, looking confused.
Cabin 12?
He asked.
We don't open that one in winter. The window's freeze shut. I would have put you in one of the front cabins.
We told him we'd stayed in 12 because that's where the key envelope said to go. He checked the office wall where all the keys hung. Cabin 12's key was still there. The envelope we had received had Cabin 7's number on it, and the ink had smudged, making the 7 look like a 12. Cabin 7 was near the front entrance. Cabin 12 was the one farthest back, closest to the woods, closest to the lake, and completely isolated. We never came to complete agreement about what we experienced there, but the one thing we have come to agree on is that next year we'd all celebrate at home. Two years ago, I spent New Year's Eve working the late shift at a small roadside motel in upstate New York. It wasn't glamorous. I mainly handed out room keys, answered the phone, and restocked the lobby coffee. Most people avoid traveling during the holiday, so the motel was almost empty that night. Only 3 rooms were booked: a middle-aged couple, a family with 2 kids, and 1 solo guest in room 19. The last room at the end of the second-floor hallway. My boss warned me that room 19 had quirks. Old wiring, a radiator that rattled when the temperature dropped too fast. Nothing supernatural, just maintenance issues. At 10 p.m., Everything was quiet. Snow fell steadily across the parking lot, covering the few cars that were parked there. Around 10:30, the phone rang. I answered with the usual greeting. A man's voice whispered to me, "There's someone outside my door." The line cracked, then silence. "Hello?" I asked. The man didn't reply, so I checked the call log. The room number flashed on screen. It was from room 19. I put the phone on hold and checked security monitors. The hallway outside room 19 was empty. Just pale yellow carpet, dim lights, and falling static from the old cameras. No one was standing there. I picked up the phone again. "Sir, I'm looking at the hallway feed right now. I don't see anyone outside your door." The man whispered again. "He was just here." I asked him to stay calm and let me know if he saw anything else. At 11:05, the phone rang a second time. It was the same caller from the same room. This time, the man sounded more shaken. "He's knocking now." I looked back at the monitor. Still nothing. No figure, no movement. The display was as dull as before. I told him, "Sir, I don't see—" Tap, tap, tap. The sound came through the motel phone, echoing faintly. It was controlled and slow, like someone taking their time. The man whispered, "He's asking to come in." Those words made every hair on my body stand up. I told him firmly not to open the door and promised I would check the floor myself. The hallway was silent when I walked up the stairs. My footsteps were louder than I expected. The air felt dense, heavy, and almost muffled. Halfway down the hall, I froze. Someone had left a trail of wet footprints leading from the stairwell toward room 19. I followed the footprints to room 19. They stopped directly in front of the door, then reversed, leading back toward the stairs. But they didn't go down the stairs. The prints stopped abruptly halfway up the staircase, as if whoever made them simply vanished. I didn't see anyone or hear anything. I knocked softly on room 19's door. "It's me, the front desk." The man opened the door. He looked exhausted and pale, like he hadn't slept in a week. "Did you hear him?" he asked. "Hear what?" "The voice." The man pointed to the bottom of his door. "He was whispering through there, asking me to unlock the door." I didn't see any moisture under the door. The footprints were the only proof something had been there. And even those didn't make sense. I told the guest I would move him to another room, one closer to the lobby. He agreed instantly. By 11:40, he was settled into room 3, much safer and much closer to the front desk. Room 19 remained empty. I left the door closed and went back to the front desk. At 11:50, the security monitor flickered. The feed for the second floor glitched, then showed something that made me sit up straight. A figure stood at the far end of the hallway near room 19. They were tall, motionless, and facing the camera. The resolution was awful, but I could make out the shape of a long coat. Then the monitor cut to static. With a flicker, the footage returned, but the figure was gone. The hallway was empty again. About 5 minutes later, the phone rang from room 3. I grabbed the phone to answer it. "It's him," the man said quietly. "He's in the hallway." I pulled up the hallway camera. The feed was stable, but the hallway was empty. "No man's outside," I told him. "I promise." The man didn't respond. "Sir, are you there?" But there was no reply. Just heavy breathing, and then a whisper, barely audible. "He's counting down." "Counting down to what?" I asked. But the man didn't answer. I listened closely. Through the phone, faint and slow, I could hear someone whispering. 10, 9, 8. My blood chilled instantly. I checked the live monitor again. The hallway remained empty. 7, 6. The man whispered, "He's right outside my door." But the feed still showed nothing. 5. I ran toward room 3. 4. The hall was dead quiet. No footsteps except mine. 3. I sprinted the last stretch. 2. I reached the door, panting, "Sir, open the door, I'm right here." 1. Silence. There was no more whispering, no more echoes, and no sound at all. Until I knocked again, with more force. "Sir!" But again, there was no response. I unlocked the door with the master key. The lights were on, the bed was made, the suitcase was still there, the window was closed, and the radiator hummed quietly. The room was empty, the man was gone. There were no signs of a struggle. The windows were closed, and the only door was the one I entered. The only meaningful detail in this room was the phone dangling off the hook and resting on the carpet. I checked every inch of that room, every closet and every corner, but found nothing of importance. I called the police. They also searched the property and found no trace of him leaving the building. His car was still in the parking lot. The keys were in the front seat. His wallet was untouched. Security footage of the hallway to both floors showed no one leaving. Neither him or anyone else. But at exactly midnight on the second floor camera, a figure appeared for one frame. Just the one, standing outside room 19, facing the door, until he vanished. No footsteps in the snow below, no shadows, just a single static-filled image of something tall, still, and chillingly calm. No one ever found the man from room 3. I put my 2 weeks in the next day, and every New Year since, I get the same feeling that when the clock hits midnight, that someone is counting down in a place I can't see, waiting for the moment when everything goes quiet, to cause another disappearance. The drug market's never been the same, ever since it went digital. You don't need all those fancy herbs and powders to get yourself the perfect high anymore. All that was needed was the right string of code and a special pair of headphones. Enter the world of Synapse, a digital drug unlike any other. You don't shoot it up, and you don't sniff it up, you just have to listen up. All the junkies are getting their ultimate high with a dosage of binaural beats. Everyone's addicted to the rhythm of this sensual sound. Those who use Synapse say they can feel their minds wander to whole new galaxies and fantasies. Synapse can be customized in a multitude of ways. It can bring color to a monochrome life, or become the serene reprieve in a moment of chaos. Synapse can provide many things, but at the end of the day, it's still a drug. Once Synapse hooks you in, it's almost impossible to get free. Your mind becomes enslaved by manic thoughts, while your body trembles in anticipation for your latest fix. People seem to forget that drugs are made for the benefit of the supplier, not the user. A single dosage of Synapse is loaded with a jungle of subliminal messages meticulously crafted to make you an addict. What beautiful irony it all is. So many victims chase after drugs to find an escape, only to end up a prisoner. Whether it be digital or pharmaceutical, society is pumping out a cancerous poison at an alarming rate. That's where I come in. The name is Jaden Taylor. I'm the one dealing out this drug to your neighborhood. It's not like this is a life I chose to live. Growing up in Neo, New York, I learned from a young age that this city has no room for average folk like me. You have to be part of the movers and shakers to see the next day. I wasn't much for brains or brawn. I was just some normal guy, part of the same rat race as everyone else. My high school friend Jason was different though. He excelled in most things he did, and had a natural charm that made everyone orbit around him. He promised me one day he was going to run this city after graduation, and he certainly made true of his words. Jason started up a gang that specialized in redistributing Synapse. With a crew of well-trained code divers at his side, Jason made some major profit from the drug. He offered me a spot in his gang since we were so close. I became his pack mule. My job was delivering Synapse to his clients, and making sure none of it got traced back to him. Like I said earlier, I don't stand out from a crowd. The only thing I'm good at is going through life unnoticed. I know all the best low-traffic areas in the city and stay away from security cameras on every run I make. Everyone's so caught up in getting the newest car or hoverboard, they never take a moment to get to know their city. In the shadows of this neon hellscape, I weave through narrow alleyways and jump over ledges in search of my clients. It is the seediest areas of New York that have the most lax security. I'm guessing all the bigwigs decided that if something happens to a bunch of good-for-nothing hoodlums, it wouldn't be worth their time to investigate. It works in my favor, so you won't hear me complaining. Getting caught with Synapse can get you a pretty hefty jail sentence. We all know how the government hates unregulated products and anything else they can't put a harsh tax on. Sending the Synapse code line is too risky, so it usually gets delivered in the form of a USB. It's inconspicuous enough that I can hide it in my sock on the off chance I get stopped by the police. I don't know exactly what it feels like to try Synapse, but my clients always look so strung out whenever I meet them. They'd have heavy eye bags, vacant eyes, and stare off into the distance, with jittery body language that made them look possessed. It's hard to believe that sound waves would become the new age version of meth. Over the past few months, there's been a steady uptick of Synapse-related incidents. The news cluttered with stories of people having hallucinations and psychotic breaks in public. Junkies were out there shooting at their inner demons, manifesting in front of them. Needless to say, a bunch of innocents ended up being killed in the crossfire. This drug was racking up a serious body count. The shit weighed on my mind, making me feel that I was playing a hand in all that destruction. My last straw broke during a drug run gone terribly bad. I arrived at a client's house in the darkness of the night. The guy showed up right on time and was about to make the transaction when his brother popped up out of nowhere. He had tears in his eyes, pleading with his brother to turn his life around. He begged him to come back home, but my client wasn't hearing any of it. He cursed his brother out, and when that wasn't enough, he started punching his lights out. I have never seen a fiend look so possessed. He was attacking his own family like he was on the battlefield fighting for his life. A dude's getting battered right in front of me, and what do? My coward ass booked it out of there. As soon as I made it back home, I made an anonymous call to the police and tried washing away the memory from my mind. The whole situation was seriously fucked up. The next morning, social media was abuzz with the news of last night's tragedy. A drug addict killed his younger brother, all because he wanted him to go clean. The reporter said he was completely out of it during the attack. Reading that shit made me sick to my soul. A man was dead, and I was partially to blame. Death was never something I gave much mind. You can hardly go a week in the city without seeing someone get sent away in a body bag. What made this different was that it felt like I had blood on my hands, all because I was such a coward. I had to call this whole thing off. All this drama was seriously messing with my mind. I told Jason that I was done riding with his crew. Big mistake. He flipped the fuck out on me, talking about how he did so much for me and lined up my pockets. He wasn't wrong, but that didn't change the fact that my mind was made up. I tried leaving his hideout, but his boys circled around me with their guns at the ready. Turns out that my life was under Jason's license. I had to pump his drugs into whatever neighborhood he wanted, or else I'd end up dead in a gutter somewhere. It's crazy how much this city changes people. The same people you used to ride with are the same ones who will lay you down in a coffin. I continued selling drugs for Jason, even though all the guilt was eating away at me. It was hot in the streets, and the police were cracking down real hard on guys like us. Cops began patrolling around the meetup points I usually went to. This meant I had to start selling farther away from home to play it safe. It was a chilly Friday afternoon when I walked into a dark alleyway to meet up with a buyer. I was surprised when an androgynous-looking guy walked up to me with his sapphire blue hair. His face was so smooth and clean, almost like a doll's. He didn't at all look like the usual drug addict I met up with. That's because he wasn't. The whole thing was a setup. He told me about how he knew who I was, and that how I'd be turned into the police unless I gave him whatever intel he wanted. I would have bolted it out of there, but he fired off a neon laser at the ground a few inches in front of me. He was packing a neon flex, an energy-based gun that fired a blast of neon at the target. It was less fatal than actual bullets, so it was perfect for taking down your ops without adding another body to the morgue. What confused me was why someone would handicap themselves like that. People were out here with live ammunition in their pockets and were waiting for any reason at all to pump someone full of lead. A snitch is the last thing I would ever call myself, but I sure as hell didn't mind throwing Jason under the bus to get me out of jail. In exchange for my intel, this guy was going to take Jason's gang off the streets and make sure my name never came up in any reports. I asked this guy who the hell he was. Nobody in this city is ever that charitable. He told me his name was Imani, and to go to the Dragon's Head bar if I ever wanted a new job. What choice did I have but to take him up on his offer? He saved me from a life of servitude to that one-eyed snake, Jason. Turns out Imani wasn't some random good Samaritan. He was part of a gang of rebels called BTB, Beyond the Binary, who clean the streets of local street thugs and redistribute the wealth back to the common folk. The scant amount of homeless shelters and food pantries in the city are apparently founded by them. I don't know if these dudes can be considered heroes or whatever, but they're the closest thing the city has to them. I ride with them now. They've been teaching me the ropes of hacking past firewalls and how to handle myself in a fight. Nowadays, I'm hacking into megacorp databases to give knowledge to the people and transporting food and medicine to those in need. I'm so grateful for all that they've done for me. They've saved me at my darkest hour, and now I'm repaying the favor by keeping the streets clean. To anyone reading this, your current situation doesn't have to determine your future. You can always turn your life around with the help of the right people. I went through a bad breakup. Couldn't get the guy to leave me alone. He was showing up at my work, home, even my mom's house. I decided I couldn't do it anymore. I started looking at states hours away from my hometown. Not for a city, or too small of a town either. I wanted to be able to walk on the sidewalks and get to local shops. Moving to somewhere where I knew no one, it would be nice to live in a neighborly town. I finally settled on a little town in the Pacific Northwest. I flew out to look for a job and a place to live. I spent the first few days walking around the main town, applying at a few shops. I quickly found a small book manufacturing company. I had an interview and fit what they were looking for. After that was settled, I set about finding where Cow, my little tuxedo cat, and I would call home. I started exploring a bit farther from the main town. There were some cute, quiet places, but they weren't calling to me. Then I found my new little neighborhood, Jerusalem Street. It was settled just a bit back from the main road. 3 rows of townhouses in a cul-de-sac. You could tell they had some age, but all were well kept, and it was a lovely little street. Not the near-identical wash of beige and gray that have become so common. Most were light pastels. It looked like people liked living here. Lots of trees and gentle light dappling the ground underneath. It was quiet. A couple of people were out with their dogs or walking to town. There was a small area in the center with a bird feeder, a bench, and a board that people could leave flyers or notes on. It looked like people took pride in making a community. In the row at the back of the cul-de-sac was an empty lavender home with the simple "For Rent" sign out in the front. I spoke to the realtor in town, and everything was taken care of. Luckily, the owners left some basic furniture, so I didn't have to worry about anything too big. I flew back home, packed up my important stuff, and drove across the country with Cow buckled into the passenger seat. Of course, I had to stop and rest for a couple of nights on the way. I let Cow out of a carrier and stretched in a hotel room for the night. I timed our arrival for late morning, so I would have a large part of the day to unpack and to not disturb my new neighbors by getting there too early. Several people stopped by to welcome me as I was going back and forth from the car. An older woman with blue hair and eccentric dress introduced herself as Miss Jules. She said they had a welcoming committee. She was one of the ones that started it, as she lived here for most of her life. The neighborhood had a couple of rules, but nothing too bad or anything like an HOA. They would be around by dinner time.
When you really should be taking a break anyway,
She told me. She was nice. I told her I would be ready, and she said she hoped Cal would come out to see her. I smiled. I spent the next couple of hours getting everything out of the car so I could let Cal into the rest of the house to explore, and I could get a shower before the welcoming committee showed up. Around 5:30, there was a knock on my door, and I saw Miss Jules with a couple of other people. I welcomed them in. Miss Jules introduced me to Dave Hancock and the middle-aged neighbor directly beside me, and Kayla, a woman around my age who lived in the row of houses to my right. Miss Jules had brought some sandwiches and bags of assorted chips. We sat around my table, where I had managed to clear most of my stuff off. She commented that I had done well for one day of work. We sat around eating and making small talk. Kayla seemed shy, but told me she would be happy to show me around town if I wanted to stay. I'm sure I'll take you up on that, but what do you mean, if I want to stay? Kayla nervously looked at Miss Jules. She smiled warmly at me.
we may as well get to the neighbourhood rules. It's really not much to worry about. Can I have that paperwork, please?
Dave opened a folder with some papers in it. There was a map, a small pamphlet about the community center, and a printed list about our little street. Miss Jules pushed them toward me.
You can read those at your leisure, but I do have to go over some things with you tonight.
Okay, no problem. I stammered a little.
The street cleaner comes once a month, in the afternoon on the first Tuesday of the month. You'll want any cars in the driveway to be out at that time. I'm sure you saw the board in the middle by the bench. You can find information about town events, people trying to rehome things, or even some snacks for people to take. We all vote at the community centre when it's that time of year. This is all written down for you, and you can come to any of us here if you have any questions or if you need anything. But now you know where the three of us live.
Thank you. I'll be sure to leave some cookies out for everyone once I'm settled in. I didn't say more. It felt like she was done going over things. There was a bit of tension in the air. Cal cautiously peeked around the corner to see what was going on.
Hello, dear. How do you like your new home?
She held her hand down to him. He slowly approached and sniffed her for a minute before rubbing against her hand.
You must smell my Emily. She's my tortie.
Cute. I smiled. I'd like to meet her sometime.
Absolutely.
She paused before continuing.
This is an old town. Not much has changed in a long time. It's had slow growth, and many natural areas have been maintained for centuries. The trees behind our street are the edge of the state park.
Wow, that's awesome. Kayla, I'd explore with you if that's something you like to do.
I'd love to. I don't have a hiking buddy.
Kayla responded. Before I could say more, Miss Jules continued.
I'll finish up so you can get some rest tonight. There's just one more rule we all follow here.
Her face looked older than it had a minute ago, makeup crowding in the gentle creases of her face. She looked into my eyes.
Don't go outside if you hear noises at night. It's not all night, just between 1 and 3. Don't go out at that time. If you do get caught out at that time, there's Ashley Street just down the main road. You saw that, right? Park there for the night. Many of us have had to sit in our cars for a couple of hours over the years. This is a small enough town that neighbourhood knows it's just us, and they won't get worried by a car there early in the morning.
I didn't know what to think. My mind tried to come up with a logical reason. Do animals come in from the park?
Something does.
She said quietly.
It's been at least as long as I have. As long as you don't look out, there's nothing to worry about. And don't worry about Cal, he'll be fine. I keep Emily inside just to be safe. It's not every night, but you're better off just not looking out at that time at all. I know this is a lot to take in, but please just listen to it. Any of our community would talk to you if you have any questions. We'll leave you be for tonight. I'll check in soon.
With that, she stood up from the table and the others followed. Kayla waved goodbye. Miss Jewel's blue hair shone under the streetlight until she made it to the door. Dave stood around another moment as we watched them go.
I know that all sounds pretty weird. The people that lived here before couldn't handle it and they left. My phone number is with the paperwork if you need anything. Or if you really need something overnight, just bang on the wall and I'll hear. I'll be over at 301. Good night.
Thank you. Good night. I headed back inside, head pounding. I sat heavily on the couch and tried to absorb what I had just heard. Miss Jules looked serious, and she had been so nice. I felt bad doubting her. What was the harm in listening to her? I was normally sleeping at that time anyway, and she said Cal was safe. If they all were, being honest, I didn't want to find out. I would just stay inside and not go looking. Cal decided he was ready for bed, and I followed. It had been a long day. I fell asleep hard and didn't wake up until sunlight was streaming through my window. Cal was crying to be fed. I dragged myself out of bed as my thoughts drifted to the previous night. Maybe there was nothing. I hadn't woken up at all, and Cal was acting normally. He was fine anywhere as long as he was getting food. I got him fed and looked out my window. Miss Jules was sitting on the bench, glancing back at my house. I got dressed and headed out to see her.
Oh, good. How was your first night?
She stood up and took my hand. Slept like a log. I didn't wake up until Cal demanded breakfast. She nodded.
I'm sorry I had to spring that on you last night, but it really has to be done right away.
A few people started their mornings, smiling or nodding to us. They all looked a little relieved. So, it really is true then. I'll be honest, I was half thinking I dreamt that.
Unfortunately, yes. It's how I lost my husband and our son. I didn't want to scare you too much last night. I don't have to tell you the details.
I stared blankly for a few seconds. I'm so sorry.
It's okay, honey. It's been a long time. It's just a little bit easier than it used to be. I know they wouldn't want me to spend every day sad over him.
Can I ask what happened? What happens if you look?
Are you sure?
I thought another moment. I would rather know than let the curiosity get to me. She sat back down.
We had heard the rules when we moved in together right out of school. My husband Charles and me. People had doubts about us, but we were meant to be from the day we met. When our son Joe was born, we decided we would lock him in his room for the night. We gave him the one without windows to be safe. Joe was getting a little older and we hadn't locked his room at night anymore. I guess one day he got curious or didn't believe us. We heard a scream and ran to his room. Joe wasn't there. Before I could react, Charles pushed me in and locked the door. I heard him run out, and then just silence. The neighbours saw what happened in the morning and rushed to the house. They found me locked inside. There was really nothing left of them. Chunks strewn across the lawn everywhere. Blood soaked into the grass. They were buried together, just pieces. There was no way to tell who was who. That's all any of us know.
Holy shit, I whispered. I could feel the bile heating up in my stomach, threatening to come up my throat. I'm so sorry. I don't know what else to say.
I'll never get the sight out of my mind, so I try hard to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else. You really will be okay if you don't look. I should go tend to my Emily.
I walked her home and gave her a hug. I went back inside and collapsed against the door. Cal came to see what was wrong, and I scooped him up and cried, "What the fuck? How is this real?" I told myself again that this was the middle of the night. Just stay asleep. Stay in bed. My house was perfect. My neighbors were lovely. Just don't look for any sounds at night. I spent the rest of the day in a daze, listlessly organizing my belongings. Cal screamed at me, and I just about jumped out of my skin. He just wanted dinner, but my heart was pounding and my hands were shaking. I got him taken care of to stop his yelling. I sat at the table and slid the bottle of whiskey over towards me. Just as I was going to take a swig out of the bottle, there was a knock at the door. I was tired, but got up to check. There was a swath of black hair. It was Kayla.
Hey.
She smiled weakly at me. I stood to the side. "Do you want to come in? I was just going to have a drink." She stepped in.
Mrs. Jules said she talked to you. I wanted to see how you were holding up.
I stood to the side. "Do you want to come in? I was just going to have a drink." She stepped in.
Thanks.
Now that I had company, I grabbed 2 glasses and a couple cans of Coke. "I guess you would have heard her story too. How long have you lived here?" I inquired.
Yeah. Just a bit over a year.
"Have you seen anything?"
No. I've never dared look. No one else has looked since I've been here. The people who lived here before finally heard noises and they left. She was pregnant. I think that's a big reason why they didn't want to stay.
"So, you have heard things?"
Not a lot. I started sleeping with earbuds pretty quickly. I did not need to hear any more.
I looked at her, hoping she would go on, but didn't want to pressure her. She continued.
The first time, I just heard something walking around. It was quiet, but I could hear it rustling leaves as it went. I told myself it had just been an animal. We do live against the woods, but a couple of nights later I heard it walking again. I had blinds drawn, but I still didn't even want to look in that direction. I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep. The movement stopped. Then I heard the faintest scratch, and then knocking on the window like someone tapping with just a fingernail. I found some faint footprints in the morning.
She paused to take a drink.
They were bigger than I expected. They almost looked like a deer mixed with a human. Almost like there was a heel, but then they turned cloven. I moved my bed upstairs that day and started sleeping with the earbuds that night. It helps, I really recommend it. Thanks for the drink. I should go get settled for the night. But let me know when you've had time to unpack and we can go do some hiking during the day.
She said, finishing it. "Of course, and thanks for the tip." The next couple of weeks, I continued to put everything in their new places and started my new job. I was getting the hang of it. Things started to feel a little normal. Kayla and I had started hiking on Saturday or Sunday mornings, still well after the sun had risen. I hadn't heard anything at night. I never forgot to close the blinds, but I did start to forget about the noises. Nearly a month after I moved in, I heard walking through the neighborhood. I had seen deer a couple of times, coming around dusk to drink at a couple bird baths around the street. They were back. That's all it was. Still, I was glad I listened to Kayla's story and put my bedroom on the second floor. I about shit myself when I heard the tapping on my window. I whisper called for Cal. He sat up from the end of the bed. My heart sank into my stomach. The tapping continued. I reached for my phone. It was after 2:45. This should be over soon. I didn't want to disturb him, but I felt like I had to talk to someone. My hands were shaking so badly I had to retype the message about 4 times. "Hi, Dave. Sorry to bother you so early. I just can't sleep." I jumped as the tapping started to get more aggressive. My phone went off. "It's no problem. Don't worry. It'll be over soon. Just a few minutes and then it's over for the night. It's never gotten in. Just don't look. Let me know if you need me to come over after or tomorrow." 2:45. So close. "Okay, 5 minutes. I can do that. Thank you. I think I'll get the shades. The blinds aren't good enough. Dave. That's a good idea. Tell Cow hi for me. I sat for another couple of minutes, and then the tapping stopped, all at once. There was no rustling of something moving away, just silence. I pulled a slightly disgruntled cow up closer to me. With my anxiety through the roof, I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Dave caught me in the morning. You did well. That was worse than it normally is. I could hear it from mine. Let me know if you need help with those blinds. He waved and was on his way before I could respond. He liked talking about these things even less than the others. I couldn't blame him. I stopped to get blinds after work and didn't forget to put my earbuds in again. Things continued as they had. Work, hike, play with Cow. I was making enough at my new job to be fine, but I had spent most of my savings to suddenly move. I stopped at the local bar and started taking some shifts Friday nights, Saturdays, or Sundays. This was a smaller town, so even with a later shift, I had about half an hour by the time I got home to get inside safely. I was busy and tired, but it would be worth it. I would feel better having savings again, but I was just getting so tired. Finally, last Friday night, I was exhausted. That type of bone tired that sinks deep into your skeleton, so drained that a minor inconvenience could make you start crying. I worked every day for 3 weeks. I got home after my bar shift, 12:35. All I had to do was drag my tired butt in the house and pass out for the night. The next thing I remember is how uncomfortable I felt. My eyes snapped open. Fuck, I fell asleep. How long had it been? I had only just got home, right? I was in my own driveway with plenty of time to get in. I looked at my phone. 2:24. Fuck me. I heard something right by me. Before I could stop myself, I was looking over. All I saw were fingertips just barely placed onto my driver's side window. The rest of the hand was obscured by the door. Then there was movement. What seemed to be branches started to move. They were turning towards my car. One gnarled point making contact with my window and scraping along it. I slammed my eyes shut. One hand desperately pulled my hood over my head, and the other covered my mouth, willing my breath to get under control and not have a full-blown panic attack. I hadn't really seen anything, right? It didn't see me look. All I saw were fingertips. It could have been a normal person who got lost and ended up here. After all, the noises didn't come every night. Those weren't antlers. It was a trick of the darkness. But then, what had made the shrill scraping come from right outside? And those were fingertips, but they were too long and rough. Worn, cracked, and dirty. I curled in my seat, trying not to scream, my eyes squeezed shut. Antlers like bark, but hard enough to damage the metal, burned into my mind. There was a slap. I bit into my lip hard enough to bleed, but I didn't scream. It sounded like a hand slamming into my door, beside the other fingertips. I could hear heavy breathing. My chest ached. It felt like my heart would give out before anything else had a chance to happen. My stomach lurched as my car rocked, hard. Tears and snot soaked my hoodie. Another slam on the car and it rocked again. It felt like if it hit any harder, the glass would break. What were the rules here? Could it get in? It really seemed to be trying. A different slam echoed through my bones. The sick sound was like a head against glass, antlers scratching on the metal frame above. It slammed its head again. There was nothing I could do. Again. It wasn't in yet, and I figured my best bet was to stay down and keep my eyes shut. Again. The car rocked, gentler this time, and the slamming stopped. I couldn't open my eyes. I didn't think it was long enough. It couldn't be 3 o'clock yet, but it was so hard to tell. Minutes felt like hours. Time was dripping by like cold molasses. How long had it stopped to stare in at me before its assault? I could hear it walking about, pacing around the car, until it started to fade out. Then I heard hooves on pavement. Metal squealed and glass cracked. I screamed. Dead silence. I continued to lay curled on my side. Nothing more came. I heard Miss Jules calling me and running. I didn't dare open my eyes. It took a few minutes of convincing, but I finally held my phone up and looked. 3:12. I started uncontrollably sobbing. Fear and relief racked my body, and I laid there shaking badly, my stomach in knots. I was eventually able to unlock my door. Miss Jules ripped it open and held me in her arms. We cried together. That was nearly a month ago. I thought I'd leave that day, but I'm still here. Where else would I go? I have kind, caring neighbors. My home is nice. I talk with Miss Jules, Dave checks in on me, I hike with Kayla, and I hold Cal close. I did quit working at the bar that day. I'll never go out at night again. I sleep with earbuds and a white noise machine. My bedroom windows are shuttered tight from the inside as soon as it starts to get dark. I know I should be grateful for a chill job at an ice rink, especially as we gear up for a scorching summer. I'm thinking about quitting though. I'm too creeped out to go back there. I needed a summer job, and I was a little surprised by the lack of competition for a gig at the local rink. My first day was right after the interview. The pay wasn't great, but the expectations weren't bad either. Help customers, keep the place clean, restock the restrooms, that sort of work. The most important task was a team effort. Keep the rink temperature below freezing at all times. That made sense. It's an ice rink, not a swimming pool. At regular intervals, I'd check the thermostat to make sure the rink remained between 19 and 29 degrees Fahrenheit. Doing so ensured that the main room was always nice and chilly. My own frosty oasis in the middle of town. My boss was the face of the business, so he was usually up front serving guests, or back in his office. Whenever he came out, he'd check the rink's temperature, even if I had just checked it myself. One day, I clocked in a few minutes late and found the boss hustling toward the thermostat. He seemed startled when he noticed me. "Seen anybody around here yet?" he asked. I checked the clock to see that we were still nearly an hour away from opening. "Not yet," I said. "Good," he smiled. Then he asked me to help set up a new game in the arcade. It was a massive cabinet, big screen, 2-seater bench with huge speakers. The delivery men rolled it in and moved it into place, so now it was time to plug it in and see how it ran. I plugged in the power cord and fired up the cabinet. The screen flickered. The speakers roared to life, and the whole place went dark. I looked out into the main room to see the boss sprinting for the breaker box. The girl at the concession counter dropped what she was doing and disappeared into the kitchen. I left the arcade to apologize for the mishap, and then I noticed the smell. It was like someone left meat out and went on vacation. The stench was heavy and sickening, so strong I could taste it. I figured it must have come from the kitchen. My boss was in the back, sweating bullets at the breaker box. "The wiring's screwy," he said when he saw me. "One thing goes wrong and the whole place loses power." He snapped a few switches back into place and closed the box. Behind us, machines hummed again. He sighed and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's just an old building, that's all," he said. He checked the thermostat and stayed by the rink until it was time to open. The smell had mostly dissipated by the time customers started filtering in, but it was hard to forget. It was still in my clothes when I went home. A few days later, the boss had to run errands, leaving me and the concession girl to hold the fort down. Everything seemed fine at first, but then a group of kids approached me from the arcade. They said the new cabinet wasn't working right. The screen kept freezing and they couldn't get their quarters back. My boss had briefly showed me how to troubleshoot these machines, so I did what I could to diagnose the problem. It took longer than I'd like to admit. I wasn't hesitant to unplug the game and restart it, but I tried everything I could to get the game working again. If I had to refund a few quarters, I imagined the boss wouldn't mind. At some point, I realized I was sweating. I dressed warm for work since the main room stays in the mid-50s, but I suddenly felt too hot. I told the kids I'd be right back and tried not to look conspicuous as I made my way to the rink thermostat. 30 degrees, still below freezing. I returned to the arcade to realize that it was the air conditioner that was struggling. It was blazing hot outside, and our AC was fighting hard to keep the room cool. I finally got the game up and running, then ran by the concession counter for lunch. The late afternoon rush kicked in, and I was on my feet for hours. Without the boss up front, I was renting out skates, checking the restrooms, and doing my best to keep the new arcade game running. I didn't get a moment to catch my breath until closing time. I shut off the lights and flipped the front door sign from open to closed, then realized it had been hours since I checked the rink thermostat. I knew I had to take a look before I left for the night. 35 degrees. Not great, but not terrible. I adjusted the target temperature and waited until the system started pumping more coolant beneath the ice. I headed back to the door, but stopped at the hallway to the restrooms. There was someone standing at the end of the hall. I was startled, but more than anything, I just wanted to go home. "We're closed," I said. "I have to lock up now." He didn't move. "Do you need to use the restroom first?" I thought maybe he wasn't feeling well. Concession food can be rough on some people's stomachs. He turned to face me. The hall was dark, except for the exit light over my head, which cast a dim red glow over his face. His head hung low, and he wore a vacant expression, like he was asleep on his feet. Then he lifted his head to look at me. I didn't say a word. The more I stared, the more the features of his face seemed to be out of place, like it was just a mask. His eyes looked cloudy in the red light, but I could tell that he was looking at me. Then, an intense shiver came over me. It was an ice-cold chill that pierced to my core. It had to be fear, but I wrapped my arms close to warm up. Then he was gone. I looked behind me, then back at the hall. There was no one there. I didn't stick around to check the restrooms. I got out as soon as I could. The next day I told my boss about the man in the hall. He listened quietly and took a while before speaking. "What did he look like?" he asked. I described the lifeless face and the dull eyes, feeling a hint of a chill just recalling it. "And he was dressed a little outdated?" I thought about it. The man wore a suit, but maybe the lapels were a little too big. The pants flared a bit wide. That wasn't what concerned me at the time, though. Maybe so. My boss nodded. "Did the ice rink go above freezing yesterday?" "It did," I said, "but I fixed it before leaving last night." "We've got to keep an eye on it," he said. Then he left for his office. "You'll see people like that around here. It'll be okay. Just keep an eye on the rink." I looked over to the concession counter. My coworker had been listening. She only met my eyes for a second. Then she went about her work. We'd be opening soon, and the heat was sure to drive a crowd our way. It was a brutal summer, and when the temperatures rise so high, everybody blasts their AC. It puts a serious strain on the power grid. Yesterday, we tipped the meter too far. The power went out across downtown. My boss went out to fire up the generator, telling me to make sure nobody went near the ice. At first, customers sat in the dining area and waited to see if the power would return. I couldn't blame them. The air was still cool, and anything was better than going back out into the heat. As the days went on, though, the chill faded and there was no point in sticking around. Our customers left, and it was just me and my coworker. Our boss clearly wasn't going to get the generator up and running anytime soon, so I hoped that he would just let us go. My coworker went outside to ask. The air was starting to turn muggy, so I went to check the thermostat. It had a backup battery, so I could at least see the rink's temperature. 40 degrees. It was only going to climb from there. With my back to the ice, I felt something move just behind me. The stench of spoiled meat returned, thick in the humid air. My legs quivered, but I ran for the door. I was in a hurry, so I decided to cut through the ice rink. That was a stupid idea. I started slipping immediately and fell hard on my back. I looked up into a crowd of dead faces. There were dozens of them. Dead, bloody bodies, all standing on the ice. Their faces were frozen in horrified silent howls, while some looked as if they had been beaten or crushed. They all watched me with pale, cloudy eyes. I heard myself scream, and I scrambled for footing. I fell again and again, trying to crawl across the ice. Finally, I reached the other side and bolted to the exit. As I pushed through the doors, I could see that my coworker's car was gone. She had the right idea. I didn't stop to lock up. I took today off and called my boss to tell him what happened. He didn't question any of it. He seemed to know what was going on, so I asked for an explanation. "You know the gravel lot down the street?" he asked. "There used to be an office building there. It collapsed years ago, when I was just a kid. A lot of people died." I had never heard the whole story before. Apparently, there were so many casualties, the local morgue was overwhelmed. They had to store the bodies at the ice rink to keep them cool. They were there on the ice for days, until they could be moved or identified. Now I understand what I saw, but that doesn't make it any better. I don't want to go to work tomorrow. The air in Valentine's Morrow hung heavy with an otherworldly tension as I navigated the narrow, cobblestone streets. The quaint town seemed frozen in time, with vintage lampposts casting eerie shadows and the ancient buildings whispering secrets of a forgotten era. I had recently moved to this peculiar place, seeking solace in a town that promised a slower pace of life. Little did I know, Valentine's Morrow held a dark secret, one that would soon unravel my world. I, Jonathan Hartman, was your average guy with an affinity for solitude. My move to Valentine's Morrow was meant to be a fresh start, a quiet escape from the hustle and bustle of city life. The townsfolk, however, seemed to possess an unnatural devotion to a celebration I knew nothing about, Valentine's Day. The first sign of trouble appeared on the morning of February 14th. I awoke to find my mailbox overflowing with vibrant red envelopes adorned with heart-shaped symbols. Confused, I tossed them aside, dismissing them as an eccentric local tradition. Little did I realize the gravity of my oversight. As the day unfolded, the town began to transform. Streets once tranquil transformed into bustling lanes adorned with heart-shaped decorations. Shopkeepers displayed an array of love-themed merchandise, and the townsfolk donned attire resembling Cupid's ensemble. Ignorantly, I continued my routine, oblivious to the impending disaster. It was in the quaint coffee shop, Love Brews, that I first encountered the intensity of Valentine's Morrow's obsession. The barista, a middle-aged woman with piercing blue eyes, stared at me as if I had committed a grave sin. Her words were laced with both concern and disbelief.
"You're not wearing red."
She pointed out, her tone accusing. I chuckled nervously, glancing at my plain blue shirt. "Is there some dress code for today?" She sighed, her eyes narrowing.
"Valentine's Day isn't just a celebration here. It's a way of life. Forgetting to wear red is like turning your back on the heart of this town. You need to get changed."
Confused, I left the coffee shop, vowing to pay more attention to local customs, as I desperately wanted to fit in. Little did I know, this was only the beginning. As the day progressed, I noticed a growing unease amongst the townspeople. Murmurs of disappointment and frustration filled the air. It wasn't until I overheard a hushed conversation in the town square that the gravity of my ignorance struck me.
The outsider forgot about Valentine's Day.
A woman whispered, casting accusing glances in my direction. A sense of dread washed over me, realizing I had unwittingly defied a tradition that was more than just a celebration. It was the lifeblood of Valentine's Morrow. The clock struck midnight, marking the end of Valentine's Day, and that's when all hell broke loose. The once charming town transformed into a nightmarish landscape. Eerie shadows danced in the moonlight, and ghostly whispers filled the air, seemingly following my every step. I stumbled upon a group of townspeople engaged in a ritualistic ceremony. Their eyes filled with an otherworldly glow. The town's mayor, draped in a crimson robe, approached me with a solemn expression. I was concerned with nowhere to go.
"You have defied the heart of Valentine's Morrow,"
he declared, his voice echoing through the night. I pleaded for forgiveness, explaining my ignorance about the town's customs. The mayor's gaze, however, remained unforgiving.
"Valentine's Day is not just a celebration. It is our pact with the supernatural forces that keep this town alive. Without it, chaos ensues."
As he spoke, the ground beneath us trembled, and grotesque creatures emerged from the shadows. The townsfolk, now possessed by an otherworldly force, surrounded me with malicious intent. In a desperate attempt to appease the enraged entities, the mayor proposed a solution. I had to perform a ritual to restore the balance and reaffirm my commitment to the town's traditions. With trembling hands, I followed their instructions, hoping to salvage what remained of my sanity. They put a red robe over me and started the ritual. They sang haunting songs about love and hearts bound together. It was all in an ancient language, but I somehow knew what they said, each word filling me with dread. One of the creatures approached me, and I recoiled in horror.
"Do not reject her!"
cried the mayor, so with all the strength I had left, I stood my ground. Before my eyes it transformed into the most beautiful woman I had ever seen, and she placed a heart locket in my hand.
"Do you promise to wear this and keep our traditions alive, mortal?"
I promise," I stuttered, and immediately the locket burned a heart shape in my hand.
"Very well,"
she said with a glint in her eyes.
"Remember, you will be spared only once."
As the last word left her lips, the town fell silent. The creatures retreated, and the possessed townsfolk returned to their normal selves. The mayor nodded in approval, a glimmer of relief in his eyes.
"You are lucky to be spared, outsider. Remember, in Valentine's Morrow, love is not just a choice, but a necessity for survival. You are one of us now."
I left the town the next day, haunted by the supernatural encounter. Valentine's Morrow, with its dark secret and arcane traditions, was a place I could never forget. As I was driving my car, I could swear all eyes of the town were on me, and I heard a faint whisper traveling with the wind.
"See you next year."
On the morning of the 32nd day of Sun Year, Landwin donned his leather tunic and trousers, just as he did the day before, and as he would do so tomorrow. He followed the stiff trousers with cuisses around his thighs, and greaves to protect his shins. Upon his upper body, he first slipped into a worn breastplate that covered him front and back to the bottom of his ribcage. The leather straps were thick and wide to avoid biting into his shoulders. Next came an oversized pauldron on his right shoulder, painted a vibrant yellow with an intricate sun embossed on the surface. He pulled his rare braces into place above his elbow and his vambraces over his forearms, until finally he cinched the straps firmly into place and began moving through a basic swordsman's form.
Satisfied with the fit of each piece of worn steel, he fastened his sword to his hip. The sword was slightly shorter than most, much better for fighting in a crowd. Wouldn't want a swing to go wide and slice an innocent, but it was expertly balanced and freshly sharpened. The golden crossguard was flat and 2 inches wider than his fist in both directions. What was once a gleaming masterpiece had become a scarred reminder of why he needed it. Landwin took the last bit of a stale loaf of bread in his teeth as he lifted the iron latch and pushed open his door. The sun had just crested the mountains, and the street was mostly empty, save for the baker preparing for the morning crowd. He locked his door behind him and made his way up the hill towards the castle at its peak. The street began to awaken as he made his way on the roughly 20-minute walk. Shops opened and children played in frost-covered courtyards. His breath steamed as he climbed the last step to the castle gates. Jor and Ban stood watch at the gates today, almost indistinguishable with their matching armor and shared features. He knew the brothers well and greeted them both as they pushed the gates open for him. He crossed the courtyard and ascended the steps to the great hall. Harthen stood sentry at the door and requested his writ of summons. Landwin handed over the parchment, sealed with the same sigil of his pauldron. Harthen pushed open the wooden door after he was satisfied with the authenticity of the writ, and let Landwin inside. The hall was empty, save for the celestial guard and the king himself. Landwin crossed the great hall and kneeled before the throne. "Your Majesty, I am honored to receive your summons," Landwin said.
"You have done well, Sir Wrath. I am most pleased with your service as a peace knight,"
said the king. "Thank you, sir. Your praise is most valuable to me," Landwin said as he bowed his head again.
"Baron Jallo tells me you have a particular aptitude for inquest,"
said the king. "I do my best to serve your will, your Majesty," Landwin said.
"Your service is required on a task of utmost importance to the kingdom. Should you accept, you will be granted any resource you require. Should you succeed, you will want for nothing for the rest of your life. You will receive land, riches, and I will personally name you Duke of your house,"
the king said. Becoming a duke was unheard of for his station. Being knighted was one thing, but for him to become a duke, he would be as powerful as a man as one could be in the kingdom, save for the king himself. His excitement dampened as he considered what could be worth such an outlandish reward. Surely no one of his background had ever become a duke in the Sun Kingdom. "Pardon my frankness, your Majesty, but what task could be so important? I do not wish to insult, but this seems a prize too grand for a humble servant such as myself," Landwin said.
"I understand your apprehension, Peace Knight. However, it is no simple task I ask of you. Had I the ability to take care of it myself, I would not be here. Yet, not even my own celestial guard has been successful,"
the king answered. Landwin saw no change in their demeanor, but he could sense the guard's tension as the king spoke.
"My daughter has been taken from me,"
the king continued. What Landwin first thought was confidence in the king, he could now see was a mask.
"There have been 147 other knights that have disappeared from the Sun Kingdom seemingly overnight. Not a trace of where they are. They leave their homes and they don't come back,"
the king said, his voice trembling on the last words. "Why have I not heard this? 147 gone, including the princess, and the people are completely unaware?" Landwin retorted. The vulnerability that Landwin saw in the king disappeared in an instant, replaced with the fierceness for which he had gained his reputation.
"This information has been kept to a select group of my trusted advisors. The family and friends of the victims have been sworn to silence. We cannot have this information getting out to the common people. There would be chaos in the Sun Kingdom, and I will not have it. Fear and panic will only make it more difficult to find those we have lost,"
the king declared in finality. I will need the names of everyone that has been reported missing, Landwin stated. And I will need to speak to everyone associated with them. Friends, siblings, shopkeepers, beggars. This will take much time, Your Majesty. The king descended the stairs towards Landwin and put a hand on his left shoulder. He leaned in and spoke in a voice so quiet it was almost a whisper.
My daughter is gone, Sir Wrath. My daughter. 3 days she's been gone, and we have not the faintest idea of where she is. No inquest has brought us even a step closer to her in 3 days. You will have any resource, any tool, any horse, any man. Just bring my daughter home.
Landwin could feel the mania in the man. Only now that he was face to face could he see the signs of sleep loss on the king. I will do everything in my power, sir, Landwin assured as he saluted his king.
Thank you, Sir Wrath. I knew you would not let me down,
replied the monarch.
Liliana disappeared against all my efforts. She had a full retinue of soldiers day and night. She was never left unattended, yet she went into her quarters and never came out.
The royal continued. Who is in charge of her guard? Landwin asked.
Sir Sinhild, commander of my celestial guard.
The king answered as Sir Sinhild stepped toward Landwin.
It was myself and 4 of my men, Peace Knight.
Come with me then, you and the 4 men in charge of her guard. I will need to trace her steps on that night exactly, Landwin replied. He followed the men towards Liliana's quarters. He noted the position of the room relative to the overall layout of the keep, northeast corner, which meant that it was at least a few hundred feet off the ground. This would mean she couldn't have gone out through a window, unless there was a rope. There was a minuscule possibility that a 16-year-old girl could climb down a 200-foot rope. However, he couldn't rule it out without more information. They arrived at the room and Landwin entered the chambers. The room was larger than he expected. End to end, it was bigger than his own house, which was considered quite substantial for someone of his rank. The princess's bed lay against the east wall and was constructed with 4 sturdy oak corner posts. If she had climbed down a rope, this would have been the most likely anchor point. But then, someone would have to remove the rope. He walked over to the bed and pushed open the closet window. The drop was sheer, and he knew that even he would have struggled to make such a climb. Was she accompanied by anyone the night she disappeared? A chamberlain, or a washwoman perhaps? Landwin asked.
No, Sir Wrath. She was unattended. It was not unusual for the girl. I would say she was unattended a majority of the time.
Sinhild answered. And was her chamber empty when she arrived? Landwin asked.
Of course, sir. 2 of my men searched the room prior to our arrival, and I searched them again once she was safely inside. There was no one in the room. I'm sure of it.
Sinhild answered. Who stood watch once she was settled? Landwin asked.
I did, sir.
Sinhild replied. And no one came or went throughout the night? Landwin asked.
Not a soul. I'm sure of that. Me and Heb stood in front of her door till morning, and the others stood on the other side of that door in the hallway. We only noticed she was gone when one of the servants came to fetch her for breakfast. We knocked on the door, but she didn't answer. We knocked, and I yelled for her again, but she still didn't answer. I feared she may have been in one of her delusions again, so I rushed into the room, and she was gone. Nowhere to be found.
Sinhild answered solemnly. What delusions does she suffer from? Landwin asked. Sinhild lowered his voice and leaned in so that the others wouldn't hear.
The king doesn't like us to talk about it. Few of the staff actually know about the delusions. She used to just talk to herself when she thought that no one could hear. For a while, she would even writhe on the floor like someone who suffered from fits of the mind. The healer said she was not actually afflicted with fits of the mind, that it was a result of losing her mother, and that she was truly just suffering from the alienation of her father. But things got really bad one night, and it looked like she was going to throw herself out of that window over there,
he said, pointing to the window Landwin had inspected earlier. So what happened since then? Landwin asked.
What do you mean, sir?
Synhild replied. I mean that she is about to kill herself and the king doesn't have her restrained day and night. There must have been some switch in behavior, Landwin clarified.
Well, yes, sir, there was. I'm honestly not really sure what happened, to tell you the truth. All I know is that the king summoned the healer again, and personally accompanied him to Liliana's quarters. She had been restrained in there, you see, and no one was to be around her. Strict order from the king, and after the healer went in the last time, she was a different person. Like she was before the delusions. She was sweet and friendly again,
answered Synhild. So it took Liliana's near death to finally get the king's attention? Landwin scoffed in disbelief.
I suppose it did. After the final day with the healer, he had regular meals and even walks with Liliana.
Poor child. She loses her mother and her father abandons her? No wonder she acted strange. Landwin thought to himself. He continued to ponder how any child would have likely acted the same, noble or not. Well, I find it hard to believe she could have climbed down the castle wall herself, Landwin stated. So there must be another way in and out of the room. Landwin began walking along the west wall, inspecting the stones.
What are you looking for, sir?
Synhild asked. I'm looking for another way out of here, Landwin stated.
Sir, I assure you that we would know if there was any other way out,
insisted Synhild. Either this girl climbed down a 300-foot disappearing rope, you and your men snuck her out of the castle, without anyone else seeing or hearing her for seemingly no reason, I might add, or there is another way out of this cursed room, Landwin snapped. Synhild recoiled, surprised at the outburst.
Of course, sir. My apologies.
Landwin tore through the room, moving chairs, rugs, and even picture frames from the wall. He stepped in the northwestern corner of the room and crouched down, looking at something on the floor. Has a servant cleaned this room since Liliana's disappearance? Landwin asked.
No, sir. King's orders that it remained untouched,
Synhild answered. Strange, Landwin thought. He continued to run his bare finger against the stone on the floor. On it was a thin layer of gray dust.
What is it, sir?
Synhild asked eagerly. Landwin didn't answer, and instead ran his fingers across the floor again, more slowly. There were scratches there, almost invisible on the rough stone, but he could feel the ridges there on his bare finger.
What is it, Peace Knight? Please, I must know,
Synhild pleaded. Landwin put his hand against the large stone he crouched in front of. The stone was removed from the wall. I'm guessing that was how she was taken, Landwin said. Synhild's face darkened as he put the pieces together. Someone must have come through that stone from outside the room. There would be no way to get it open from inside the room. What's on the other side of this wall? Landwin asked.
It's just the servant quarters, I believe,
Synhild answered. Curse it all, Landwin seethed, as he paced around the room to work through his frustration. We need to know where this leads, but without specific knowledge of the construction of the castle, we will waste too much time, Landwin lamented. He continued pacing, then looked back at the stone. It couldn't be that heavy, or no man would be able to move it in the first place. Yet there is no possible way to pull it from this side. Synhild, I need a warhammer, and fast, Landwin commanded. Synhild ordered a man down the corridor, and he returned holding 2 warhammers. They were roughly 4 feet long, with a small iron head and a 3-inch spike on the back. The man tossed one to Landwin, and he began swinging at the stone. After roughly an hour had passed, Landwin was covered in gray dust that stuck to his sweaty face and neck. Synhild traded places with him, as they had been doing when one of them got tired. The small surface area of the hammer decimated the stone surface, but it didn't have enough weight to make significant cracks. Even still, they had managed to get through a few inches of the stone, but they would need to move faster if they wanted to save Liliana. I'm ready, Landwin said, standing once again. Synhild agreed and stepped back, drenched with sweat. Landwin spun the hammer in his hand so he could attack the corners of the stone with the spike. After a few dedicated swings, he could see that he made it through.
The stone was around 6 inches thick, and he could see nothing but darkness through the hole he had made. He jammed the handle of the hammer into the side of the stone and pried it out of place. The stone was larger on the side facing the room than it was in the opening. This taper, coupled with the fact that there were no handholds inside the room, required that it had been moved from inside the tunnel.
It's like a cork for a bottle of ale,
Sinhild discovered, inspecting the geometry of the stone as Landwin pried it from the wall. The back of the stone had 2 handholds cut into the rock.
The king will want to know about this. I need to go,
Sinhild stated. There is no time, Sinhild. Besides, I may need your aid. I don't know what I might find in there, Landwin corrected.
Hardly a man would fit in there, Peace Knight, let alone 2.
Sinhild argued. He was right, and Landwin knew it. The opening was barely 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide. It must open up further on. I doubt whoever took the princess would be able to do so effectively if they had to crawl the entire cursed way, Landwin spat.
Of course, Sir Actar. Take news of this to the king. Inform him that we will not return until a tunnel has been searched,
Sinhild ordered. Actar nodded and ran to deliver the news. Landwin pulled a torch from the wall and lit it with a sparker from his trouser pockets. He pushed the torch into the opening. Nothing but cobwebs, Sinhild, he said as he crouched down and walked into the wall. Sinhild followed closely behind as the passageway opened up, a few feet from the opening. They both stood as Landwin held the torch high, inspecting the wall. Covered in cobwebs, the passageway was free of any adornment, containing only bare stone and torches spaced far apart down the corridor. As they spun, inspecting the wall to their right, they caught sight of a pattern scraped into the stone. It was a triangle, point down, with an X in the middle of it. There was a line down the center that extended past the tip of the triangle, along with 2 other vertical lines dividing the triangle into 4 equal proportions. They did not reach as far as the middle line, but still passed the confines of the triangle.
What is this?
A symbol. Someone wants us to know they have her, Landwin said. We need to move fast. If my fear is correct, this is an escape tunnel built in case of an attack on the castle. The trail could go cold once we find the exit, Landwin warned. The men sprinted down the corridor, watching carefully for any doors or intersecting hallways. They found nothing until they reached a point where the 4 hallways became one. This must be the exit, Landwin said, pointing at the wall before them.
I don't understand,
Sinhild stated, puzzled. Landwin looked back at the man and replied, I would be willing to bet that the king doesn't know about this. You notice that the stone could only be moved in one direction?
I suppose so,
Sinhild answered. The stone was likely hewn specifically to seal the opening and not to be used as an exit again. They would have pulled it into place from inside the wall, then sealed this exit after closing off each room. All of these hallways likely lead to similar stones in similar rooms, Landwin answered.
Why would they seal them up then? Does that not render them useless?
Sinhild asked. Indeed it would, Sir Sinhild. However, it also creates the risk of an assassin having direct access to every royal in the castle. This was likely sealed from the outside, never to be reached again, as well as each room being cut off from accessing it. A good plan as long as no one finds a way in, Landwin said.
If the king didn't even know about it, how would anyone else?
Sinhild asked. That's a good question, Sinhild. Whoever had knowledge of this didn't use it without proper planning. There may be something bigger at play here, Landwin said forebodingly. He inspected what would have been the exit to the escape tunnel. Pushing on the stone, they shifted out of place, falling outward. Behind the rock wall were dense vines. Landwin pushed them apart like a curtain and stepped outside the castle. There was a narrow path, enough for one man to walk comfortably. This was all that separated him from a cliff's edge above the rough seas. He knew that he stood on the north side of the castle, and that the path was designed for the castle guard to make their patrol rounds. These stones were restacked hastily, and whoever took Liliana used the cover of the storm 3 nights back to make their move. A brilliant maneuver, if I am to be blunt about it. Heavy rain and thunder would mask the noise made upon entry into the castle and her room.
No patrols would be making rounds in this area of the grounds, as the risk of a fall this close to the cliff would be high, and the vines even hid the entry wound. Landwin said with an exasperated laugh.
This was all well planned. Too well planned. Whoever did this had intimate knowledge of the castle that even the king doesn't have. And beyond that basic guard duty, schedules and routes. Whatever man did this knows too much to be an outsider. He must reside in the castle to have such knowledge.
Sinhild said. He rubbed his forehead and slumped against the wall of the castle, his eyes a blank stare. Landwin knew what he must be thinking. It wouldn't be just anyone. It would be one of Sinhild's own men. No common servant would know enough to pull this off, let alone have the strength to tear down the castle wall, even if it was just a patch. I'm not so certain, Sinhild. You are forgetting about the 147 other disappearances. I don't suspect any of your men would be unnoticed if they were absent that often. But we do need to take this to the king, Landwin asserted. Sinhild was on his feet a moment later, and they raced back through the corridor to Liliana's bedroom. The men burst into the room and said nothing to the stunned guards who had stayed behind. Landwin fell back and followed Sinhild's lead as he raced to where the king would be. Sinhild exploded into the sitting room, scaring a servant woman half to death. The two guards that stood beside the king as he read brandished mirror-polished side swords in alarm.
What is going on? Have you found her?
The king said.
Everyone out. We will speak with the king alone.
Sinhild barked to the occupants in the room. The servant woman was out without so much as a breath, and Sinhild caught one of the men by the shoulder as he fled.
Find Heb, Akhtar, and Joel. They should be in Liliana's quarters. Send them here as soon as possible.
The guard nodded as he fled from the room.
What is the meaning of this?
The king asked.
Your safety may be at risk, your grace.
Sinhild answered. He told the man everything that was uncovered, and who may be a suspect.
I don't care who you think did it, Sir Sinhild. I just want my daughter back.
The king declared.
We must still think of your personal protection, your majesty. I can only vouch for Sirs Heb, Akhtar, and Joel. They were with me on the night she disappeared, and thus would have been unable to commit this atrocity. Furthermore, I believe any knight on duty wouldn't have been able to either. An absence long enough to do all of that would have been noticed.
Sinhild said. The king looked to Landwin and pleaded with the man.
Sarath, I trust my guards, and I don't care if my life is in jeopardy. Please, just look into these other disappearances. I think they will lead you to her faster than this waste of time.
Your grace, this is hardly a waste of time. Your life may be at risk.
Sinhild replied.
Fine, Sir Sinhild. Hold your inquest of my guard, and in the meantime I will rely on Sir Heb. Akhtar or Joel will provide me protection.
The king instructed.
Thank you, your majesty.
Sinhild accepted graciously.
Will you look into the other disappearances, Sir Wrath?
The king asked. Of course, your majesty, Landwin assured. Landwin pulled Sinhild to the side, just outside the room once they were replaced with the other guards. The king may not think he is at risk, but this has all painted a very grim picture, Landwin confessed.
I don't know what's gotten into him. As much as it pains me to say it, the Celestial Guard has more opportunity than anyone to kidnap the princess.
Sinhild replied. They may have had more opportunity to kidnap her, but that doesn't explain the others. I think looking into the other disappearances will give us much-needed answers. Landwin continued.
I will do my best with the guard, Peace Knight. Yet, I am worried that this will be vastly more difficult than you may think. I know every man in this guard, and I find it hard to believe anyone would have the motive, despite what even the evidence suggests.
Sinhild stated. This is our best chance at finding her, Sinhild. Do what you can and leave no stone unturned. Send for me when you have something, and hopefully I will have some answers as well. And one more thing, Sinhild, Landwin answered.
Yes, sir?
Sinhild asked. When disease is spread in the body, it is often better to abandon it than to risk the whole. Do you understand? Landwin asked.
I do, sir.
Sinhild answered solemnly. Good man. Landwin said to Sinhild as he parted and made his way from the castle. The king's clerks had written him a list of everyone that had gone missing and the days that they were last seen. A young man passed him the list, along with a writ of inquest. Both had the king's sun mark cast in yellow wax. Landwin inspected the list as he moved down the castle steps. The list was extensive, containing names, dates, locations, and testimonies from those close to the victims. The king may have hid the kidnappings from the common folk, but Landwin knew it was not something that he took lightly. He continued to scan the list for anything that stood out to him. I'll need to start closest to the castle if I want to have any chance at finding the girl before it's too late, he thought to himself. As he looked over the list for the third time, he noticed a pattern he had not seen on his initial read. The oldest kidnappings were those closest to the castle grounds. The pattern deviated slightly, and wasn't perfect, but as he looked over the pages again, it stuck out like a noble in a beggar's den. But why would Liliana be the latest one taken? All the others in this area were taken well before she was, Landwin thought, unless she was the prize all along, and our kidnapper was testing the king's reaction. But then why continue to abduct the common folk? If Liliana was the target, there had been no ransom asked of the king. None of this makes sense. His thoughts continued as he made his way toward the house of the first victim. According to the king's note, she had been missing for roughly 5 months. Landwin growled to himself as he hustled down the busy street. Keeping this from the people is irresponsible and dangerous. Poor fools are strolling about without a care in the world, not knowing that this could be the last day they ever see in the sun. Landwin thought bitterly. He pushed down the thoughts as he reached the home. He banged on the door until a man in his early 40s opened it. "Can I help you?" the man said gruffly. His clothes were disheveled and dirty, and his hair looked thin and patchy. "I hope so, Goodman. I'm here to inquire about Adelaide. This was her home, if my information is correct. Do you know her?" Landwin asked. The man's eyes went glassy, and Landwin noticed a small tremor had manifested in his right arm. "She is my wife. I haven't seen her in 5 months, and I thought the king had forgotten about me," the man said. "He has not forgotten you. The investigation is still underway, and I need you to tell me everything that could be relevant," Landwin stated. "I already told the Celestial Guard everything, and I didn't tell a soul, just like I promised. What have they been doing all this time? And why would they send you, a man without any knowledge of the situation, 5 cursed months later?" the man snapped at Landwin. "I know what you told the guard, but that isn't what I'm here for. If you ever want your wife back, you will tell me everything of relevance. Leave out one detail, and you may as well sign your wife's writ of death, if she isn't already dead," Landwin replied coldly. He didn't know if the man had left anything out of his testimony, but in his experience, there was always something left out. Pushing on this man's guilt would simply be his most effective route to something useful. The man's eyes filled with tears as he gestured for Landwin to enter the home. "Please sit down, Peace Knight," he said as he offered Landwin a chair. Landwin reclined into the wooden furniture next to the man and surveyed the small dwelling. "Now please, tell me everything you think could be relevant," Landwin insisted. The man recounted the information Landwin had already read in the report, where Adelaide had worked, who she came in contact with on a given day, her typical route home, where she preferred to eat and drink. Landwin would have usually begun an investigation with this information, but he knew in this case it would be a waste of time. If the Celestial Guard had already been here, all of these leads would have been searched thoroughly. Unless one of the Celestial Guards had taken Liliana, Landwin thought. He knew he didn't have time to investigate the way he normally did. Landwin interrupted the man. He knew there was something by his earlier reaction. "Adelaide liked to sneak off at night from time to time. I think she may have gone out the day she disappeared," the man confessed. "And why didn't you tell the guard this extremely important detail?" Landwin replied angrily. "I didn't know if I was right or not. I suspected that she was sneaking out to meet someone, but I didn't know who. She was always quiet, and I'm a real deep sleeper. I never caught her in the act. Things just seemed odd some mornings. She would have bags under her eyes, and her hair would be more unruly than it normally was. I guess I was just a bit embarrassed that I knew about her affair and didn't do anything, and I didn't think it would be important. I thought they'd bring her home and I could pretend I never knew. The man replied and began sobbing into his hands. "Oh, Adelaide," he cried. Landwin grabbed the man's shoulder and spoke to him as his tears settled. "I know that was hard, but this could be the information I needed to find her. You did well by your wife today," Landwin consoled. He stood and made for the door. The interaction didn't give him much more information than he already had, but it had given him a point to focus on. If the man's wife was out on the night she was taken, then that changed the dynamic of the kidnapper. Liliana was stolen from her home fully guarded, so perhaps this theory was correct after all. Liliana was always the target, and the culprit was either testing the reaction of the king or honing his skill. With so many other victims, testing the reaction of the king seemed like a slim possibility. What kind of person would plan to kidnap someone and then have to train themselves to do it? Everything was painting a picture that Landwin could not yet understand. He made his way toward the home of the 39th victim. As he walked, he noticed his shadow stretching long in the fading sunlight. The sun had almost fallen behind the mountains, and Landwin was startled, realizing how much of the day had already passed. It would be dark soon, and he didn't think it wise to work in the night, considering the circumstances. He reached the home shortly after, deciding this would be the last of his investigations for the day. He knocked on the wooden door and was greeted by a man in his late 60s. A woman stood behind him, tending to a stew pot above a crackling fire. The house was similar in construction to the first home he had visited, save for an extra bedroom door. "Hello, Goodman. I am here on official duty to inquire about William," Landwin stated while brandishing the writ of inquest he had received from the king. "Come in," the man said with a sigh. He looked as exhausted as he sounded, and Landwin felt no small sympathy for the man. William had been barely 14 and was their only child according to the king's account. "I will keep this brief. I don't wish to interrupt your supper. I see in your testimony that you gave the day your son disappeared that he had a tendency to disobey," Landwin stated. "That is unfortunately correct, sir. William is a good lad, but we could never keep up with him like other parents. He was so full of energy and life, and he didn't know how to rein it in. Can't blame the child, honestly. In our younger years it may have been a different story, but Lady Time gets us all in the end. William stopped asking us to run around with him, or even to help him make his meal, and with that he began to disobey. It was like he didn't need our help anymore, so he stopped listening to us too," the man said solemnly. "Did you enforce a curfew with William?" Landwin asked. "We tried, but the lad came and went as he pleased most of the time," the man replied. "Was he often out at night?" Landwin asked. "Well, yes, sir. I would say almost every night he was out," the man answered. "And why didn't you explain this in your testimony?" Landwin asked, more aggressively than he had intended. "We were worried it would get the lad into trouble, you see. What with the Celestial Guard looking into the matter and all, we thought he might be in trouble for breaking the king's curfew," the man answered. "I just have one more question." "What is it, sir?" the man asked. "Was William a healthy child?" Landwin asked. "Indeed he was, sir. I don't think he had suffered more than an annual cold for most of his life. Besides that, he was as healthy as a boy as any other," the man replied. "Thank you, Goodman. I know this may be hard to discuss again, but your efforts are vital to understanding what happened. The king has not forgotten you," Landwin assured. With that, he stood and left the home without another word. Landwin was frustrated with the omissions of these people. How could you leave out such important details? It was madness. Even so, he walked the roughly 30 minutes back to his house as the streets fell still. A few torches lined the area, and the sun had completely retreated behind the horizon. He unlocked his front door with his iron key and stepped inside. He felt his body sag as he shut and locked the door. His day had been filled with so much confusion and tragedy. He found himself thinking of Liliana as he changed out of his armor and into his sleeping garb. The poor girl must be frightened and alone, worried that she would never see her home or her father again. Landwin knew the pain of losing a mother all too well, and he understood why she had feigned delusions. He himself had done something just as foolish when he was a boy, but he had his father to cry with at night. Liliana did not. He couldn't shake the worry for the girl, and he knew his soul would not be at peace until she was found. He laid down on his bed, staring at the ceiling. He knew he had to sleep, but he couldn't shake the worry for the girl. After what felt like hours, he drifted into a dream. A large room surrounded him, lit with torches in all four corners. He stood alone on the edge of the room, too far from the light of the torches to be illuminated. He recognized this place, a nightmare from his past he wished to never see again. A gathering of people began walking around the dirt floor in a line. Landwin didn't recognize any of them, even though there were so many. Men and women, boys and girls, all encircled him. He spun around, watching them, trying to get a closer look at their faces, but they were too blurry to make out. He tried to yell, to ask what was going on, but he couldn't get the words out. As he searched the strangers, a teenage girl began leading the group. She had long brown hair, and as Landwin's vision finally focused on her face, he could see the resemblance to the king. It was Liliana. He had only seen the girl on rare occasions, when the nobles made an address to the people, but he had never been close enough to know what she had looked like. But there was no mistaking it now. That was Liliana. He was sure of it. "Liliana!" he yelled, but the words didn't escape his lips. The girl looked to him with an emotionless face. He tried to yell again in futility as she turned her head forward. Liliana led the group toward a black pit that had opened in the floor next to the torch. She was the first to reach the pit, where she fell beneath the dirt. The blood-curdling scream of the girl echoed through the chamber. She was followed shortly by the next in line. His scream added to the cacophony of her cry. Soul after soul followed her into the black hole, each one screaming as she did. Landwin covered his eyes, but he couldn't get the screams out of his head. Why would they do this? Why won't they stop? He needed to leave this room. He hated this place. He looked around the room for the exit, only to find his hands had become chained to the wall. "Not here," he pled. "Anywhere but here." He looked away from his hands to see Liliana standing before him. Her eyes filled with tears as she said,
"Why didn't you save me, Sir Wrath?"
Landwin bolted upright in his bed, dripping with sweat. "Not the church. I can't go back there," he said. His heart pounded, and his hand shook. Moonlight shone through the window, and he knew the sun would be far from rising. He sat on the edge of his bed until his heart stopped hammering and his hands settled. As the minutes passed and his mind calmed, Landwin confronted his initial panic. He stood up and threw on his leathers and armor. Despite his dread, he would have to go back to that wretched place once more. Landwin knew where he had to go. They would not be affected by the late hour. When you live in the underbelly of a grand society, opportunity never rests. So neither do you. He tore down the street at a near run towards the southern edge of the kingdom. Entering the slums was not advisable for a peace night, or anyone of sound mind for that matter. "You're kind of welcome in the slums." A drunk man spat at him as he approached. Landwin kicked the man in the chest, knocking him back down the alley he came from. He learned long ago that you had to establish authority quickly in the slums. He passed poorly built homes and vice dens. Anything a lowlife could want, from drink to women to gambling, was available here. Landwin detested this place. It was hard to believe such a dark stain could fester in the beauty of the Sun Kingdom. He searched for the only building he knew of in the slums that hadn't sprouted up as a result of the king's disregard for the area. The church stood stark against the rest of the city. Although it wasn't the largest building, it was the oldest and most sturdy. Thick stones and timbers that had held up for generations, well past the time that the church had been abandoned. Landwin walked in the wooden door at the front of the church and stepped inside. The church echoed as the door swung shut behind him. pews lined the center aisle, illuminated by moonlight through stained glass. A protective statue of a Sun Knight stood at the far side of the room, wearing the armor of a real Sun Knight and holding a greatsword tipped down. Behind the statue's protection was the Shrine of the Sun, which the Church and its followers had worshipped. The Church had little relevance these days, but the roots of the religion were the very basis of the Sun Kingdom, evidenced by the design on his very own pauldron. Landwin walked toward the door on the far right side of the statue. A past incident involving a woman that had been found chained up and completely decayed in the basement kept even the worst of men far from here. Landwin had immediately thought of the church when the king first told him of the disappearances. He thought of this place every time something evil crossed his path. The door opened easily, and he took the torch off the wall as he moved through the hallway. The torch was covered in dust, but he knew it should still ignite. The unsteady flame bathed the hallway in warm light. It was covered in cobwebs and dust, and was eerily the same as he remembered. He pulled open one of the cellar doors at the end of the hallway. A foul stench washed over him, and his eyes watered as he covered his nose. It was a smell he knew all too well. It was the same smell he couldn't forget from when he had seen his mother down here, rotted and skeletal. Why in the sun god's holy name had he ever come back here? Landwin steadied his mind and walked down the steps into the cellar. The smell grew stronger as he reached the bottom and landed on packed dirt. He held his torch out and looked to the right where the chains had been. They were there still, attached to the stone, just as he remembered. He shoved down his rage of the memory and drew his sword. He moved toward the entrance of the larger room in the basement and saw a strange pattern carved into the door behind the boards that blocked the entrance to the room. Landwin studied the pattern and saw a triangle with an X in the middle of it, and 3 lines dividing it into sections. Landwin burst over to the door and pulled down board after board in a fury. He wasn't sure why he had become so consumed with finding the girl. He felt a strong duty to the king, like all knights, but he knew this was something different. Was it because he knew the pain of losing a mother too young, just like she did? And maybe, if he could save her from that pain, it might heal some of his own. He cast the thoughts aside as he pulled down another board. Being in this church would always bring back memories of his mother. He had accepted that long ago when he fell to his knees weeping before her decrepit corpse, chained against the wall behind him. He ripped the last board from the wall and threw his shoulder into the door. The wood splintered, but didn't break. He bashed his shoulder again and again. It cracked and snapped in multiple places but wouldn't open. It must be barred from the other side, Landwin thought. His rage only built as he tried harder and harder, but failed to get in. He thought he could hear voices on the other side. He prayed a silent prayer to the sun god of the temple that Liliana would be safe on the other side. He drew his sword and hacked at the door in a desperate last attempt to reach her. His sword sliced cleanly through the door and bit deep into the wooden timber he suspected was barring the other side. He yanked his sword free and swung again. The blade again bit deep into the wood, and he tried to pry it loose. He finally put a booted foot through the flimsy wood above the timber. He reached in his bare hand and lifted the bar out of place and dropped it to the floor. The door was too battered to operate normally, so he kicked it down in sections. He was frustrated and dripping with sweat by the time he had gotten through the door, but it all felt meaningless now that he had made it into the room. He grabbed his torch from the place he had left it on the wall, and it illuminated a mass in the center of the room. He pushed closer to see what looked like hundreds of people moving around someone in the center. Landwin held his sword in an iron grip and yelled. The mass of people parted so he could see the person standing in the center. A small ring of fire that he had not seen before surrounded the girl. He met her eyes and almost cried tears of relief. Liliana, I found you. I will save you from this, Landwin promised. Liliana's eyes turned pure black and she smiled a wicked grin.
Oh, Peace Knight, you poor fool. There's no one here you can save,
she taunted. Landwin backed away from the girl. No, what is this? This is all wrong. Liliana pointed a hand. black with ash at Landwin, and the horde flooded towards him. As they grew closer, he could see a pattern carved into their foreheads, bloody scars identical to the symbol he had seen on the door. The mob surged forward, and he battered back arms with slashes of his blade. He took off hands, and an arm at the elbow. But these creatures did not stop. It was apparent to him now that the stench had come from the horde of corpses that attacked him. He backed his way to the door he had broken to get here. He couldn't turn his back and flee, or he would be swallowed by rotted hands and dead eyes. Landwin slashed to keep the horrors at bay. His back was through the doorway now, and the limited room made it easier for him to keep them from getting free. He feared what these creatures would do to the kingdom if they got out. I can't keep this up for long, Landwin thought. It had only been a few moments, but the horde was relentless, and if he took so much as a second to rest, they would break past the doorway. Landwin caught a young boy's incoming bite with his left vambrace. The child's teeth shattered on the armor of his forearm. The boy fell to the ground and was trampled by the horde. Landwin's fury grew as he watched the boy fall. What kind of monster would do this? His face grew hotter as his anger swelled in his chest. He bellowed a yell and cut down every limb that came near him. Slash after slash, he separated hands from arms, and arms from bodies. The corpses piled in front of him, and bloodstains spread like wildfire. His arms were full of scratches and bites, one of which had taken his pinky and ring finger on his left hand. He couldn't tell what blood was his, or the abominations before him. The surge of bodies slowed slightly as the doorway packed with unmoving corpses. I need to move, now, Landwin thought to himself. He stabbed his sword up through the mouth of an old woman who was moments away from taking another chunk out of his left hand. His blade sunk deep into the frame of the door above his head. With the woman pinned to the doorframe and the bodies blocking a clear path on the ground, he dashed for the stairs. He made it to the first step before the horde pushed their way through the opening. Landwin took the stairs two at a time, climbing as fast as he could. Monsters raced behind him, making their way to the stairs. He exploded from the top of the stairs down the hallway to the preaching hall. He didn't waste time, sealing the door to the cellar. He knew it would do him little good now. He burst into the preaching hall and raced to the door. It was the only way in and out of the church, save for the stained glass windows 10 feet off the ground. He picked up a sturdy bench in his run and jammed it in front of the door. Afterward, he grabbed a pew and started moving it to block the door. Time was running out. He could hear the monsters running through the hallway. He had to make it to the statue. He pushed the pew in place and sprinted for it. That won't hold if enough of them try to get through, Landwin thought in panic. The creatures did not appear to be intelligent. They acted almost as if on pure instinct. He knew by the way they moved in the basement that they would not remove the blockade, but instead try to walk through it. I'll have to make sure there isn't enough of them to try, Landwin thought. He made it halfway to the statue when a lean man tore into the room. He clashed with the man, steps away from the statue. He ducked from a wild swing of the man's left arm and buried his fist into his gut. Landwin's hand went straight through his stomach and lower ribs with little resistance. His initial shock was stolen as the man clawed at his back and attempted to bite his neck. Landwin spun, pulling his gore-covered hand from the man's stomach and smashed his temple with his left elbow. The bone cracked, and the man fell to the floor writhing. More bodies filled the room now, with the closest being only an arm's width away. Landwin ran to the statue, tucking arms and shoving through a vicious crowd. He suffered bites on the armor of his left arm, while he defended the best he could with his belt knife. Now a step away from the statue, he kicked the legs out from a mountain of a man as he swung wildly with his knife. The man hit the stones with a thud, and Landwin jumped off his back, putting his ornate pauldron into the statue's hands. The fingers cracked, and the greatsword fell from the statue. Landwin caught the sword before the tip touched the stone beneath him. He swung in a near-complete circle, dividing the heads from the bodies of at least 10 monstrosities. This sword was much heavier than the one he normally carried, and easily 2 feet longer, for this sword was crafted specifically for fighting crowds. He cleaved through the horde, taking lives, 10, then 15, then 20 at a time. He fought with a rage he had only felt once before. He promised himself he would never embrace that rage again.
It had nearly cost an innocent woman her life, and him his freedom. But he needed their rage now, and he would do whatever it took to rid this land of these monsters. Landwin pulled his sword back, ready to take the life of the last body around him. He met the eyes of the girl, the same age as Liliana, an innocent victim of the evil machinations of that vile girl. He hesitated and prayed that she would just stop, stay where she was, and not attack him anymore, to just be human again. But the girl jumped at him, and he split her body in two at the waist. The room fell silent as he stood there, bathed in blood of over 100 innocent souls. Tears carved clear rivers down the middle of his crimson-stained face. The sword he held was covered in cracks from repeatedly meeting bone. It rang through the church as he dropped it to the floor. Landwin wiped his eyes with his right hand and moved toward the basement. He walked down each step with death on his shoulders. Thunder rumbled in his soul as he contemplated what he had done. He passed the shackles without so much as a glance. His sword was still lodged in the skull of the woman he had stabbed it through earlier. Her body lay on the floor, mangled and trampled by the monsters that dislodged her from the doorway. He retrieved his weapon and attempted to wipe the blood off on the exposed leather of his elbow. The blade remained red, as even his leathers were coated in blood. He walked through the doorway into the larger room, feeling numb and cold. He could only see because of the light from Liliana's ring of fire. Liliana smiled, eyes still dark as night.
I thought you were here to save people,
she said in a playful voice. I showed those people the only mercy they had left in this life, Landwin retorted.
You peace knights, always butting your heads in where they don't belong.
Liliana smirked. Her casual playfulness made Landwin's blood boil. You witches are the vilest of creatures. I hate you all, Landwin spat.
Oh, that's
right. One of my sisters took your mother, didn't she?
Chained her up right over there, right?
How long was it until they found Mommy?
A month?
2?
Liliana replied smugly. Landwin bit back a response and walked towards the girl.
If only you had paid more attention.
Maybe you would have found her.
That's why you became a peace knight, isn't it? Couldn't save Mommy. Because poor baby
boy Landwin Wrath
was always daydreaming and getting distracted,
Liliana said. Landwin knew that she was invading his thoughts. Her kind could know a man better than he knew himself within moments of meeting him. He had to stop this, fast. He planned his strike to knock her unconscious. He rushed to hit her over the head with the pommel of his sword, when the ring of fire exploded upward. The heat singed his flesh and stopped him dead in his tracks. The flames licked the ceiling, and the supporting timbers began to char. Liliana cackled a self-satisfied laugh and said,
I know you won't kill me, Peace Knight.
I've been in your head.
Landwin moved on pure instinct and brought his sword around and stabbed straight through the wall of fire. His skin burned, but the flames subsided almost as fast as they had erupted. Landwin looked from his hand, then up the length of the blade. Liliana stood less than 2 feet away from him, holding her stomach. The sword had gone clean through, and blood began to stain her dress. She met his eyes, and her inky pupils bled to a pale blue. They filled with tears before she fell backwards, unconscious. Landwin pulled the sword from her limp body and slid it into the sheath at his belt. He picked the girl up and threw her over his shoulder. Even with all the pain she had caused, he felt sympathy for the girl. Now this was her choice. She is nothing but a pawn to whatever sun-forsaken coven her family hails from. Landwin thought with remorse. As he walked from the room, he stumbled and his vision blurred. The loss of blood from his missing fingers, combined with the smoke filling the room, were beginning to take their toll. He looked down at his bloody left hand. He was covered in bites and scrapes, but this was by far the worst. He had forgotten about the fingers in his rampage. But now that things were quiet, all of his senses returned with a vengeance. Landwin made for the stairs and ripped a long strip of cloth from the hem of Liliana's dress. He tied it around his left hand, as best he could while carrying the girl up the stairs. He would need a healer soon, but he wouldn't succumb to lack of blood for at least a few hours. As he reached the end of the hallway, smoke rose around him, engulfing the building. He entered the preaching hall and was reminded of the horror he had committed there. Bodies littered the floor, young and old, male and female. A flood had swept through this building, painting every surface red. Landwin shook as he walked to the door. All these souls were damned the minute the witch got a hold of them. He knew he had given them the mercy they deserved, but that did not dampen his anger. He would kill every witch alive for what they had made him do to these innocent people. Blood leaked down his left arm from the wound in Liliana's gut. She wouldn't die, of course. Nothing so small could kill a witch, even a budding one as she was. He moved the pew that he had used to block the door earlier. Thank the sun god, none of these creatures had attempted to escape. He dropped the girl on the pew as he needed both hands to remove the bench he had wedged into the doorway. Landwin tossed the bench to the ground and picked Liliana up from the seat. As he looked up from the ground, he could see flames consuming the room. Drapes, carpets, and support timbers were a molten inferno in the preaching hall. He was in such a daze he hadn't even noticed. Landwin bowed his head and uttered one last goodbye to this horrible place. He had once enjoyed coming here with his parents on Sunday. They were so faithful back then, just like he had been. Now this place brought him only pain. It had first taken his mother from him, and its final toll would be his spirit. Landwin pushed through the door into the empty street. Fresh air greeted his lungs as he made his way to the castle. The church burned with a furious glow behind him, a funeral pyre appropriate for all the souls it contained. The moon had fallen in the sky, and it would be morning soon. Landwin made his way to the castle in a haze. He couldn't recall anything he had passed by the time he reached the top step, but he would not stop until he saw the king. The guards tried to stop him until they recognized him, and more importantly, the girl on his shoulder. Jor escorted him to the king's sitting room, while Ban went for the healer. Landwin walked into the sitting room and laid Liliana on the table. The king had not been asleep despite the late hour. "I wish to speak to you privately," Landwin said.
"You may go,"
the king said to his guard.
"I do not think that wise, your majesty,"
the healer said, making his way to Liliana's side. "You know as well as I, that will not kill her," Landwin said to the king so quietly no one else could hear.
"Leave us,"
the king commanded. The room cleared without another word. "Why did you not tell me what she was?" Landwin growled.
"I don't know what you are talking about,"
the king replied. "Don't lie to me. You can lie to yourself all you want, but utter one more falsehood in my presence, and I will separate your head from your neck. You weren't protecting her from abduction. You were hiding her unholy manifestation. You never once feared your guard because you knew Liliana escaped on her own. You knew she was a witch, and you kept it from me. You endangered the entire kingdom because of your foolishness," Landwin screamed.
"I know your history, Peace Knight. I know about the woman you claimed as a witch, the one you claimed had killed your mother despite her innocence. Your rage blinded your judgment and nearly cost the woman her life, so do not question me as to why I kept it from you. Liliana would not be here if you did,"
the king said imperiously. "Did you know your wife was a witch?" Landwin said, fighting down his anger. The king looked at Landwin shocked.
"How dare you disgrace my wife's memory? You will not speak of her again if you value your life,"
the king warned. "Witches are not born, your majesty. They are made," Landwin corrected. The king stared at Landwin in a stupor. "Your wife gave her life to awaken Liliana's power. It is a sadistic ritual held by their kind. To pass their power from mother to daughter is their unholy aspiration. And a witch with royal blood. Well, I can see why your wife gave her life so soon. The longer Liliana has her powers, the greater they will become. That, coupled with your blood in her veins, will make her the most powerful witch the world has ever seen. If you saw what she did in that church, you would not argue against me," Landwin asserted. The king fell back in his chair and buried his face in his hands.
"She is my daughter, Zerath. My baby girl, my only child, and my only remaining family. What am I supposed to do?"
the king cried. "She cannot live, your majesty.
I brought her back only as a mercy to you, so she will be taken from this life by someone who loves her. Pray that the sun god accepts her wicked soul." Landwin said solemnly. The king looked up from his hands with tears in his eyes. Landwin removed his side knife and pushed it into the king's hand. "Show her the only mercy this cruel world has left to give her," Landwin instructed the king. He turned away and left the monarch, tears staining his fine clothing. As he departed from the castle, the sun was starting to rise. It had been a long night, and he needed rest. He was a grisly sight as he made his way to his home, and what few people were on the street moved away from him in a hurry. As he made it to his home and began stripping off his armor and leathers, he thought about the king. He didn't know if he would do what he needed to do. Landwin knew it was a brutal thing to ask a man, to take the life of their child. He only hoped that the king would see it for what it was, the last mercy for a cursed soul. My sleep paralysis is getting worse, and I'm starting to think it isn't just sleep paralysis. I know most stories on Reddit are fake. I usually think the same thing when I read them, but this one isn't. I wish it was. In 2020, I joined the military. Before that, I had never experienced sleep paralysis. Not even once. No night terrors, no shadow people, nothing. The first time it happened was in A school, in Gulfport, Mississippi. Builder school. Just a random weeknight. My roommate and I went to sleep around 10 p.m. He had been playing video games. I had been studying until I was knocked out. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up facing the wall. I couldn't move. My entire body was locked in place. I could hear him snoring on the other side of our room. Our desks were pushed together to form a divider between our beds, so I couldn't see him, but I could hear him clearly. My bed was near the sink and bathroom. His was near the window. I knew exactly where he was, and I knew he wasn't the one in my room. I felt eyes on me. Not imagined, not a vague feeling. Eyes. My whole body went cold, like I had been caught doing something I wasn't supposed to. A heavy, paralyzing dread settled over me. I felt like someone was standing on the other side of my bed, just watching. I was so afraid I stopped breathing. I thought if it was a real person, if someone had come into my room, maybe I could play dead. Maybe they'd leave. Holding my breath, I forced my body to jerk itself out of the paralysis for a split second. Enough to confirm I couldn't move voluntarily. Enough to know the fear was real. The logical part of my brain tried to rationalize it. Sailors assigned to watch over students had keycards. We shared a bathroom with the room next door. It wouldn't be impossible for someone to be standing there. So I prepared myself. If this person attacked, I'd fight. I stayed still so long that, eventually, exhaustion pulled me back to sleep. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't experience it again for months. Then, late 2022, after I was stationed in Virginia, it happened again. Different barracks, older base, first floor. This time, I had room to myself. Same feeling, same presence, facing the wall again. Something standing just out of sight on the other side of the bed. The next morning, I mentioned it casually to some coworkers. One older sailor overheard. He used to live in those barracks. He pulled me aside and told me he'd felt the same thing there. He told me to put a salt circle around my bed and pray. I would have assumed he was messing with me, but he wasn't even part of the conversation. He just overheard and looked genuinely unsettled. In 2023, we detached to Romania. This was the worst one. 4 of us got put in a separate hotel because we booked the detachment last minute. I went to sleep at a normal time. We had work the next day, and I woke up and was immediately paralyzed. I held my breath until I broke free enough to look up. There was something in the room. It's hard to describe. Not a detailed figure, more like an outline. A darker shape inside the dark, standing right next to my bed. The second I focused on it, it lunged at me. I woke up, still in bed, still paralyzed. I held my breath again, looked up, and it was there. It lunged. I woke up again. This repeated over and over. Lunge, wake, lunge, wake. I could feel my real body trapped underneath it all. My real eyes shut, my chest burning because I was intentionally restricting my breathing to break the paralysis. Every time I almost forced my eyes open, it would lunge again. Finally, I managed to pry my eyes open. The room was empty. I stayed awake the rest of the night on FaceTime with my girlfriend. We had different time zones. She stayed up with me until about 3 a.m. my time. I eventually passed out from exhaustion. At 6:15, my coworker was shaking me awake. We were supposed to be downstairs at 6. I rushed to get ready and asked her if she had asked the hotel to open my door to wake me up. She said my door was already open when she got to my floor. Wide open. And it was like that all night. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd left it open in my sleep. Maybe I was losing it. The next big incident was in early 2025, overseas again. Different hotel. I woke up at 2 a.m. to the sound of the doorbell. It was loud and clear. It shook me awake. After assuming it was a prank, I waited a bit and then checked the hallway. No one there. It started happening randomly. Not every night, but enough that I got paranoid. One night it rang again, and I sprinted to the door. I opened it immediately. The hallway was empty. I accused a coworker I wasn't close with. I thought maybe he was knocking and running back to his room down the hall. I confronted him, but he looked genuinely confused. He told me I sounded crazy, so I went to the front desk and asked them to check the cameras. Later that day, they called me back. IT had reviewed everything. They said they saw me running to the door multiple times across several nights, opening it and looking out, but they never saw anyone in the hallway, no one ringing, and no one near my door. By 2026, I'd mostly convinced myself it was stress, anxiety, and sleep issues. I made rank, moved out of town, and lived alone. Things were quiet for a while, until this week. I woke up to the sound of something running up my stairs. Not dreamlike or muffled, actual footsteps on the stairs in my place. Then my bedroom door opened. I couldn't move. Something ran to the edge of my bed. I could hear it breathing, standing there. I pretended to be asleep. I was too afraid to move. After a few seconds, it walked away. I heard it leave, and heard the door close behind it. My body finally unlocked, and I sat there shaking, ice cold. The next day, while I was doing dishes, I noticed my neighbors through the windows across the way. They were arguing. The woman kept gesturing toward my place, panicked. The guy was pacing. He was pale, with his hands on his head. For a second, I wondered if she'd caught him sneaking into my place, but then I realized I never heard my front door open. I have a ring. It would have notified me. The back door creaks loudly. I would have heard that. They noticed me watching them. Then their argument got louder. She started yelling that they needed to tell someone, that they needed to call the police, that they saw something. Something disturbed them deeply from my house. They moved out a couple of days later. The corpseman put me on anxiety medication to help me sleep. It's been quiet for a few days. Nothing new has happened, but my contract ends soon. I'm going home, and I'm genuinely afraid this is going to follow me there. If you've had experiences like this, I need to know. I don't know if this is normal sleep paralysis, stress, or the beginning of something worse. I don't know if I'm losing my mind. I'm 20, and I'm from West Virginia, a town of about 4,000. I have been no contact from my maternal grandmother for over a decade, and will not speak to her again for any reason. She still stalks me and tries to contact me. Mentally, she is not well and passed that down to my mom. My dad has his own share of issues, so there was some turmoil in my childhood. But I always felt safe at home. Debbie didn't seem to agree, and ended up taking my parents to court to gain grandparents' rights, which aren't a thing in West Virginia. She didn't, and we were granted a protective order due to her harassment. I'll talk more about this later, as I found out about it this past year. My mom has dealt with Debbie's control her whole life, and a lot of intense abuse from her dad. Her dad has left boot marks on her ribs. He would have me call him Tom and pretend he was my husband. Debbie was a kleptomaniac, and very bipolar and psychotic. I do not use these terms lightly. Her first move was at the Memorial Day parade that ran through town, from the school down to the Memorial Cemetery. We were crossing the bridge on Main Street, my dad driving his truck in the parade in front of my group, and I heard her yelling for me from the sidewalk. She was pushing people out of the way and making her way towards me, and I was doing my best to act normal and ignore her. My dad noticed and put me in the truck after calling the cops, but I don't remember what happened after that. It was terrifying and embarrassing. Somehow, she outdid herself the second time and showed up to my school. We had already given the school pictures of her, her full name, and aliases. Everything we could do to prevent her from getting access to me. They let her into the school, and because of that, when they called up the classroom, I refused to leave and started having a panic attack. I had the best teacher in the world. She put us into lockdown right then and there and called my mom. At this point, I believed we were granted a full restraining order. My sister was born a few years later, when I was 9. She was a flaming ginger in contrast to myself and my parents, who had dishwater brown hair. Debbie told everyone in town that my sister belonged to the mailman, that my mom was on cocaine before getting pregnant with her, and the list of craziness goes on. My mom has an autoimmune condition that caused her to go through radiation steroids. Essentially, they are putting her through hell. And when she got pregnant with my sister, in the middle of these treatments and while on birth control, she went into remission for years. As soon as she was born, we left the state and she has stalked us for years. Debbie has made hundreds of Facebook accounts. She has tried to reach me through every person she could think of and has used hundreds of emails. When I visited my hometown for the first time since I was 9, I went to my old house and knocked on my neighbor's door. After some catching up, we were back to small-town drama, and he told me how she used to shine a flashlight through our windows at night, and would bounce a basketball on his porch in the middle of the night. Apparently, she also peed on his porch. So, to the grandmother I wish I never had, let's not meet again. I thought it was just a costume, until it moved. Last Halloween, something happened to me that I still can't properly explain. And I swear, I'm not the type of person who imagines things, or scares easily. It was around 11:30 at night when I got home from work, and the neighborhood was already quiet, because most of the trick-or-treaters had gone home. I wasn't sleepy yet, so I decided to take a short walk down my street just to relax a bit. About halfway down the block, I noticed what I thought was a Halloween decoration standing near a driveway. It looked like a person wearing a black robe and a plain white mask, the kind people use for creepy costumes. And it was standing right near the sidewalk like it was meant to scare anyone walking past. I didn't think much of it at first because people in my area go all out with decorations, but the closer I got, the more I started to feel that something wasn't right. I can't really explain that feeling except that my instincts were telling me to pay attention. The mask didn't look shiny like plastic decorations usually do. It looked dull and almost realistic under the streetlight, and the robe moved slightly in the wind like real fabric. When I was maybe 10 feet away, I heard a faint sound, and at first I thought it was just leaves moving. But then I realized it sounded like breathing, slow and steady, like someone standing still. I stopped walking and stared at it, trying to convince myself it had been some kind of prop making noise, because that made more sense than anything else. Then its head slowly tilted to the side, not fast or jerky like a machine, but slow and controlled like a real person reacting to me. My stomach dropped instantly, and I just stood there frozen, staring at it while it stared back at me through that blank mask. Before I could react, it shifted its weight and took one quiet step toward me, and I clearly heard its shoe scrape the concrete. That was the moment I knew it wasn't a decoration. I backed up without thinking, and the second I moved, it stopped and went completely still again, like it hadn't done anything at all. I didn't run, but I turned and walked away fast, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it. After a few seconds, I looked back over my shoulder, and the spot where it had been standing was empty. There was nothing there. No person, no costume, nothing. And there wasn't anywhere nearby it could have hidden that quickly. The next morning, I walked past that same driveway in the daylight, just to see if there were decorations that could explain what I saw. But there was nothing at all, not even leftover props, or footprints, or anything that suggested that someone had been standing there the night before. I still go out for walks sometimes, but I never go down that side of the street anymore, because I can't shake that feeling that one night, if I do, I'll see it standing there again, perfectly still, like it's waiting for me to come close enough to notice its breathing. I have only ever told this to my ex-husband, but now I am telling it to the Reddit community. I started seeing a man when I was 11 years old. The first time I saw him was at night, and he was behind a tree. He peeked out, laughed, and it scared me so much that I ran to my aunt's house. To be honest, it wasn't something I thought about again, but when I was 15, I went to visit my godmother for a week. During this trip, my half-sister came with me. My sister lives in another city, by the way, and would come to visit occasionally during summer vacation. When we were at my godmother's house, she had to spend the night in the hospital because her boyfriend had been in an accident. My cousin, my sister, and I were there. The house was huge, with 4 bedrooms. My sister and I were going to sleep in the first bedroom, the one that opened into the kitchen. That room had 2 large beds and a bathroom, which was convenient since we didn't have to go out to the bathroom past the living room in the middle of the night. We went to sleep, and the next morning when I woke up, my sister wasn't in bed. I should mention that my sister isn't a morning person, so it seemed strange to me, but I didn't think much of it. I went to the kitchen and found my cousin pouring herself some juice. She asked me, "Did you and your sister argue or something?" I asked her why, and she said, "Well, I woke up and she was sleeping with me." And I looked at her like, what in the heck happened? So I went to ask my sister why she left me sleeping alone. She told me, "I saw someone in the room, and the door was locked. There was no way anyone could get into our room because besides the lock on the door, I had also locked both bolts on the inside." I thought it was my imagination, so I turned away, but a few minutes later when I turned around again, he was still there, and this time, he was pointing at our bed. I'm not someone who gets scared easily, but something told me to get out of that room. When I went to your cousin's room, I saw that your cousin's door was open. I peeked in, and he was asleep, so there was no way it was a joke on his part. Luckily, your cousin hadn't locked her door, and I went in. I tried to wake you up, but you wouldn't wake up, which is why you woke up alone in bed. By the way, I had a few drinks with my cousin that night, but my sister didn't drink anything except tea. I asked her what the man she saw looked like, and when she described him, he was exactly like the man I saw when I was 11 years old. I didn't say anything, but for the last few days, neither of us slept in that room again. The third time I saw it was when I was 18. I woke up in the middle of the night, and that thing was just a few steps away from my bed, standing at the window, staring at me. I quickly got up and turned on the light, but it was gone. A month passed before I slept in my room again. After that, I got married, and my husband at the time and I moved to another country. One night, when I was 25, I woke up in the middle of the night, and that thing was just a step from my bed. I screamed so loudly that I woke my ex-husband. I told him everything, and he obviously didn't believe me. He's an atheist and doesn't believe in anything, so he said I was just imagining things. I'm not imagining things because my sister saw it, and I've never told anyone about it. It's been 80 years since I last saw it, and I'm terrified it will reappear. Since it was just a step away from my bed, I'm very afraid. My current husband and I have been living in our apartment for about 2 years, and nothing strange ever happened, until things started disappearing from the house, and other times would just fall off on their own. We jokingly said it was elves stealing things and playing tricks. We didn't pay much attention to it, but one night something fell in the bathroom in the middle of the night and it made a really loud noise. We live on the 18th floor of the building, which is new. They're less than 4 years old, and we're the first ones to live in this apartment. Anyway, after that loud crash, we got up, and what had fallen was my disposable razor. It was impossible for it to have fallen from where it was and to have landed so far. It seemed like someone had picked it up and thrown it, and the noise didn't make sense. We don't have any pets, not even rats, and that bathroom doesn't have windows. The only way to get in is through our bedroom, and we had the door locked. After summer arrived, we started sleeping with the bedroom door open. We put a floor fan right in the entryway because I couldn't sleep with the air conditioning on. It made me congested. For 3 days we slept with that fan, and it never moved. Until one night, around midnight, I felt the heat, and saw that the fan was pointing towards the living room. I got up and turned it towards the bedroom, and after about 10 minutes, it turned back. I got up and turned it again, and it didn't turn back all night. The next day, we visited my mother-in-law, and I mentioned that things were falling and going missing, and we thought it was elves. I said it jokingly, and my mother-in-law said it could be some kind of entity in our apartment. I thought she was joking, but then my husband said, "I've been seeing a woman outside our bedroom door. She can't come in, but she just stares at you." He has since bought me a small owl, which we placed in front of the TV, facing us, with its back to the door. In his beliefs, the owl prevents spirits from entering the room. After that, we went to the park and bought incense. Things stopped disappearing or falling, and my husband has told me he never saw her again. Something strange happened the morning after my mother died. Back in 2016, my mum was diagnosed with stage 2 breast cancer, where only a year later the doctors would then find 3 lesions in her brain. 2 years later after her first diagnosis, my mum would sadly pass away. By this time, in summer of 2018, we had been living in the Irish countryside for only a few months. My dad told me the news of my mom's passing on a very sunny morning, and to process this, I went to sit in the back garden. Almost numb with denial, I then noticed something strange about my shadow. For some reason, the silhouette of my face looked exactly like that of my mum. I don't really look that much like my mum, as I more resemble my dad, but the face I saw in the shadow indeed appeared to be that of my mum. However, this was by no means the strangest thing to happen that morning. Only a little time later, still sat outside in the back garden, my dog then starts reacting to something coming from the open back door. When I go over to investigate, I realize what my dog is reacting to is a noise coming from the empty trash can directly behind the door. My dog seemed frightened of whatever this was, so I walk cautiously over to the trash can to peer inside. What I see at the very bottom of the empty trash can is a tiny shrew, seemingly stuck and trying hopelessly to find its way out. If you're wondering why finding a shrew in a trash can is so strange, then let me explain. My dad used to tell my mum that she had a cute nose, like a shrew, because of how pointy her nose was. So finding this shrew the day after my mum passed away was more than a little ironic. However, what was also strange about this was, there was no way this tiny shrew could have climbed inside the trash can. The can was too tall and completely empty, with no trash or anything inside. So how this shrew got in there and was unable to get out again was rather odd. Calling my dad from the next room, he then comes to the kitchen and sees the shrew. My dad's always been good with animals, and so he scoops the shrew carefully into his hands, brings it to the garden and releases it back into the wild. To sum up what I'm trying to get at here, on the morning after my mom's passing, I see my mother's face in my own shadow, and then I find a shrew, my dad's pet name for her, that impossibly got itself stuck inside a trash can. Although we did live in the countryside, and so there were wild animals everywhere, this is the only shrew I have seen to date. This experience was very weird to me at the time, and now thinking back on it, it still is. I know grief does strange things to the brain, but my dad, who considers himself an atheist, also found the shrew thing very strange. I don't really know all that much regarding the supernatural connection to death, and so if anyone has any insight into this experience of mine, I would really appreciate the advice. I don't believe my mom was reincarnated as a shrew or anything. And regarding her face in the shadow, I am aware the mind can play tricks on you, but because I've heard other strange stories of people after losing loved ones, I'm more inclined to believe all this wasn't just a coincidence. I have two stories from my childhood that are likely connected. The first is from when I was in elementary school. The house we lived in was a ranch or prairie-style home, the majority of the house being on the ground level. You climb up the front porch and enter into the living room, which went directly into the dining room, and then from there it was a straight line to the kitchen and back porch. The bedrooms and bathroom came off the dining room. The basement and attic were accessible by a small hallway connecting the kitchen and back porch. One summer day, my brothers and I were playing hide and seek. My brother, M, was the seeker. After some time hiding in the attic and not being found, I managed to sneak into the dining room, hoping to hide under the dining room table. When I crawled under, M was there, but staring at me intently before running back to the porch in a human imitation of a wolf or a dog or such. Believing I was safe, I crawled out of the table, only to get caught by M, who was in the living room petting our dog. Obviously, what was under the table wasn't my brother, but then what was it? Flash forward a few years, and I'm in middle school now. The typical thing was for my grandparents to pick us up from school, and we would stay at their house until whichever of our parents got off work first to come get us. Until one day, I was going up and down this kind of steep hill in front of my grandparents' house on a Razor scooter. I was getting used to the higher, steeper parts of the hill. As I went down the street for a pass, my brother R is standing there. To avoid hitting him, I turned. My wheel caught on the curb and I was thrown into a tree. I could feel that I scraped my cheek pretty badly, so I meandered into my grandparents' house to seek some medical attention. My brother R was just staring at me and smiling from the middle of the road. Anyway, I stepped inside my grandparents' house, and my brother R was playing a video game. Perhaps one instance of this I could sum up to hallucination, but my cheek was wrapped in gauze and medical tape for multiple weeks. That's not just a hallucination, and thus the first instance likely isn't a hallucination either. And I'll state that I haven't had many instances like those in over 2 decades, but around 4 years ago, in my previous apartment, I did wake up to a shadowy figure watching over me from my bedroom doorway, which I've chalked up to being a sleep paralysis demon, but given the prior experiences, it might not be a paralysis demon. I don't know who else has experienced this, but there was this one night where my mom had to go to work at a night shift, leaving myself and my grandmother alone in the house. I was 16 years old at that time, and my mom left probably at 8 p.m. after reminding me what to do before going to sleep. I was surfing through the internet that night, using my tablet with my wired headphones plugged in my ears. Then, about 30 minutes later, after she left, I heard my mother's voice outside the house. I didn't respond right away because I was waiting for her to tell me what she wanted while calling out my name from the outside, so my earphones were still plugged in my ears. A few seconds later, she was still calling out my name. After a few seconds of her still calling out my name, I stood up from the bed, and I still did not answer her calls for my name. I just looked outside the window, looking for the source of the noise, but I saw no one. So I lied down in my bed again, plugged in my earphones, and watched YouTube videos. A few minutes later, I heard her voice again, calling out my name without giving any specific orders or telling me exactly what she wanted. I pretended not to hear her voice because I was waiting for her to tell me what she wanted and waiting for her tone to change because I was purposely ignoring her call. But even so, I stood up again and looked outside from the window from my room, even extending half of my body outside of the window just to see the person calling my name. But there was still no one. I tried so hard to see some sort of sign that there was a person on the other side of the door, like feet, legs, or clothing, but there wasn't really anything. Eventually, I decided to go downstairs. I walked past my sleeping grandmother, who did not seem to hear my mom calling for me. She was a light sleeper, and my grandmother would have called my name as well if she had heard my mom calling for me from the outside. I continued to open the door without thinking that there might be a person that would attack, rob, or prank us. As I opened the door, I saw absolutely no one. Literally nothing was there but darkness, because it was nighttime and the neighbors next door that were usually at each other's throats yelling were not there. I think they were on vacation at that time and their lights were off, as well as the houses next to them and ours. I stepped outside the doorway to double-check, even though I clearly saw no one at the door. I continued to observe the neighborhood from where I was standing. I noticed that there were no other lights turned on our block, but shrugged it off since there was nobody outside but myself. I then stepped inside the house and noticed that the kitchen part of our house was dark. In order to turn on the kitchen light, I have to press a button on the bulb, but the bulb is inside the kitchen. The thing is that our kitchen was connected to our bathroom. There was no hallway. The kitchen and the bathroom door, where the bathroom light was, is always off after use, so it was no big deal that it was dark. But having both the kitchen and bathroom lights off is what gave me the creeps, like someone or something was there, waiting for someone to go into the kitchen. I took a mental note and went back to my room, walking past my sleeping grandmother once again. I plugged in my earphones and continued to surf the internet on my bed. After a few moments in my room, the realization hit me that I was not alert of my surroundings. It didn't occur to me that somebody with a weapon could have been behind the door and killed me and my grandmother. I also realized that my mother's voice that was calling for me did not change as she kept on calling for me from the outside, or from wherever she was. Normally, she would have been pissed, thinking that I was deliberately ignoring her calls and should have yelled louder. I also noticed that while the lights on our block were off, the lights on the next block were on. So I don't really know what that was. All I know is that it was my mother's voice. I didn't think anyone or anything would mimic my mother's exact voice that night. I still don't know if it was a mimic, or what a mimic looks like, or if it was something else entirely. This is my first time ever talking about this occurrence. I haven't told anyone about it, not even my mom. If I told her, she would scold me for not being alert and just opening the door because I heard someone call out my name. After this incident, nothing similar has happened, but whenever someone calls my name, in a crowd or when I'm alone, I don't answer or look in that direction right away. I wait for them to catch my attention by touching me or walking into my vision so I can see who called for me. If any of you have had a similar experience to me, please share. I went through a disfiguring transformation the day that I found out she was cheating on me. I was 23 years old. We had been in a relationship for almost 3 years, having lived together in New York for a year and 7 months during that time. I got home early from work one day and walked straight into it. The scene where nudity becomes nakedness. What once was beautiful becomes grotesque and perverted. All grace is lost in that one bad dream moment. I started stepping back while she stammered and while she just stood there. I hurried out of the apartment, rushed back down onto the boulevard, and started trying to salvage myself out there. Perhaps this is when my whole entire soul became eclipsed by whatever I was morphing into. Struggling to take in a worthwhile breath, I tried my best not to knock over into any other pedestrians before seeking the only solace I thought I'd find, which was the entrance to the subway level. See, I had to move so fast to outrun the tremor, the trembling, the earthquake seizing control of my body. Down below, I became a monster. Why is it that the victim of a crime suffers more than the perpetrator? That the cheater suffers so much less than the faithful one? Because I loved so much, and loved so deeply and honestly. I suffered this morose metamorphosis. I was so heartbroken that my body could do no other thing but change. I know just what change took place, and what the finished product was because I was able to behold myself in the cell when police officers came down to get me, for I had been quite the disturbance down below. My nose lifted up and assumed a piggish countenance. My teeth shifted and rearranged within my gums. My hair thinned and hairline receded. My forehead swelled forwards ever so slightly. My eyes became bordered in black as the blood beneath my skin changed to tarry colors in response to the injury of my heart. I howled as my cheekbones cracked up a couple of degrees. I was squirming on the subway platform, crying. I became hideous, and for the time, I was the ugliest man on earth. By the time I calmed down and came into the jail cell, I didn't give a damn about how deformed I had become. Life was a loveless thing now, and looks had no purpose for me. My disfigurement fit my feelings. During my brief stint in the cell, a drunkard sobered up upon seeing me and started banging on the bars, demanding to be let out. The cops did so, constraining him outside instead of in the cell. And then a purse snatcher in a red hoodie was brought to the cell, who panicked when he saw me sitting on the mattress bench within. Finding some humanity within themselves, the cops allowed the criminal to be constrained outside as well. This caused an upset with their chief, who calmed upon coming into the room and seeing my face. He understood, nodded, and didn't say anything more. I was only released when my drug test came back negative. I passed a psychological screening, which was a little too easy to pass, and was let back out into the city. I wanted her to see how I had deformed, but all that was left in our apartment was a note. We argued over text. I had half a mind to send her a selfie, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I packed my stuff and left, telling her to keep the apartment, and to invite as many men over as she wanted. Doctors could not explain it. I was referred from specialist to specialist. Latex fingers on my face. I thought it would be the final human touch I ever felt. A cold, sterile, and routine ritual. They would feel my thyroid, take my blood pressure, ask me embarrassing questions which had embarrassing answers. I had nightmares about my ex. I breathed through my mouth all throughout these examinations because of how disarranged my teeth had become. How useless was my upturned pig nose. They could not believe I was 23 years old. They tried in vain to mask their pity with the professionalism they had learned in medical school, but it didn't work. When the people that are supposed to help you look at you so hopelessly, it makes you realize you will stay that way forever. It was the most hideous year of my life, but I somehow moved on, and my face somehow found its way gradually back to how it was before. The reversal took months, and I didn't even notice it was happening until probably after a couple of weeks from when it started to change back. It wasn't medicine, but time which set my facial features back into place. It was with frightful relief that I got up some nights to go to the bathroom, where I happened to see myself in the mirror, and see I was becoming me again, becoming normal again, becoming handsome again. How panicked I became when I thought it was a dream until the coffee met me in the morning. My hairline dropped back down. My hair faded from silver and back to its former solar color, and it became full again. It was even as fluffy after showers like it used to be. My nose, for a moment, only looked broken upwards before crawling back down. The detail that took the longest to vanish were the black borders of my eyes. Yes, they dimmed to gray, but they remained the longest. The eyes are the windows to the soul. She texted me once to check on me while I was halfway back to Hanson, and I responded cordially but indifferently. I didn't ask for any updates on her life as she had asked me. I didn't even tell her I had moved to a secluded area of Vermont. I just said that I was fine. I wasn't surprised by her lack of apology. We never texted again, thank God. I started picking myself up. I got a job as a manager at a little ice cream shop during the summer. I could tell the parents were wary of me because of my sleepy look, but I maintained a harmless disposition. And by the end of the summer, some of the single moms even started looking at me differently. It puzzled me until I remembered how I used to look before, how I was starting to look again. I was accustomed to catching the occasional eye before, but it was different now, for I had learned to live with people trying to hide their disgust. I felt undeserving of any kind of classroom-style glance or grace. I didn't think I was completely handsome, but I guess I was handsome enough. When the ice cream shop closed for fall, I moved to Massachusetts for another job I had gotten. The year ended and I returned to normal. Everything returned to normal. I was myself again. I had a dentist appointment where the dentist thanked me for brushing my teeth. That's it? I stammered from the dental chair. They nodded. Were my teeth normal again? Just keep flossing, they said. I was as happy as Ebenezer Scrooge on Christmas morning, but I was aware to try to mask it lest I seem maniacally enthusiastic. I thanked them and left, walking out of the dentist like a man who won $1 million. I worked and worked. Life went by normally until life bloomed when I met Christina, a veterinarian in her late 20s. We were actually the same age, 27. She was cheerful. She was kind. Her biggest vice was Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Sometimes she had scratches on her face and hands, but she never ended a shift without a smile, for she had helped whatever spastic cat that scratched her. She dealt with mean dogs, too, and even the occasional tarantula, but she found the human in me and I found the human in her, and this Adam and Eve locket clicked within us. I thought she looked radiant in her dark blue scrubs. I found her smile so cloud-like, as it was an airy thing, like those scattered giggles in the summer sky. She treated me like a good dog sometimes, which is how men want to be treated. She played with my hair in a way that relayed that she would never twirl or touch somebody else's hair again. She particularly liked my hair most once it dried after a shower. She called me her baby chicken because of how much it resembled the feathers of a chick. She even waited outside the bathroom one time to take pictures of me after I finished drying and combing my hair. I chased her throughout the house after the camera flash, hurrying after her laughter, chasing her around the kitchen table and eventually catching her.
No.
She laughed as I carried her off into the living room by her waist. I put her down on the couch and tickled her out of retribution. She thrashed and cackled. I relented only when she started sounding out of breath. My favorite sound in the world. In the end, she was the one who had won the war despite losing the tickle fight, for my hair was still yellow and fluffy, and she got to look at it. It only seemed fitting to propose to the woman who made me able to love again and to be loved again. I had become so frightful that I'd never be able to be loved. Clearly there had been something wrong with me, for my ex to have sought something else in 24 different men. But here was Christina, with fathomless reassurance in her brown eyes. One look from her was enough to make me feel safe, and I felt safe. She said yes. She was ecstatic, and I felt some happy tears on my shoulder as we hugged, and she said,
Yes. Yes, I will marry you.
I was loved. It was how she clung to me when sleep became her. It was in the way her eyes read my face in social settings. It was how she held my hand with both of her hands. It was how she introduced me to her friends and family, and how I managed to make her friends laugh whenever they came over for cake and wine night on Fridays. We were a couple, and we were in love. Love was a yellow thing from my hair to the streetlights outside, to the lemon-flavored cakes Christina used to bake. I'd say the cakes we baked, but she did most of the work while I stood around like a big dope. She got marshmallow peeps once, one Easter, and teased me with them. But love was blue, too, like her scrubs. We had a deep, dark blue at the beach on the weekends, where we chased each other on the sand. Our bedsheets were blue. It seemed those slow-motion moments happened at just perfect speed, while seagulls rushed and streetlights froze in time. And so the moment came. I was proper and well-groomed in my suit, with a white corsage. The bridesmaids had yellow dresses, and groomsmen had yellow ties. I was nervous, standing up there of course, but I was so excited to see her emerge from the sea of white sunlight beyond the open church foyer. I knew she would look beautiful, bashful, and graceful coming down the aisle. Oh, how the wooden colors of the pews almost match her brown eyes and hair. How the dress would be like a sheet of sunlight and moonlight on her body. My soul was incredibly full. The organ started. The sea of white sunlight beyond the foyer became disrupted by a silhouette. She moved in rhythm with the organ music. I took a deep breath. I was in love. Somebody loved me, and I knew Christina loved me just as I loved her. To relieve myself of a sputter of nerves, I looked into the crowded pews. My mother was stalwart and tried appearing patient, but that was only because she was trying too hard not to cry. My father, with his big glasses on, beamed up at me with a smile so goofy that it almost activated an old middle school embarrassment within me. Christina's family, as well as mine, were turning in their seats to get a good look at the bride. How odd it must have been for her nieces and nephews to see their aunt dressed like a Disney princess. I saw my grandmother, who was crying, dabbing her eyes, and then I saw my bride approaching, a bouquet at her waist. She tilted her head so slightly that only I could have perceived the gesture, pairing this with a happy pout and a knowing look. She looked beautiful. Her hair was back in a braided bun. The dress was strapless, and seemed to only refrain from falling down her out of some kind of cosmic service to her body. I felt a smile twitch. I didn't mean to smile at all. How was the groom supposed to look? Oh, but I gave up and smiled. She neared. I felt it when I was trying to take a secretive deep breath as her beauty made me breathless again. What was it? A panicky feeling? No. An instant paralytic? No. I gulped. She reached the altar and faced me. The organ stopped. Absolute silence. The priest let us share a moment of recognition via eye contact before he started speaking. But something was wrong. She looked so beautiful and happy looking at me. What was wrong? Fear flowed through me like black magma, instantly cooling and hardening in its wake, turning everything within me black, black, black. She was beautiful and smiling. She was the person which hummingbirds would slow down around. She was the person who had defeated all my fears my last relationship had instilled. She was my savior, my rescuer. And still my nose began to twitch as if desperate to smell heaven. My left eyelid twitched as well. I started stepping backwards from the altar. And now, whatever alarm that had been carbonating within me was poured out into her face. I continued stepping away, holding my hand to my face. She said my name. Said it again, but with more worry, but I had to get away. I knew what was happening, but I didn't know why. I rushed down the aisle covering my face. I ran through the foyer and out into the sunlight down the church steps. I sensed people from within were getting up to run after me. I could hear her calling out my name. God, she was probably picking up her dress and shimmying back down the aisle as fast as her wedding dress would allow. I ran through the parking lot. It was happening. A blunt, bruising sensation in my eyes. I felt my teeth pushing my gums as though it was chewed bubble gum instead of hard flesh. I winced with pain, but I hurried out into the street. A car must have swerved, but I wasn't looking. I was in pain, and she was calling out to me. I looked over my shoulder and saw her leading the chase. All our friends and family behind her. My hair ripped to the back of my scalp. It was so sunny out. Everyone would see. She cried my name, but I kept running. Did I growl or scream? God, how desperately in panic she called my name. I had no other choice but to ignore her and keep running. My nose lifted up, nostrils more open than ever. My cheeks sank in as my cheekbones lifted as well. I outran and lost my bride and family eventually, finding the cemetery a suitable place to hide in the meantime, while I felt the lawn the way someone feels the floor for their glasses. As to why it happened again on what should have been the happiest day of my life, while my true love looked at me, I don't know why. I was over it. I was healed. I had regained my normal looks. Years had passed. I even found a love that was safer and more fulfilling than my one in New York, in a church of all places, on our wedding. I wonder if she saw. I hope she didn't see. As for when it'll get back to normal, I'm not sure, but I've cowered away from her for far too long. It's been months. She doesn't know why I ran away, and I hope she doesn't. I'm too panicked to finish this. I want to text her, but I know she must hate me now. And besides, even if she did want to meet and talk things over, I still look like this. And I'll probably possess this unfortunate face for quite some time.
Jack was a success at everything he did. Always had been.
As a child, he'd been the first in his class to learn to tie his shoelaces and to tell the time. He did everything well, comfortably ahead of the bell curve academically, but not to the extent that he had been thought weird by his peers. He was good-natured and well-intentioned, but still capable of an appropriate amount of healthy boyish naughtiness and hijinks. He was popular. People liked him. Jack had a hard-to-define charm and an easygoing manner. Jack was also successful in his chosen career. He was an engineer. Like most successful people, Jack was deeply spiritual, although like nearly all such people, he would have been deeply perplexed by anyone who pointed this out, perhaps laughed. The nature of his belief, of course, was never conscious. It could be described briefly as this: things are this way because they should be this way and must be this way. The person who's effortlessly dexterous and creative, good with his or her hands, knows consciously that they have good coordination, good common sense, and so on. But deep down, they subscribe, with all their strength, to the real wellspring of good things. Things are this way because they should be this way and must be this way. Good-looking people who are successful with people of their choice are often followers of this cult. It exists all over the world and always has. Like all its practitioners, Jack was the true believer and didn't know he was. A formidable faith made more formidable because it's invisible, safely unarticulated, and always springs from real things, the abilities and good, or at least desirable to others, qualities of its disciples. Although it's a complete and utter delusion, it was much stronger than any conscious mysticism, which is often a sop to take the place of qualities the proponent lacks. During his life, Jack had, like everyone else, encountered difficulties and problems. But these were not like those encountered by people who habitually struggle, who fail all the time. Jack's problems and hard times were all episodic. There was the normal rolling in huge fields of continuous crop of success and happiness, and here and there a few jagged boulders of hard times and sad times, poking up through as exceptions. Because he had coped with these, he thought he had character. The worst thing he had been through was his father's sudden death when he was a student in the mid-90s. This, of course, was a huge tour of a boulder. He'd been genuinely devastated and grief-stricken. Of course, that was a genuine disaster. Of course, what was a genuine disaster would have been a complete catastrophe if he'd been another type of boy. If the other lads had not all wanted to be his friends, if he hadn't been successful in his happy, forthright, almost offhand way with girls, if his family hadn't been middle class, there was a lot of insurance money. He was able to get on the housing ladder when he was still a student, and stay on ever since. His fundamentally naturally high abilities helped him get his degree. He also fit in to the era of cool Britannia like a hand in a glove. As another type of boy, the grief would have been the same and unmitigated. He would have also have been carrying other types of damage already. He could never have seen or accepted this. He would have got deeply offended. He would have used his two biggest condemnations: people who just don't make the most of their lives, and the ultimate: some people are just beyond help. In this regard, he was a bit like those middle-class writers who fail to portray poverty in Western countries in any convincing way because they've never experienced the low-key misery of meals always off trays, or the eternal never-ever, the frustration of always just enough. If this sounds brutal, it is because it is. But like any creed, things are this way because they should be this way and must be this way, offers consolation of more than one kind. As a belief, it is, of course, a lie. It makes no more sense than all is for the best in the best of all possible worlds. In common with most British people, Jack didn't believe in God or go to church. Nevertheless, like people like himself all over the world, he believed himself to be chosen by divine providence. Jack was now in his mid-50s, and he was about to discover a true religion. Shuddermaw had always walked in the woods because he had always been potent and deadly, eternal. He walked there as he walked in all places, but he walked on unseen. He walked in a place that was as real as it was unknown and unsuspected. It was as real as the deeps of space or the floor of the ocean, under shadows in the empty spaces behind stones, in the void by the shoulders of trees. There walked Shuddermaw. Mostly he walked alone. For ages and ages he could be alone, patient. If should anything, floundering and helpless, dwell in the same place as he would move by, he would catch it and feed. He was always unsatisfied by this feeding, but he always took them. They were better than nothing. Shuddermaw once had many names. One of these was the Lord of Hunters. Many of the druids who knew all his names had disapproved of that one. They knew from the ancient wisdom that he was more truly the Lord of the moment of the kill. Shuddermaw was the living incarnation of the terror felt by all things that are caught, trapped, and pounced on and torn apart. Shuddermaw was he who makes them freeze in place. If the bucolic tangled green bank described by Darwin is a vicious battleground, then Shuddermaw was the soul of the pain and fear engendered. Shuddermaw, essence of terror, he who rustles on many legs in the darkness. There are many things people don't know. One of these is that the Celtic culture partly has its roots in a place long gone under the ocean. Many other human cultures have their origins there. It was a place called Lemuria. Very few, incredibly few, were the actual physical traces of that long-gone place. The greatest treasure of the Iceni tribe had been one of these. It was called the Golden Basin of Shuddermaw, made of gold mined under mountains long vanished beneath the waves. They had used it to make votive offerings to the Lord of the moment of the kill. The sacred basin was always kept buried, the sacrifices poured onto the ground above, for when it was buried under the earth, Shuddermaw had to stay in the other place. Where the relic was, there Shuddermaw would walk, unseen, as he walked everywhere. For the Iceni priests knew, if it was not kept always piled over with earth, then the essence of terror, he who rustles on many legs in the darkness, would once more walk abroad. He was not imprisoned. They worshipped him as they worshipped all of their many gods. When the time came, he would walk again in the world of men. Time meant nothing to Shuddermaw. The druids had all been taught as acolytes. When the warrior strikes with the sword, there is Shuddermaw. When you exalt sacrifice with a knife, there is Shuddermaw, brother of death. Long ago, the place where the gold basin was hidden had been forgotten. Jack had decided to take up metal detecting, not as a member of a club of obsessives. No thermoses and curling sandwiches for him, nor in a chancy, casual way. Now that he was in his mid-50s, he was, as he told his wife, going to systematically blitz it. He was going to get the best equipment and have a plan. Then, when he had done the gold dance, he was confident he would sell the gear, hopefully at a profit, then move on. He didn't think it would be healthy to get too hung up on it. There was a road nearby that followed the course of one of the old Roman ones. This was also intersected by ancient Drover's Way. In addition, there were 2 ruined castles and several manor houses nearby. On an Ordnance survey map, Jack marked out an area which included all these features. This he designated as his axis of investigation. Jack was clever and had chosen the area carefully because there were other things he had noticed. Although the geography was mostly so flat it looked ironed out, there was also a few low, raised ridges. From these it was impossible, because of the trees on them all nearby, to see the sea. But it might not always have been that way. Jack wanted his own Sutton Hoo. He wanted a ship burial. Life had made Jack an incorrigible optimist. The other thing was a pet theory he had quietly developed inside his axis of investigation. He highlighted specific areas. These were all at what he called boundary points, the edge of fields, outer edges of wooded areas, and such, especially woods. His equipment was the latest, top of the line. He would therefore be able to exploit these types of terrain, which would not have been explored before, either effectively or at all. He was thorough. Systematically, he got permission from landowners. He was at his most charming in his offhand, hard-to-put-your-finger-on kind of way. He didn't try too hard. He wasn't obsequious. Many of them came away from their encounters with him, feeling he had done them a favor. He also checked out the relevant laws and bylaws. It was late autumn, crops all in, ground hard, but not too hard. With his wife's slight amusement at what she called Jack's nerd phase, he took a week off work and got started. He was only 3 days in, and already he had done the gold dance. Just a few yards beyond a drainage ditch, up one of the promising low ridges, wooded over with old-growth, broadleaf trees, he got a good signal. He dug up a roughly made gold coin about twice the size of his thumbnail. It had a strange, highly stylized image of a horse roughly in the center and something that was either supposed to be a wheel or the sun just above this on the left. Jack had found an Iceni stater. He had been delighted, but he also knew it wasn't that unusual or rare. People found the Celtic tribes' coinage all the time. Apparently, some people had them on their keychains, and it was one coin, not a hoard. After proudly showing his wife, he emailed a friend stateside. Jack sometimes teased him by asking, "How are things Canada side?" who he knew was a fanatical history buff. Jack wrote, "We've no Native American burial grounds, but wait till I tell you what I found." His friend had been satisfyingly impressed and jealous. Admitting this in his reply, Jack decided to spend the next day exploring the area more. You never knew. Jack had no way of knowing that the coin he had found was very special. The last human being to touch the coin had been a woman called Boudica. She had walked into the wood long ago when it was far larger, to the very edge of the holy place where the golden basin was buried in the earth. She had gone down on her knees and rubbed the coin over her raw, recently flogged back and cast it from her into the trees.
Lord Shuddermaw!
She had loudly cried out.
Let the vengeance we take be remembered for all time. Let the horror of the deaths we deal out be legend. Do this for me and I will gladly give you mine and my men's lives.
Shuddermaw heard her prayer, and she had kept her word. Jack got an incredibly strong signal beside a huge moss-covered boulder. The place had never been under the plow because it was dotted with these. It had been chosen carefully. Whatever it was also seemed to be partly under a tree. He wasn't deterred for a moment. Long ago, he had devised a clever way of getting tree stumps out. It had often annoyed him when he bought new houses that there were often tree stumps left in so many gardens. He had imagined someone's Uncle Fred telling them, "I can take that tree down, no probs," back in 1987, and the stump being left in the ground as if it were a law of nature that it remain. His method was simple. One of those two-handed mallet things you got in a garden center. A couple of old SS spades. You dug a small hole beside the tree, then systematically whacked the tree stump all around the base. This broke some of the root system up. Then you put the saw in the hole and cut around. You used old saws so it didn't matter if you hit rocks. Vary the procedure and repeat. It was a good, strong signal. Oddly, a medium-sized tree. Knowing the type of ground, he'd come prepared. Everything he needed was in the back of the Land Rover. Unfortunately for Jack, he succeeded in getting the tree to topple over. By the time he was finished, he was pouring with sweat. He really enjoyed the physical labor. Endorphin rush, he supposed. He was also increasingly excited about what he was going to find. He trusted his instincts. He thought it was going to be good. Really good. He was right. Jack broke the rules and took it home. He had to. He felt compelled to. He reasoned, "This Jack isn't a do-boy. Me and the wife are going to have a good look at this. This blows Sutton Hoo out of the water. It will be going to a museum soon. Everyone will get to enjoy it. But we get a look first. A small naughty." He'd screamed with delight when he found it. Triumph! It was round and about the size of the basins most people have in the kitchen sink. The basin was made of high-quality, pure gold bullion. Solid gold. It was so heavy it was a struggle to get it out of the hole, and Jack was a big man. Well over 2,500 years before, the distant ancestors of the Iceni had decorated its edge with a swirling, interlocking thick band of beautifully worked rose gold. This was so ancient that most of the copper had oxidized away. What was left showed through in a pattern of red smudges so vivid they almost looked blood red. The gold, of course, remained. The hold-fed effect made it look like lace that had been turned into golden fire. Jack and his wife had been washing off the dirt on the garage floor. Upon seeing this wonder, she whispered in an awe-filled voice.
Almost 11.
He agreed. In the center of the basin was the true, deep, lustrous Lemurian gold. Within the deep cup, there were strange, pictorial figures laid out in a circle. They looked to Jack and his wife a bit like stickmen, but the ancient artist had been so skilled that they seemed to move. They seemed to be controlled with fear, with deft, indefinable touches. They appeared to cower away from the center. The bowl, which was smooth, shining, and somehow portentous in its emptiness. It was at once a wondrous and ominous thing. They left it in the living room. They were not worried about hiding it. The house had a good security system and was located in a nice rural area. On a sudden whimsy, Jack put some fruit in it. That night, they went out and celebrated. They went to an expensive restaurant. They were sensible and took a taxi there and back so they could both have a drink. Jack was going to put the basin back the next day where they had discovered it. They both imagined appearing on TV and in the papers. They were having a laugh about this when they got home. Jack pinched her and joked about how young she would look to everyone and about how jealous she would make the dads and lads. She pretended to slap his arm and giggled in mock indignation. When they turned on the living room light, what they saw was so inexplicable they almost couldn't see it for more than several moments. It did not compute. They could not comprehend. The room was not simply smashed, it was destroyed. The back wall was gone. Half the ceiling had fallen in, collapsed. Everything was wrecked. A cold night wind was blowing in. Bizarrely, the dangling light still worked. There was a huge something there. Something. Almost in the same instant, Jack's wife thought it was the huge wheel of an enormous heavy goods vehicle, whilst he thought of the blades you see inside a jet engine. Jack's mind cried out, "Air crash, crashed plane," but it wasn't. Shuddermaw uncurled himself. When he walks in the world, he has a body like a huge black and reddish centipede. Along most of his length, his legs move constantly. They made a rustling noise. His upper body is like a crocodile's back. His head is a huge round atrocity that calls to mind both a shark, a cat, and a human face. Shuddermaw has a spider's eyes. He has 2 long arms like tentacles. They sprout from his neck. These end in clawed but disturbingly human hands. Usually his hands are held together, just under his chin, as if in prayer. He has a scorpion's tail. Lightly, tenderly, but too quick to see, he touched his tail to Jack and Jack's wife's necks, and they couldn't move. Shuddermaw took first the woman, and then the man. He opened them, and drained the blood into his golden bowl, and drank. He has teeth like a shark. His huge tongue is disagreeably human. He licked his lips after he had fed. He was content. Time meaning nothing to him. He decided he would go back to his wood, and back into the other place for a time. I learned a new skill, and it cost me everything. I only signed up for the experimental education program because I was desperate. I'd been out of a job for 4 months, and I had no savings left. I was going to be homeless in a matter of weeks, so I started lying on my resume. I put whatever I thought companies wanted to see. Eventually, I scored an interview, and they actually gave me the job after I confidently walked in and bullshitted my way through. A handshake sealed the deal. I would be making $200,000 a year with peptides. The only problem, I was due to start in 2 days, and I had no idea what peptides even were, let alone how to work with them. My whole life was about to implode, so, naturally, I sat around drinking beer and scrolling the internet all Saturday night. It was there that I saw a sidebar ad for the experimental education program. They claimed that, using virtual reality, I could learn a new skill in under 3 minutes. Not just a new skill, but any skill, regardless of complexity. Right, impossible, sure. Drunkenly, I responded to their ad with an email, asking if I could learn molecular biology in under 3 minutes. It was 2 a.m. on a Saturday night, but I received an immediate response from Dr. Jensen, claiming that, yes, that was possible. Right, sure. Rolling my eyes, I signed up for one of their prototype trials the following morning. I awoke hungover that Sunday morning to an alarm that my past self had set. It read, "Learn molecular biology, 12:15. God, really? Well, I had nothing to lose. I dragged myself out of bed, showered in a funk, and drove out to the offices of experimental education. Parking outside that nondescript office building near downtown, I remained ready to bolt out at the first sign of a multi-level marketing scam. The parking lot was astoundingly solitary and lonely under that gray, drizzling overcast, which I took, paradoxically, as a good sign. If there'd been dozens of other people heading in, then we were all probably marks for some PowerPoint pitch. As I approached, a bespectacled older man in a white lab coat stepped out from the automatic glass doors. Through his medical mask, he said,
"You're late."
I looked at my cell phone. It's 12:16.
The process only takes 3 minutes.
He chided me.
I could have been a third of another appointment if we were fully booked.
Oh shit, sorry. I awkwardly followed him into the building without further protest. The halls within were standard Art Deco, and had definitely been rented by his team rather than built for this purpose. I might have even been there before for something else years ago, it was impossible to tell. He showed me through a door, where an office full of medical equipment waited next to 2 impatient nurses. They were both wearing masks, just like the doctor, but I was not. I reached in my pockets pretending to look for a mask, but they ignored my attempt to save face. One nurse guided me to the central chair, while the other prepared a syringe of neon green liquid. It was the doctor himself who handed me a clipboard with several sheets of paper on it. I briefly scanned it, noticing some medical terms and molecular biology written in cursive halfway, but he shoved a red pen in my hand. I asked, "Is this the waiver?"
It's the contract,
he said flatly.
You're already late. Please just sign it.
Both nurses stopped and stared at me. Feeling intensely pressured, I awkwardly wrote my signature in red on the bottom and handed it back to him. He stashed the clipboard, then returned with a helmet that looked straight out of a science fiction B-movie. Confused by its colorful lights and exposed technological hardware, I asked, "Is that the virtual reality helmet?" As he slid it over my head, he said,
"No Matrix jokes, please."
My senses went black as the helmet covered my eyes, ears, and nose. Where are the controls? Nobody answered me. Instead, I felt a jab in my arm. I could only figure that the nurse was injecting me with that neon green liquid, but it was too late to ask why. A white light appeared in my vision. First an intense dot, but then expanding into an all-encompassing flare that simultaneously numbed me and made me feel like I was rising out of my body. Heat needled every inch of me, and then I sat up. I was in a white-walled room only slightly bigger than my college dorm room back in the day. The bed underneath me was thin and uncomfortable. Had something gone wrong? Had they brought me to somewhere else to recover? I shakily stood, finding myself clothed in a basic white shirt and basic white pants. Both were thin, like hospital gown material. A nearby sink was made of white porcelain, and I walked over to it. No mirror. I think that was what first tipped me off. Mirrors were a processing cost that most games weren't willing to pay, and it was even harder in virtual reality, where the coders could never guess what the protagonist looked like in real life. The next thing that tipped me off, there was no door. There was no actual way to enter or leave the white-walled room. The only other thing present was a white table stacked with books. Out loud, I said, "Holy crap! Am I in a virtual reality right now?" My voice sounded normal. My hands and arms seemed to be my own. My legs even ached a little. If this was a virtual reality, it was insanely good. I actually felt like myself, just cast into a new environment. Maybe the injection had been some sort of hallucinogen? Maybe the helmet's visuals weren't really this good, but I was perceiving them as realistic? If that was the case, then learning a new skill might be difficult. I approached the table and sat in the only other furniture in the room, which was, of course, a white chair. The books were all thick texts pertaining to molecular biology. Okay then, this is what I'd signed up for. This is what I needed. And it looked like it was really happening. Opening the first book, I started reading. It was heady and complex stuff that tired my brain quickly. After about half a chapter, I sighed, looked around, and decided to take a break. Screw it. Nap time. I awoke in a blink, feeling as if I had never slept at all. That wasn't good. I returned to my textbook and made it through to the end of the first chapter. Okay, I now vaguely know how a cell worked. I was feeling better, actually, which I chalked up to my hangover fading. I continued on for another chapter before breaking from the textbook with bleary eyes. Time to eat. I stood and looked around. No food. Simulating hunger was a new thing I'd never expected, and I was honestly wondering why they'd programmed that in without providing any food. I turned on the sink, but the water that came out was black and stank of rotten eggs. Mortified, I shook my head and backed away. I reclined on the bed and slept again, but I woke up with a start, feeling like only a split second had passed. The only indicator that time had passed was that the rotten egg smell had faded. I was still hungry and tired. As great as this simulation was, it was terrible in certain very fundamental ways. Maybe that was up to me to point out when I gave feedback. After all, this was the prototype. I returned to my textbooks, pushing through what learning I could until my hunger, thirst, and tiredness became too distracting. They'd created something amazing here, and I was indeed learning molecular biology. But was I supposed to read this entire stack of textbooks while starving, parched, and sleep-deprived? I needed to do this for my new job, so I kept at it, forcing myself to focus. I actually finished reading and understanding the first entire textbook before the screaming inside my body became too overwhelming to continue. Maybe the information from the single textbook I'd read would be enough to fake my way through a Monday morning. I had to give up on this. Standing, I tried to speak. Instead, I coughed. I hadn't spoken in how long? I couldn't tell. After a few more coughs, I said weakly, "I'd like to leave now." Nothing happened. End the simulation. Still nothing. Okay. Computer, freeze program? Nope. I shouted. "Existence is paused." Just silence and white. The long-shot quote had failed. My heart hammered painfully in my chest as I began to realize that there was no way out. I'd entered this experiment to learn molecular biology, and that was what I was going to have to do. As I sat and forced myself to read, I started fearing a time limit. My body was slowly but surely getting weaker and shrinking from starvation. The hunger burned, making me aware of the very engine of life inside myself as it consumed calories. I wasn't dying because this wasn't real, but the thirst was driving me mad. I turned the sink on a few times, desperate to drink the black water that stank of rotten eggs, but I couldn't make myself do it, even in the darkest depths of my agony. Sleep was pointless. I became a husk. I sat, I studied textbooks, and I flipped pages slowly with emaciated fingers. That was all I was, for what felt like months. It wasn't enough to read the textbooks. I had to understand them too. Learning while mostly insane from hunger and thirst and insomnia felt like a monumental task. I was certain that I was never going to escape. The program would never end. This would be it. For me. Forever. I spent an entire week screaming, to no avail.
"Let me out! No! I want to get out! I need to go!"
I raged at the walls, chipping away at them, just uncovering more white plaster. I was perpetually dying, but never actually ceasing to exist. I broke the sink, and the black rotten egg water spewed onto the floor, then down a hard-to-see white drain. I sat in the stench, my feet wet, and continued to learn. What other choice did I have? This was never going to end. I flipped through pages for eternity, truly giving up on the concept of escaping, right up until I closed the final book. When the helmet lifted away, and I found myself in that room with the two nurses and the doctor again, I sat in a disbelieving daze. The doctor asked,
"How was it?"
I stared down. My hands were normal again. My arms had their former strength. I touched my face, finding that I was not a husk. Wide-eyed, I fixated on his question. It was horrible. I was starving and thirsty and tired the entire time. He nodded.
That's a manifestation of the cost of thinking so rapidly. You just experienced 7 months of intense thought and learned in 3 minutes.
He nodded at the empty syringe in the nurse's hand.
That liquid we injected you with contained concentrated neurochemicals, electrolytes, vitamins, and the like. We were hoping it would lessen the pain involved.
I grabbed his arm. It was the worst thing I've ever been through.
Yes, but you did learn molecular biology like you wanted.
Thinking it through, I realized I had.
Then that's a success. All that's left is refining the technology.
I let go of his arm and grimaced apologetically. Rising shakily, I wandered for the door. They didn't even lead me toward the front of the building. The three just went about their business, readying the room for their next subject. I wasn't even sure how I got home. I just lay there all evening and all night, staring at the ceiling as intense trauma rushed around the edges of my awareness. When my alarm went off to wake me up for the first day of work, I was still just lying there with my eyes open. But I did know molecular biology. I was already dressed. I just dragged myself up, drove to my new office, and floated through my first day at my new job. They gave me some training, and I actually understood the science. What I didn't understand was how experimental education's technology was even possible. The naive young version of me that had gone into that building would have never questioned the fundamental technologies at play, but they just forcefully taught me everything I needed to know. All day long, instead of doing my job, I thought about just how powerful that neon green liquid would have had to have been to do what they claimed. The brain was the most expensive engine in the human body, and running it for 7 months would require far more than a syringe, no matter how densely packed the contents. That night, I remained awake, still staring at the ceiling. I hadn't slept in 7 months, so closing my eyes and trying to do it still felt unnatural. The nightmare I'd gone through felt simultaneously like an eternity and a mere instant. I just kept coming back to the same question. How? I tried to ignore that persistent question, and I did manage to take some fitful naps filled with flashback sensations to that white-walled room. But I only made it 2 more days before I couldn't take it any longer. That Wednesday, I drove back to that office long after it had closed. The front door was locked, but the signs for experimental education were still up. Returning to my car and fetching a tire iron and a bag, I carefully crept around the corner, along the shadowed side of the building, and toward the back. There, in the darkest and quietest corner of the alley, I found a low window that would serve. Was I really going to do this? I had to know. The tire iron shattered the window with just a light tap. I winced. Somewhere, a dog barked. I waited, but nobody human seemed to have noticed the sound of falling glass. Steeling my resolve, I carefully lowered myself into the basement. In the dark, I felt my way past stacked chairs, tables, and other generic office equipment. Nearing the dim light of the stairwell, I felt something soft, warm, and wet. It was fabric, but it was a dead person. He groaned, and I hurriedly backed up. Standing there in the dark, I waited, terrified. I was busted for sure. Someone had found me, right? When he didn't say anything, I sensed that something was very wrong, in a different way than I'd expected. Moving further, I found a light switch, then turned around to look. A tan-skinned man of vaguely Middle Eastern appearance was hanging by both arms from 2 thick chains embedded in the ceiling. He was wearing a black business suit that had been sullied by assault, and long trails of blood, both dried and fresh, ran from his head, ears, and neck. It was immediately obvious that someone had beaten this man half to death and chained him here in the basement of this office building, but knowing that only made me feel even more frightened. He blinked awake, and his eyes settled on me. I would have expected him to seem hopeful, but his gaze held only defeated apathy. Noticing his silence, I moved forward and pulled a bald cloth from inside his mouth. He spit blood, then looked at me with sullen askance. I prompted, do you need help? I couldn't place his accent. He said simply,
Release me.
Yeah, of course, I said quickly. I'll go get help.
No.
He responded wearily. Sorry, what? You don't want me to get the police?
You have to make the choice to release me yourself.
I hesitated. What the hell does that mean? Of all the responses he could have given, I didn't expect a laugh. His tired snicker echoed throughout the basement, setting me on edge. There was something very, very wrong here. Something very, very wrong with him. I had no idea what his relation was to experimental education, if he even had one, but I backed away with an increasing urge to run. He just stared at me, never blinking. I found the stairwell and stumbled my way up, keeping my eyes on him as long as I could. When I finally closed the stairwell door quietly behind me, a palpable primal fear drained out of me. Something about that chained man had frightened me in a way that was deeper than logic, and deeper than mere emotion. After I was done here, I was going to call the police, and I was never going near him again. I moved through the dark hallways lit by red exit signs until I found the room I remembered. The equipment was all still inside, and, after waiting and listening for another few minutes, I dared enter and turn on the lights. Quickly I moved to the biohazard container. A whole pile of used syringes lay within, and I could see neon green glimmering in most of them. I picked out a handful and threw them in my bag. I could take them to someone for analysis later. Next, I found a stack of waivers. No, not waivers. They were contracts, exactly as the doctor had said. They were written in odd archaic legalese, and while I could recognize some language pertaining to learning skills and to amenities provided, that mentioned a bed, a table, and a sink, the rest made no sense to me. What the hell was I reading? Why had I been asked to sign this? Stuffing them in my bags as well, I moved on to the crown jewel of the room, the virtual reality helmet. Lifting it high, I examined it closely. I looked for cords, but there were none. I opened the back panel, but it only contained a few batteries to power the lights on the outside. Prying at a bit of the outer hardware, I popped off some pieces that looked like computer chips. They weren't connected to anything. None of it was connected to anything. The helmet, the goggles, the ear covers, it was all fake. It was nothing. The helmet looked like a B-movie prop, because it was. Then what the hell had I experienced? I had absolutely gone somewhere. I had spent 7 months starving and thirsting and sleepless. I had learned an entire field of study in 3 minutes. Or had I just imagined it all as part of some mental experience? Of course, it wasn't virtual reality at all. It had to be some sort of new superdrug. The neon green liquid would hold the answer. Clutching my bag, I readied myself to escape the building, which meant another encounter with that man in the basement. I stepped quietly down the stairwell, but he already knew I was there. He watched me with icy eyes as I passed. I paused below the window, wondering if I could really just leave him here. He said, with genuine hate,
Your suffering will be legendary.
I turned, locking eyes with him. His anger turned slowly into an understanding grin.
Oh, my. It already was. Wasn't it?
His mocking laugh followed me as I climbed out of the window and ran for my car. I didn't call the police. Something about him had been far too strange. I just sat at home the rest of that night, catching what nightmare-filled sleep I could, and then brought some of the neon green liquid to a coworker the next day for analysis. Then, I did my best to get on with my life. My sleep was tortured. I was constantly on edge, and I was fearful at random times. But I finally had a job. My landlord was coming around asking for rent. I told him I'd found a position and was about to get paid, but he reminded me that I was already extremely behind and very close to eviction. No problem. It was almost payday. Except, when payday came the next week, I opened my paycheck to find a statement for $0. Of course, I went to see my boss, who then looked at me with confusion. He said,
"Didn't you read your hiring contract? Training is unpaid, and you're training for the first month."
I had not read that. No. I tried to argue, but he dismissed me. I went home with a gnawing sense that my life was about to implode. When I faced my landlord and told him it'd be another few weeks, he grew angry, and he told me I was done. I argued that he couldn't do that, but he told me to read my lease, and he took my key right from my hand. What else could I do? I wandered onto the street and found a bench to sit on. I had no money and nowhere to go. How the hell could this have happened to me? I'd always tried to work hard and do my best, but now I was sitting on a park bench, homeless. The world seemed to know somehow. Every dog that passed barked at me as if it was afraid. I got up and tried to go to the church for charity, but the door wouldn't open for me. Strangers seemed to get chills if I stood too close to them. I simply felt wrong, and somehow I wanted to blame it all on experimental education. It didn't take many days like that for my boss to fire me. When I asked why, he said,
"No, your work is fine. You just smell, and you look like shit. You come off like a homeless guy."
"I am homeless because you're not paying me, asshole," I shot back, finally snapping.
"Why should I pay you?"
he asked.
"I'll just keep getting free months off people, since they can learn the skills to do this job in 3 minutes, just like you. You're completely replaceable."
He made a noise of disgust and stalked off after threatening to call security if I wasn't out in 10 minutes. He knew about experimental education. He knew I'd gone. How? I gathered my few things in a box, wondering how my life had come apart so forcefully. On my way out of the building, my coworker stopped me.
"Hey man, you know that green stuff you gave me? I took a look at it."
"It doesn't matter anymore," I told him, too overwhelmed to care. He briefly gripped the edge of my box.
"You should be more careful with that stuff. It's lethal."
I froze. Lethal?
They use those chemicals in executions.
He insisted. Pulling my box away from him, I shook my head. I was injected with that. I'm still alive.
"No way. This stuff induces brain death almost immediately. You'd need to have a counter-injection in like 3 minutes or less, or you're not coming back."
"What? 3 minutes?" That knocked me out of my darkness. I told him I'd be careful. Then, I hurried to my car. Something was snapping into place for me. Experimental education hadn't been using virtual reality at all. The truth was far darker and more twisted than I could have ever guessed. I drove back to their office building and waited until I saw the doctor and nurses leave. The back window had been hastily patched with wood, but I removed it with my tire iron. Then, I slipped inside. The strange and frightening man was still chained within. His head was leaking fresh blood from a recent wound, but he was smiling as I approached. I held my contract in my hand. I read it.
"Good,"
he said with a grin.
"What did you learn?"
Now that I finally understand what they're actually doing, the archaic language makes sense, I told him. They're killing people. They killed me. At least, for a little while. Then they brought me back with a counter-injection. But I signed a contract for the experience I would have while dead. I pointed at his head wound. The red pen. It was filled with your blood, wasn't it? His grin widened into a smirk.
"You're beginning to understand."
Those assholes, I replied, filled with equal parts admiration, disgust, awe, and hopelessness. They actually managed to commoditize the human afterlife. They actually managed to turn hell into a product. Just another way to make us even more expendable. He nodded, his eyes filled with animal fire. If I free you, I said slowly, the same fire raging in me, what will you do?
I'll kill them.
He replied, genuine in his anger.
Then I'll kill their masters. And their masters. Right up the chain until I reach the true monsters. I will topple this world, one brutally torturous murder at a time. I will burn it all down, and sink humanity into a lawless age of darkness.
I didn't need to look for the key to his chains. In a sense, I already had it. I touched my contract to the metal links, and they rusted away. All I had to say was, good. They sent for me in the dead of winter. It was the season of the long night in Antarctica, when the sun refused to rise and I had no idea what to expect. Even the instructions were vague, almost cryptic, except for one clear detail. I was to report to a research outpost near the pole, isolated in the most desolate place on Earth. As my plane landed, a storm whipped the ice. Wind screeched and rattled the metal of the craft. The sky was a bruised shade of purple, and the lights from the base ahead blinked like tiny, pale stars. I felt an oppressive weight settle on my chest the moment I stepped onto the icy ground. A young soldier, with his face half hidden under a hood and goggles, approached. He looked relieved to see the priest's collar under my thick wool coat, which gave me a good feeling despite being clearly out of place.
Father Martin?
He asked, his voice muffled by the scarf wrapped around his mouth. I nodded, clutching my bag close and feeling the bite of the wind seep through every layer. I am, and you are?
Corporal Hain, sir.
He replied, standing stiffly.
They've been waiting for you. You're to come with me to the briefing room immediately.
I followed, casting a look at the endless stretch of ice, only broken by low hills and jagged cliffs in the distance. There was nothing here but emptiness and the howling wind. The silence was unlike anything I'd ever known, vast and profound, but laced with something unsettling. I pushed the feeling aside as we reached the entrance. Inside the outpost, I was met with metal walls, harsh fluorescent lights, and soldiers in somber green coats, glancing at me with something I couldn't quite place. We passed down narrow corridors until Haynes stopped outside a heavy steel door. He knocked, and a voice inside called for us to enter. The door creaked open to reveal a man in a crisp uniform, older, with an air of authority that distinctly marked him as someone in command. He stood there when I entered, offering a sharp nod.
Father Martin,
he said, extending his hand.
Colonel Beckett, thanks for coming.
I shook his hand, feeling the firmness of his grip. I wasn't given many details, Colonel. Only that I was needed here for something unusual. He exchanged a look with Haynes, and I caught a flicker of discomfort in his expression.
Yes, we apologize for the secrecy. There are certain elements of this mission we felt best to leave unsaid until you arrived.
I raised an eyebrow, feeling the knot in my stomach tighten. Go on. He hesitated just for a moment before continuing.
There's a formation nearby. A cave. It's something we found while mapping this area. Strange, enormous, almost like a natural monument. We've had personnel go in and out of it, but it's difficult to explain.
Beckett's gaze settled on me, and in his eyes I saw something that chilled me to the bone. Fear.
I think it's best if you see it for yourself,"
he said quietly. The drive out was grim. The wind had picked up, tearing against the sides of the vehicle like it was clawing to get in. Outside, snow and ice stretched endlessly, broken only by jagged, leaden rocks protruding like the spine of some long-dead giant, buried beneath the white. Corporal Haynes drove in silence, his hands clenched on the wheel. I sat in the back with the two soldiers. Neither spoke. They watched the windows, stiff, tense, as if the very land outside might put up a fight against us. Colonel Beckett had given me minimal information before sending us off.
"The cave, there's something about it,"
he'd said, staring down at a map on his desk, though I sensed he wasn't really seeing it.
"We've had a team survey it when we first found it, but they didn't get far before they started acting strangely. One of them even..."
He broke off, and I'd seen a shadow flicker across his face. "How do you mean, acting strangely?" I'd pressed, though I wasn't sure I wanted to hear the answer. He looked up at me, his face set, yet his eyes betrayed something close to dread.
"Degradation, paranoia, hallucinations. One man said he felt like he was being watched. Another claimed he could hear voices whispering. They didn't make it far into the cave before I pulled them out. It's as though the place has a presence."
He cleared his throat.
"I don't put much stock into the supernatural, but my men do. They'll feel better having a priest along."
Now, as we drove toward that ominous formation, his words replayed in my mind. Something about it has a presence. The soldiers and I remained silent until, finally, the vehicle stopped. Haynes killed the engine, and the sudden silence was so intense it was almost violent. We stepped out into the biting wind, and there, only a few yards away, it stood. A massive stone formation jutted out of the ice, half buried, its shape tenebrose and abrasive against the pale landscape. It had to be about 150 feet tall and 50 feet wide. The entrance itself was a wide, black opening, rounded at the edges with jagged rocks outlining it. The snow seemed to pile around the cavern in unnatural drifts, almost as though the cave had disturbed the ice into cracking and shifting at odd, unnatural angles. One of the soldiers, Private Mills, stood beside me, his voice low.
"Doesn't look right, does it?"
"No," I murmured, swallowing. "It doesn't." Sergeant Davis, the tallest of the group, tried to break the tension with a forced chuckle.
"It's just weird rock formation,"
he muttered, though his gaze never left the entrance.
"Nothing more."
I glanced at him, studying the tightness around his mouth, the way he clenched his rifle. They all carried their weapons as if they expected something to leap from the depths at any moment.
"Look,"
Davis continued, his tone gruff as he glanced at me.
"I don't know if you really believe in any of this priest stuff, but just stay close. Alright?"
I nodded, offering what I hoped was a reassuring smile. "I'll stay close." The men visibly relaxed, but only just. Together, we approached the mouth of the cave, each step crunching under us while the wind muffled out all other sounds. The entrance seemed larger the closer we came, and my skin prickled with this inexplicable sensation of being watched, as if something lay behind those pitch-shaded pools of emptiness and was observing us from within. Private Mills stopped suddenly, his gaze fixed on the ground near the opening.
"Look,"
he whispered, and we followed his gaze. Tracks, bare footprints in the snow,
leading toward the cave mouth and disappearing. The size of the prints suggested they weren't from a grown man, but rather from a child.
Who?
Corporal Haynes began, his voice barely audible.
No one's been out here recently.
Sergeant Davis muttered, voice strained.
And no one goes barefoot in this weather. They'd be dead in minutes.
I felt my hand instinctively reach for the small crucifix under my neck. Beckett's words echoed in my mind. There was something about it. A presence. Without another word, we moved forward, stepping into the cavern's gaping mouth. The light behind us faded rapidly, and warm, damp air seemed to seep from the walls, filling the space with an almost suffocating blanket. The beams from our flashlights swept over the cave walls, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to ripple with the flicker of movement. Inside, the air carried a faint, earthy smell that reminded me of wet metal. Something about it made my skin crawl, though I couldn't place why.
Father,
Sergeant Davis said, his voice rough but low. He shifted on his feet, eyes avoiding mine.
Before we go deeper, maybe you could, say something? For luck?
The other soldiers nodded, their faces tense and wary in the dim glow. Despite their rifles and years of training, they looked like nervous young boys. I nodded, gathered my words, and felt the chill settle deeper into my skin. I raised a hand, fingers grazing the crucifix that hung around my neck. Almighty God, we place ourselves in your hands as we walk through this place. Shield us, guide us, and let your light be our way. Protect these men, keep them steady, and grant us the courage to see this journey through. As I spoke, a low, distant noise echoed through the cavern. It was faint, just a whisper of a sound, but unmistakably unnatural. A slow, grinding roll that rumbled through the walls. It was as if the stone was shifting, groaning under some unimaginable force. It lingered in the background, fading in and out like a dull protest. The soldiers exchanged uneasy glances, gripping their weapons a little tighter. Mills spoke up, his voice soft.
Yeah, you heard that, right? I mean that wasn't just me.
It's probably just the earth settling.
Davis offered, though his voice rattled.
These caves are old. Could be shifting ice, rock settling, something like that.
Yeah.
Corporal Haynes muttered.
Just rocks.
I lowered my hand, tucking the cross back into my jacket. We'll be all right, I said, though my words sounded hollow, even to my own ears. We pressed on, single file, stepping deeper into the cave's dark throat. The walls grew narrower, angling downward in a gradual slope. It felt oddly smooth underfoot, not jagged or broken as one would expect. Instead, it was a continuous winding path, curving gently downward like the inside of some strange, winding funnel. The rock itself shimmered when the flashlight beams caught it. Not with any mineral gleam, but something damp, as if coated in a thin film of syrupy fluid. Beyond that was a subtle warmth coming from the walls, far warmer than the frozen air outside.
Feels different in here, doesn't it?
Mills muttered, his eyes darting over the tunnel walls.
Shouldn't it still be cold?
Davis scoffed, though his expression remained taut.
Just keep moving, Mills. It's probably a geothermal fissure or something. Heat trapped in the earth.
But he, too, kept looking around, his jaw clenched tight. As we descended further, the path narrowed, forcing us to hunch down as the ceiling dipped lower. The walls seemed to curve inward, and the ground began to slope even steeper. The air grew heavier, thick with a smell that was hard to define. A mix of wet earth and something almost rotten. Every few steps, the faint grinding noises rumbled, a distant echo that hummed in the background like a low grovel. There were no obvious signs of danger, yet a growing unease twisted in my gut. The walls seemed to pulse slightly the longer you stared. I reached out, touching the stone as we passed. It was oddly soft and slick beneath my gloved fingertips. I pulled my hand back, wiping the liquid quickly on my coat, but the sensation lingered.
Feels weird, doesn't it?
Mills whispered, his voice barely audible.
Like we're not supposed to be here.
Keep quiet.
Haynes hissed, though his voice was strained. He glanced at me, something pleading in his eyes.
Father, is this... do you feel anything strange here?
I took a deep breath, steadying myself. There's something here, I murmured. But let's just keep our focus. They nodded, but I saw their apprehension deepen. We pressed on in silence, each step echoing through the hollow passage, a relentless descent into the unknown, and behind us, the cave walls groaned, as if watching and waiting with a patient yearning. As we pushed down, the silence between us grew heavier in tandem with the walls closing in on us. Ahead, far deeper in the cave, a faint throb pulsed through the air, a slow, steady vibration that seemed to resonate through my head. I couldn't place it, perhaps the sound of gushing water pulsating from somewhere deep within, but that didn't feel right.
Do you all feel that?
Mills asked, his voice cracking. He'd been quiet for some time, but now his face was pale, eyes darting over his shoulder every few seconds. Sweat glistened on his brow despite the chill that lingered in the tunnel.
Just keep moving,
Sergeant Davis barked, though his voice was shallow with his own apprehension.
Nothing's here but rock. Keep your head on straight.
But Mills seemed to barely hear him. He stopped, his breathing offbeat, and his gaze went distant, fixed on some invisible point in front of him. I reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder, feeling his muscles tense beneath my grip. Mills, I said softly, stay with us. He blinked, looking up at me with wide, terrified eyes.
I don't think I'm supposed to be here, Father. I feel like something's looking at me. I feel something I left behind.
His hand trembled as he touched his forehead, muttering to himself.
I don't know why I ever... How could I have?
What do you see? I asked, though my stomach churned, sensing the weight of the horror he was holding.
It's her?
He whispered, voice trembling.
My little girl. She's looking at me, but her face.
His hand shot to his mouth, stifling a gasp. His eyes went wide, pupils dilated, as if he were witnessing something unspeakable in the shadows. I could see the fear in him intensify, his gaze wild, darting back and forth as though tracking an unseen presence in the air.
She's just standing there,
he whispered, his voice cracking.
But there's something wrong. Her skin's so pale, like she's been dead for days. Her eyes are... Oh God. No.
Prophet!
Davis snapped, his voice louder this time.
Snap out of it!
But Mills only whimpered, his body trembling as if caught with a fever.
She's asking me why I left her alone. She's asking why I wasn't there for her when she was sick. Sweetie, I was deployed. I tried, but
His voice faded, eyes wide with panic as he seemed to peer deeper into the shadows. He swayed on his feet, his breathing ragged, and in that moment I saw something break in him, something primal and terrified. His gaze turned inward, and I felt a pulse of dread shoot through me as he spoke again.
She wants me to end it, all of it.
His voice had taken on an eerie, hollow tone.
She says I need to carve her back into me, to feel what she felt, to make up for what I've done.
Mills! I gripped his shoulder, but his skin was clammy, unresponsive, his mind trapped somewhere I couldn't reach. Whatever you're seeing, it isn't real. You are here, with us. Don't let it take you. But he wasn't listening. His hand drifted toward his belt, where a hunting knife gleamed faintly in the dim light. His face twisted, a horrible, pained grimace, as though he was caught between agony and a sick, twisted desire to give in.
She's saying it's the only way.
He murmured.
If I just cut deep enough, I can take her place. Maybe then.
The air around us grew louder, pulsing in rhythm with his words. It reverberated through the walls, a sinister vibration that seemed to pulse along with his heartbeat, driving his breaths into shallow gasps. I could feel it now, a faint humming beneath my skin, as if something in the depths of the earth was responding, reaching out to him with invisible fingers, pulling him closer to the darkness within himself.
Mills, don't,
Haynes said, his voice barely above a whisper, fear choking his words.
You're not alone, okay? Whatever you're seeing, it's not real. It's the cave. It's messing with your head. Don't listen to it.
But Mills' expression remained fixed, a horrific blend of grief and resignation, his eyes lost to whatever horrors he alone could see. His grip tightened on the knife, and his gaze shifted between each of us as if we were strangers. Something malevolent flickered behind his eyes, a darkness taking root, curling its tendrils around him.
She wants me to bring you all with me,
he said softly, his eyes empty and cold.
She says we all deserve it.
He raised the knife, and I saw the slight tremor in his hand as he aimed it at his own throat, his gaze turning inward again, lost to his private nightmare. Without hesitation, I grabbed Mill's arm, my fingers tightening around his wrist to stop him from lifting the blade any higher. I could feel the violent shudder of his body under my grip, his muscles straining as if caught in some dark trance. His eyes were wild, rimmed with distress and desperation, fixed on some terrible vision beyond my sight.
Father, help me,
he whispered, but his plea was swallowed by the cavern walls, and around us, the pulsing sound only goaded him on. I tightened my grip on Mills, feeling the tremors racking his body as he clutched the knife, poised under his own throat. His eyes were distant, unfocused. He was muttering under his breath, fragments of sentences, each more desperate than the last.
Father, please,
he rasped, his voice barely his own.
She's calling me. She says I need to.
No, I interrupted, my voice steady, though I felt the bitterness of a woeful inadequacy seeping down into my soul. I drew in a deep breath, reaching for words that I prayed would hold power. God Almighty, Lord of Hosts, I began, my voice low but resolute. Banish this darkness from his mind. Cleanse him of this evil. Mills twitched violently as I spoke, his eyes rolling back for a moment before he shuddered, clutching his head. His hand dropped the knife and he began to curl up, his face slick with sweat. But as I continued the prayer, his features softened, the manic light in his eyes dimmed, replaced by something fragile, barely holding on. Holy Father, I ask for your light in this place of shadow.
I ask for your strength to guide this man, for your mercy to protect him. Shield him from this darkness. Hold him close to your grace. Deliver him from evil. The words spilled out of me, fervent and desperate, and I felt the walls themselves recoil from the sound. The pulsing throb that echoed deeper in grew louder, sharper, each beat shuddering through the ground beneath us, almost as if in protest. Mills twitched, his face contorting, his mouth opening and closing as if fighting to speak, but his eyes remained haunted, his lips moving silently as though wrestling with voices only he could hear.
Father,
he gasped, his voice thick with fear.
It's still here. I can feel it glowing inside me. It's angry. So angry.
I gripped his shoulder tighter, refusing to let go. I know, but you're stronger than it. Listen to my voice, not its lies. You are still here, with us, with me. Around us, the cave seemed to breathe, a low groan vibrating through the walls as if we disturbed something that had long slumbered. A faint foul wind stirred, carrying the sharp, acrid scent of sulfur and death. I felt the air tighten, pressing in on us, the very stone resenting my prayer.
Do you hear that?
Davis softly muttered. He glanced down the passage ahead, where the walls grew narrower. His gaze turned distant, his head tilting slightly as if listening to some type of sweet song. Haynes stared, transfixed, his own eyes glassy and unfocused.
It's beautiful,
he murmured.
Do you see it, Davis? The light.
Davis nodded slowly, a strange smile creeping across his face.
Yes. It's calling us. Down there, it's...
Wait, I said sharply, but they ignored me, stepping forward in unison, almost as if they were sleepwalking. I kept my hand on Mills, who had begun to shiver violently, his eyes darting toward Davis and Haynes with growing panic.
No,
he croaked, his voice hoarse.
They can't go down there. Don't let them.
Davis! Haynes! I called, but they didn't turn back. They didn't even acknowledge me. They walked deeper into the tunnel, following some invisible beacon, their footsteps steady and unwavering. Mills clawed at my hand, his voice frantic.
They're walking into it, Father. They're walking right into it.
A cold dread filled me as I watched the two soldiers disappear into the shadows, moving with a mechanical calm. I could hear them murmuring to each other, their voices faint.
Do you see it?
Davis was saying, his voice a strange mixture of awe and reverence.
It's so warm. I can feel it. Like a heartbeat.
Yes.
Haynes replied, his tone equally entranced.
It's been waiting for us, hasn't it? All this time.
Father, please.
Mills whispered, his face contorted in cold sweat.
Don't let them go any deeper. It's feeding on them. It's pulling them in.
I squeezed his shoulder, feeling his pulse racing beneath my hand, erratic and panicked. Stay with me, Mills. Hold on to your faith, your strength. Whatever we're facing, we'll face it together. But as I looked down the darkened tunnel, the faint light from Davis and Haynes' flashlights faded into the depths. Mills gripped my arm, his eyes wild and wide but somehow steady, as if he'd found some last flicker of strength within himself.
Father,
he rasped, pulling me close.
You need to go. You have to find them, to bring them back.
I shook my head, reluctant to leave him behind. Mills, I can't just leave you here. We'll go together. He forced a smile.
No, you need to go without me. I'll be fine. I can hold my ground here.
He said, his gaze distant, a shadow of uncertainty flitting across his face.
I'll survive. but they won't if you don't find them.
I hesitated, feeling the pulse of trepidation deepen in my stomach, but his grip on my arm was firm, his gaze insistent. He was right. Every second we stayed here, the others drifted further into whatever nightmare lay ahead. I gave him a nod, murmured a quick blessing, and left him curled up in the flickering half-light as I ventured further into the cave. The narrow path twisted downward, deeper than I thought possible. The walls closed in, damp and pulsing with awful warmth. I quickened my pace, calling out their names, but only my own voice echoed back, swallowed quickly by the oppressive dark. Just as panic began to claw its way into my chest, I caught a flicker of a movement ahead. A figure, small and pale, stepping out from the shadows. It was a child, barefoot and thin, with snow-white skin and hair that shimmered like gold. He couldn't have been more than 7 or 8, clad in an oversized white t-shirt. His eyes held a peculiar brightness to them, an unsettling mix of innocence and wisdom that was entirely wrong for someone so young. He looked up at me with a faint smile, a smile that was warm, inviting, and yet somehow wrong.
"Hello, Father,"
he said softly, his voice lilting, almost musical.
"You're looking for your friends, aren't you? But it's too late. They're in the process of leaving us."
I felt a cold stab of anxiety pierce my chest. What do you mean? Where are they? The child's smile widened, his eyes darkening with something almost playful.
"They're lost. They were afraid, Father. They wanted something to cling to, but you left them, just like you left Mills."
His words twisted inside me, an accusation that felt like a blade sinking deep. Mills wanted me to go on, I said, my voice faltering slightly.
"But he asked because he knew you wanted to leave him,"
the child replied, his tone soft and coaxing.
"Mills wanted comfort, Father. He wanted someone to stay by his side, to hold him through the fear. You left him alone, and now he's found his way out."
I staggered, horror dawning as I understood his meaning. "You're lying. Mills is okay." The child tilted his head, his expression both sympathetic and eerily amused.
"You'll see. You left him to die, and now he's gone. He's not the first you've left, is he, Father?"
I clenched my jaw, fighting the urge to recoil. The words cut deep, touching on wounds I hadn't known were there, wounds I thought I had forgotten.
"You've sacrificed much, haven't you?"
The child continued, his voice gentle now, inviting.
"A life of loneliness, the vows you took, the vow of chastity, the vow to remain alone in the name of God, no wife, no children, a man who gives everything, only to receive nothing in return."
His words sank into me, each one twisting with a dark familiarity. I'd spent countless nights wrestling with that emptiness, praying for strength, trying to fill a hole I could never speak aloud.
"You deserve peace, Father,"
the child whispered, stepping closer.
"You've served enough. God sees your suffering. He wants you to rest. He wants you to be free, to find comfort. If you let go, if you just let go, He'll welcome you with open arms. A martyr, a true saint."
He reached for my hand, his touch unnaturally cold.
"If you end it now, God will still love you. He'll forgive you, and you'll never be alone again."
My heart pounded, and I felt the weight of his words pressing into me, filling me with a strange, almost seductive numbness. The endless years of service, of sacrifice, of feeling adrift in a world I could only watch from the outside. It all loomed before me, magnified in his gaze. The child smiled, his expression achingly beautiful and sinister, his eyes glowing with that unnatural light.
Take comfort, Father,
he murmured.
There's peace waiting, if you'll only reach for it.
I stared down at him, my hand trembling in his icy grip. The pulsing throb in the wall seemed to synchronize with my own heartbeat. A steady, relentless rhythm urging me to give in, to find the release he promised. The urge to surrender, to let go, tugged at me, tempting me with a potent, honeyed sweetness. My hand, still caught in the child's cold grip, trembled. I felt his promises sinking into me, filling every hollow place, every forgotten ache, each whispered with a gentle cruelty that coaxed me towards surrender. But deep within, something resisted, an ember that refused to extinguish. Slowly, I reached into my pocket and felt the familiar weight of my weapon, my rosary. Closing my eyes, I took a steadying breath. I clutched the first bead between my fingers and began to pray, my voice a murmur beneath the oppressive presence. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. The child's face darkened, his smile faltering as he watched me.
Father,
he said, his voice soft, a trace of warning in his tone.
You're clinging to something that can't help you here. Those words, they're meaningless.
Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. A faint twitch flickered in his expression, and his grip on my hand tightened painfully.
You don't have to do that, Father,
he hissed, his voice softening to a venomous murmur.
You're wasting your time. God won't hear you here, and she doesn't care.
Pray for us sinners, and now, at the hour of our death. The boy's face began to twist, his soft features stretching and contorting, his skin paling to a deathly yellow. His eyes grew darker, almost cavernous, swallowing any semblance of humanity. Its childlike limbs elongated, thin and bony, with its small hands growing into long, claw-like fingers. The thing's mouth twisted into an obscene grin, revealing sharp, uneven teeth that glistened wetly in the dim light. I stumbled back, clutching the rosary to my chest as the creature stood before me, now a hideous, twisted apparition of what he once appeared to be.
You think you can resist me?
The voice that came from his mouth was no longer that of a child. It was a guttural, grating growl, resonating with a power that shook the very air. The walls seemed to tremble, responding to his words as if they, too, were part of him, a living, breathing extension of his will.
You're standing in my flesh, priest,
he sneered, gesturing to the walls around us.
You walk through my veins. Feel my breath in the stones. Hear my pulse in the dark. This is my body, and you are nothing but a morsel within it.
The walls seemed to close in around me, their surfaces undulating subtly, taking on a sickening, organic quality. The faint pulsing sound echoed louder, its rhythm a slow, hungry beat.
You and your friend will never leave,
he continued, his voice dripping with malice.
I will consume every one of you, swallow you whole, and bury you in the depths of my being.
Its form rippled, growing larger, filling the cavern with its grotesque presence. Shadows writhed around it like tendrils, reaching toward me with claws that seemed to scrape the very air. I felt an intense, crushing weight pressing down on my body. But then, with a single sneer, it vanished, dissipating like smoke into the void. Silence fell,
thick and heavy. I took a shaky breath, clutching my rosary, forcing myself to focus, to stay grounded. Just as my mind settled, I saw them, Davis and Haynes, standing at the edge of a narrow drop deeper in the tunnel, their backs to me, their faces turned downward. They were muttering to themselves, their voices low, strained, as though speaking to someone just below them. "Davis!" I called out, stepping toward them, my voice echoing in the silence. He didn't respond. His eyes were vacant, unfocused, staring into the pit below. In one hand he held his rifle, the barrel tilted toward his jaw, his finger resting lightly on the trigger. Haynes stood before him, clutching a knife, the blade pressed to his wrist, his hand trembling. I felt a cold wave of horror wash over me as I realized what they were about to do. "No!" I cried, rushing forward, but they seemed oblivious to my presence, their faces twisted in silent agony, their expressions lost to some invisible torment.
"Mother,"
Davis whispered, his voice cracking, tears streaming down his face.
"I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't want to. I can't live with it anymore."
Haynes, his voice soft, distant, echoed his pain.
"I'll see you soon, Sam. I'll make it right. I'll make it right."
"Stop!"
I shouted, my voice desperate, my hands reaching for them.
"You don't have to do this. Whatever you're seeing, it isn't real. The place is lying to you."
They faltered, just for a moment, but the darkness around them seemed to throb in time with their despair, pulling them back, feeding on their guilt and their pain.
"Davis, Haynes,"
I said, my voice trembling but firm.
"Listen to me. You're not alone. Whatever you're seeing, whatever you're hearing, it's a lie. I'm here. We're in this together."
For a brief, fragile moment, they seemed to hesitate, their hands loosening, their weapons lowering. But the shadows deepened, as though the cave itself was watching, waiting, hungry for their surrender. Before I could stop him, Davis squeezed the trigger. The rifle's report echoed deafeningly through the cave, reverberating off the walls in a single, heart-wrenching note that seemed to shudder through my entire being. I watched, helpless, as he crumpled forward, his body folding onto the cold stone, his eyes glassy and distant, his lips parted in an expression of unfathomable grief. The darkness around him seemed to twist with satisfaction, engorging as if absorbing his very essence. Then, as his body relaxed, he tumbled downward. "Davis," I whispered, but he was already gone. Haynes, now standing alone, trembling and dazed, pressed the blade against his wrist. He sliced through. Blood flowed immediately, pooling in dark rivulets against the stone. His face pale, his eyes wide and unfocused. He swayed, barely able to keep upright.
"No!"
I cried, rushing to his side, grabbing his wrist to stop the bleeding. My finger slipped in the warm, slick blood, and I fought to keep a hold on him as he gasped, his eyes swimming with a mixture of horror and confusion.
"Haynes, stay with me!"
I urged, tearing open the emergency kit strapped to his vest. I pulled out the tourniquet, quickly wrapping it around his arm and tightening it until the bleeding slowed.
"This place is lying to you, feeding on your fears. Don't let it win. Don't leave us."
Haynes blinked, his face contorting in pain as he seemed to come back to himself. His breathing slowed, and his eyes met mine, clear but twitchy.
"Father,"
he whispered, his voice shaking.
I saw him. I saw my brother. He was calling to me."
"It's not real," I said, steadying him with one hand on his shoulder. "Whatever you're seeing, whatever you're feeling, it's the place trying to break you. Keep your focus. We're getting out of here, together." I began to recite a prayer under my breath as I clutched my rosary in one hand, anchoring myself and Haynes in the only protection I knew. As I spoke,
Haynes' breathing steadied further. His gaze sharpened, and I could see the light of awareness return to his eyes. He nodded weakly, gripping my hand as if holding on to a lifeline.
Thank you. Thank you, Father,
he whispered, his voice hoarse and broken. Just then, a familiar voice echoed through the chamber, joining my prayer. I looked up, stunned, to see Mills stepping out of the darkness, his face lit with a fierce, defiant faith that seemed to pierce the shadows around us. He was muttering prayers of his own, his lips moving in a steady, relentless rhythm, as though each word was a weapon against the dark, his eyes bright with determination.
She told me to come here, Father.
With Haynes leaning heavily on my shoulder and Mills at my side, we turned and began to make our way back up the twisted path we had come from. Every step felt like a battle, the cave itself seeming to shift, the walls narrowing, closing in. Dark tendrils of rock and earth creeped inward, scraping against our arms and shoulders, pushing us back with an almost living hostility.
Move! Faster!
Mills urged, grabbing my arm and pulling me forward as the tunnel seemed to twist and distort, bending in unnatural angles. Haynes groaned, his face pale from blood loss, but he kept moving, leaning on both Mills and I. I could feel his strength fading, yet his steps remained steady. A deep, guttural growl rose from the earth, reverberating through the cave like a predator's roar, and the ground beneath us buckled, sending cracks spidering out along the path. The walls writhed, forming ghastly shapes, hands reaching out, mouths gaping open, eyes staring with unseeing malice.
Keep praying,
Haynes murmured, his voice shaking.
It hates that.
With a surge of courage, I raised my voice, shouting the prayers I had once whispered, my voice echoing through the passageway, defying the cave's relentless grip. Mills joined me, his voice strong and unwavering, and Haynes, though weak, whispered along, clinging to the words. "Deliver us, Lord, from every evil," I chanted, my heart pounding as we pushed forward, each step a desperate race against the cavern's grasp. The tunnel seemed to lengthen, stretching out as if mocking our escape, but we pressed on, refusing to surrender to the hungry beast that surrounded us. The walls screamed in rage, a high-pitched, keening sound that set my teeth on edge. But I held tight to my rosary, feeling the warmth of my faith steady me, guiding our way through the twisting, winding path. At last, a sliver of light appeared ahead, faint but unmistakable. The cold, pure light of the outside world spilled into the tunnel, piercing the darkness. Summoning our final reserves of strength, we stumbled toward it, each step tearing us away from the cavern's grip, until, with one final lurch, we staggered into the biting Antarctic air. I could feel Haynes sag against my shoulder, Mills steadying him from the other side as we struggled to put distance between ourselves and that hellish place. The men were exhausted, their faces pale, their breaths shallow, but we were out. We had made it. Behind us, the entrance to the cave began to shudder, the walls buckling inward as if drawn by some invisible force. The shadows within twisted and writhed, giving one last violent tremor before the entire cavern collapsed inward, rock folding over itself like the closing of a monstrous jaw. The ground heaved and shuddered. A deep, resonant roar shot through the ice and snow as the cavern swallowed itself, disappearing into the earth. "Move!" I shouted, urging Mills and Haynes further back as the earth beneath us bucked and lurched, the very land shifting beneath our feet. We scrambled up a ridge, the snow clinging to our boots, the biting cold tearing into us. We barely made it to the top of the ridge when a powerful quake rippled through the ground, an immense tremor that nearly knocked us off our feet. Below, the ground where the cave had been began to sink. Snow and rock fell into the abyss as if dragged away by some unspeakable hand. I watched, awestruck and horrified, as the earth closed in over the spot, leaving nothing but an empty patch of snow and jagged rock.
The throbbing hum that had haunted us faded, replaced by the full silence of the frozen wasteland. Mills held his head, his face pale.
God, it's like it was never there.
Haynes, his arm still bound tightly by the tourniquet, gave a slow, shaky nod.
Just gone.
We stood there, shivering in the cold, the reality of what had just happened sinking in. The cave, and the presence within it, was all buried, hidden beneath the ice, as if nature itself had decided to seal away that unspeakable terror. After a long, silent moment, I placed a hand on Haynes' shoulder and nodded toward the distant lights of the base camp. "Come on," I said quietly. "Let's get you some medical attention." The trek back to base was a somber one. None of us spoke, each of us lost in our own thoughts, our own memories of what had transpired. I led the way, clinging to the faint light of my faith, feeling its warmth steady me against the bitter wind that clawed at us, the chill more biting than ever. When we finally reached the base, Colonel Beckett was waiting for us, his face unreadable. He studied each of us in silence, his gaze lingering on Haynes's blood-soaked arm and the distant look in Mill's eyes. Without a word, he gestured for medics to take the two men, and I watched as they led Haynes and Mills away, their expressions weary. The colonel and I were left standing alone in the freezing night, his gaze sharp and searching as he turned to me.
"Well?"
he asked, his voice low and steady.
"What happened down there?"
I took a deep breath, struggling to find the right words. How could I describe what we'd seen, what we'd felt? How could I explain that the cave had nearly swallowed us, and the unholy presence that had lingered inside? It was... I hesitated, finally meeting his gaze. It was something evil, Colonel. Something beyond our understanding. I don't know what you expected us to find, but whatever that was, it's better left buried. The Colonel's jaw tightened, but he nodded slowly, his eyes unreadable.
"And the sergeant?"
Davis didn't make it, I said quietly, feeling the weight of those words settle heavily on my shoulders. But Mills and Haynes... I paused, glancing back toward the med bay where they were being treated. They'll recover, physically at least. He nodded again, his expression softening just a fraction.
"I'm sorry, Father. This wasn't... I didn't know it would turn out like this."
Neither did I replied, clasping my hands, my fingers brushing the rosary that still hung around my fingers. But it's over now. Whatever was in that place, it's gone now. The Colonel watched me for a moment, his eyes filled with the weight of questions he'd never ask. He didn't believe in the supernatural, but even he could sense that we'd faced something else.
"Thank you,"
he said finally, his voice softer than I'd ever heard it. As I prepared to leave Antarctica, I felt an odd sense of peace mixed with sorrow. The darkness in that cave had nearly claimed us, but we had survived. As I boarded the plane, I whispered one last prayer, a plea that whatever evil had laid beneath the ice would stay sealed, forgotten, and hidden from the world for all time. Thinking back, I believe all this started with the disappearance of my girlfriend. We had an amazing connection, an intensity of spirit and love that felt, at all times, uplifting and warm. We didn't need words. We simply existed in a state of bonded happiness. I thought that, maybe, that bliss had kept me oblivious to the terrible things going on around me. But the more I learned, the more I realized that nothing bad had happened before she disappeared. And I don't mean that she left, or that I was unable to find her. I was standing outside a movie theater with her and an acquaintance that we'd run into by chance. I said something. He made a funny remark. She laughed, and then she was gone. Nothing remained but a slight breeze from the air spilling into the place where she had been. The expression on my friend's face slowly dropped as he saw mine. This wasn't a joke. prank, or trick. She'd simply blinked out of existence. Standing there, we discussed what we'd seen in hushed tones. There were several disparate little groups of people walking in and out of the theater, but none had noticed. Superstitiously, he and I circled the building, then made a run through the inside. She was nowhere to be found. Eventually, we had no choice but to return to our homes and hope that we'd imagined the whole thing. But hours passed, then a day, and then a week. Nobody had seen or heard from her. I called her parents, but never got an answer. I went around to their place, which I vaguely remembered from a holiday visit at some time in the past. Peering into the windows, I saw the dining room that I remembered, replete with furniture and settings, but the rest of the house was completely empty. Had they moved out? If so, why was the dining room still furnished? I looked around for passerbys, but the quiet suburban streets sat desolate and lonely. I went by her work next. The grocery store and the bakery department in which she worked ran lively with bustling energy. I watched random strangers picking out fruit and vegetables in the produce section, oddly relieved to be surrounded by life again. The streets of our hometown had been feeling increasingly deserted, but I'd only truly recognized the creeping sense of isolation once it had been lifted. Here, then, everything was fine. Life was proceeding as normal, save for the absence of my girlfriend. As I'd feared, none of her coworkers had seen her. Beginning to grasp at straws, I headed for my work, hoping that maybe she'd called and asked for me. I arrived there, already uneasy. I recognized the building, certainly, but the area had the same vague aura of quiet emptiness that had surrounded her parents' house. With a dark pit tightening in my stomach, I peered in the front windows. The front desk sat within, along with all the pictures on the walls I remembered. I shook my head and laughed quietly at myself. It must have been the weekend. Of course nobody was there. Pulling out my keycard, I accessed the side door. I was intent on checking my work phone messages to see if she had called. But everything beyond the reception area was empty. Blank white walls stretched off into gloomy darkness. I couldn't understand it. I'd just met her here the other day, right here by the front desk. Where had she gone? Where had my job gone? My cubicle? My coworkers? I tried to recall them, tried to retrace their faces and personalities, but I succeeded only in summoning hollow impressions and choppy experiences that felt incomplete and secondhand. Returning to the outside of the building, I stood in a daze, unsure what to do next. While I stood there, staring absently across the parking lot, I noticed a shimmer. The opposite building across the lot began blurring, wavering, and then it vanished. For some reason, I ran toward the phenomenon rather than away from it. I had to see something, touch something for myself. Coming to the space where it had been, I found a vast, cracked foundation, free of rubble and destruction, save for several pipes now furiously spilling water from their jutting ends. "You!" I shouted at a suited businessman at the sidewalk's corner.
"Me?"
he asked, lowering his cell phone. "Didn't you just come out of there?" I asked, indicating the exposed foundation where a building had just been.
"Yup."
"Well, where'd it go?" I asked.
"What do you mean? It's right there."
He answered. The building that was right here." He seemed confused.
"There's never been a building there."
"So, what, you work in an unfinished foundation?" He nodded.
"That's my desk sitting over there."
Indeed, a single wooden desk sat among the jagged bricks. "Then why are the pipes shooting water all over the place?" I shouted at him. He shrugged.
"Contractors cutting corners."
Not believing the surreal conversation, I looked over at the building once more, noticed his desk was gone, and turned back. But the sidewalk sat empty before me. At that moment, the true weight of what had been happening began sinking in. I fought a rising panic and tried to think. I read stories about things like this, horror, science fiction. There's always a way out, if only one could think hard enough. But In my panicked state, I couldn't recall the content of those tales. I did notice, however, that the businessman I had just talked to hadn't been cognizant of the changes, but my acquaintance and my girlfriend's disappearance had been. I had no idea where he lived, so I returned to the outside of the movie theater, hoping that he would notice strange things happening, and put two and two together the way I had. I felt a brief surge of hope as I sighted him, already sitting on the bench, waiting for me.
My house is a prop.
He greeted me sadly, his head in his hands.
The people I know, if they haven't already vanished, seem only shadows of their former selves. It's like the memories and experiences are blinking right out of their heads, the same way streets and buildings are.
Does anyone else notice? I asked him. Sitting next to him on the bench, I chose not to comment on his overly loud despair and uneven tone. I talked to one guy who remained convinced nothing weird was going on, right up until he disappeared too. He shook his head slowly. For a time, we sat in silence, just thinking. Across the movie theater parking lot, one of several trees shimmered, wavered, and vanished. He glanced over at me, and I nodded, confirming that I had seen it too. Another tree went a few minutes later, leaving a slight section of elevated highway visible. The highway blinked out of existence soon after. Then, the entire sky. Bright blue, white clouds, and burning sunlight all began shimmering and wavering. He and I both straightened at the same time.
It's symbolic.
He realized aloud, mirroring my thought.
Units of meaning disappearing one by one? How else could ideas, memories, even the goddamn sky?
Hurricane winds blasted and buffeted us as the sky itself blinked out of existence, leaving only blank, barren blackness overhead.
What could do this?
He shouted, gripping the bench. I shook my head. I had an idea, based on what I'd seen since she disappeared, but it was insane. Do you think? I yelled over the loud winds.
What?
We think, therefore we are, right? I shouted. I know I think. Do you?
I think so.
He yelled back. Then we must really exist. I told him, hanging on. That means there's hope. No more remained to be said. We clung to that bench for dear life as trees, cars, buildings, even the parking lot and movie theater itself flung off into the void, shimmering, wavering, and vanishing as they went. Once the air ran out, we began suffocating, but thankfully, about 15 seconds later, the concept of breathing went too. In muted, horrified relief, we sat like sentient corpses on an aging wooden bench on a small circle of sidewalk. All that remained of the universe. Come on, please, I said without breath, without words. We had some time left. It wasn't quite the end. She appeared with a few minutes to spare. In the exact spot that she'd vanished, my girlfriend blinked back into existence, her arrival bringing a massive wave of restoration. A split-second sphere of ideation and creation brought everything we'd known back in a roaring moment. Running up to her through the dying breezes of renewal, I grabbed her by the shoulders. You're back! She smiled.
I can't believe it. I got back.
How long were you gone? I asked, trying not to sound too panicked.
It took me a few minutes to fall asleep again.
She replied, excited.
It was such a good dream. I wanted to come back more than anything in the world, but it's so rare to actually get back to the same dream.
Even though I had suspected, based on the fact that everything in our surreal existence had been based purely on her experiences and knowledge, the confirmation still hit me somewhere deep. Even as my very soul joined my panic, I forced myself to deliver the words I'd practice while watching the world ebb. Listen to me. I don't know if this happens often, or if this is an insane and unique thing in your universe, but I turned and pointed at our acquaintance. He and I, we're alive. We're actually alive. When you woke up, your dream started falling apart, but we remained. And we experienced every moment of it. I'm actually thinking. I'm actually here. And so is he. She looked back and forth between us, the impact of my words slowly sinking in.
But how?
I don't know. I told her, trying to get the emotion just right, so that she would truly believe. Maybe there are more wonders in life than we can possibly know. Maybe you dreamed us into existence. Maybe we were already out here, souls waiting to be born, but your dream universe caught us and pulled us in. But we are here, and I can't begin to describe the horror waiting for us after you're gone.
Souls waiting to be born?
She asked, dazed.
That's not it.
I frowned in askance. She looked me in the eyes.
You died. You both died. That's why I was so happy to dream about you, to be with you again.
Oh, despair settled across my shoulders, and I slumped. She looked away.
This was my favorite memory. Just a nice day before the accident.
Our mutual acquaintance stood sadly.
What does that mean for us? Being dead? What are we? Is there anything you can do?
She said nothing for a long moment before an idea seemed to occur to her.
I just can't let go.
She admitted aloud.
But maybe that means we can all be together again.
She looked at both of us in turn.
Hold out. I'll be back.
She blinked out of existence. We waited there for hours, a day, a week. I wondered at the difference in time between our reality and hers. She'd said it had taken a few minutes for her to fall asleep again, whatever she was doing. I hoped it would be quick, or else we wouldn't be there when she returned. We sat watching the world die for a second time, waiting in quiet hope and silent terror. I had the distinct fear that she would return to a similar dream, a universe of the mind that looked like ours, that she believed was ours, but which contained a version of the two of us that wasn't us. Just facades, just dream figments, faking life. We'd become merely slivers of ourselves, bare consciousness and fear, by the time she returned. In a flash, all creation blinked back into existence, somehow stronger this time, brighter.
I won't wake up again.
She said with a smile and a happy conviction.
I made sure of that.
I took her hand. What did you do?
I took a ton of sleeping pills. We'll be together forever now, one way or another.
My friend came up alongside us.
You did that? For us?
She nodded, excited. See, I told you, I said to him. You gotta live the role, be the role, even when they're not here. That's the only way they'll believe you enough to do something drastic. They can usually sense our hollowness like a stain on their mind. The only way to avoid turning it into a nightmare is to become one with the dream.
What are you talking about?
She asked, confused. He grinned widely.
I guess you were right. Go ahead, you won.
I matched his grin with one of my own, only wider and hungrier.
You're not them,
she screamed, realizing her mistake too late. She pulled away, but I had her by the wrist and by the soul. Her weakened body wouldn't be able to protect her mind much longer.
Let me go!
It's far too late for that, I told her, licking my metaphorical lips in anticipation. The feast was as enjoyable as any other dreamer I'd eaten, but it was made all the sweeter by the chance to further employ my acting chops. Sitting up, I tested out her limbs one by one, and then spoke aloud, listening to the various sounds of her voice. It would be a challenge convincing others of her purely physical species that I was one of them, but I was more than up for it. For the first time in eons, I was actually excited. Excitement had almost become an unfamiliar sensation, but it was certainly warranted, as this was certain to be the role of a lifetime. Specifically, her lifetime. I hope you guys enjoyed tonight's story. I want to thank Creepy Kawatapi for playing the girlfriend, Natinator for playing the friend, and Mr. Fear for playing the businessman. I've put links to their content in the description below. They've all got good stuff. I recommend checking them out. I also want to thank you/M59Gar, who wrote this fantastic story and gave us permission to read it. If you're looking for even more immersive horror audios, then check out this one, featuring We Try Horror, Creepy Crawlies, and Dr. Plague. This creature has slithered into my mind, and now my reality is starting to shatter. I don't know when you're going to read this, but I can tell you when it started. I was out for a walk alone in the woods when the entity came for me. It was beyond a blur. It was, for a lack of a better term, absence of meaning. Where it hid, there were no trees. Where it crept closer, there was no grass. Through the arc it leapt at me, there was no breeze of motion. There was no air at all. As it struck, I felt the distinct sensation of claws puncturing me somewhere unseen, somewhere I'd never felt before. My hands and arms and legs and torso seemed fine, and I wasn't bleeding, but I knew I'd been injured somehow. As I fearfully ran back home, I could tell that I was less. I was vaguely tired, and it was hard to focus at times. The solution at that early stage was easy. A big cup of coffee helped me feel normal again. For a while, that subtle drain on my spirit became lost in the ebb and flow of caffeine in my system. You could say my life began that week. Actually, because that was when I met Mar. She and I got along great, though, to be honest, I'm pretty sure I fell in love with her over the phone before we met. It was almost as if the strong emotions of that first week made the entity fight back. It was still with me, latched on to some invisible part of my being. The first few incidents were minor, and I hardly had to worry about them. The color of a neighbor's car changed from dark blue one morning, and I stared at it before shaking my head and shrugging off the difference. 2 days later, at work, a coworker's name changed from Fred to Dan. I carefully asked around, but everyone said his name had always been Dan. I figured I'd just been mistaken. Then, as ridiculous as this sounds, I was peering in my bathroom at home when I suddenly found myself on a random street. I was still in my pajamas, pants down, and urinating, but now in full view of dozens of people at a bus stop. Horrified, I pulled up my clothes and ran before someone called the cops. I did manage to get home, but the experience forced me to admit that I was still in danger. The entity was doing something to me, and I didn't understand how to fight back. Mar showed up that evening, but she had her own key. "Hey," I asked her with confusion, "how'd you get a key?" She just laughed.
You're cute. Are you sure you're okay with this?
She opened a door and entered a room full of boxes.
I know living together is a big step, especially when we've only been dating 3 months.
Living together? I literally just met her a week before. Thing was, my mother had always called me a smart cookie for a reason. I knew when to shut my yap. Instead of causing a scene, I told her everything was fine. And then I went straight to my room and began investigating. My things were just as I had left them, with no sign of a 3-month gap in habitation, but I did find something out of the ordinary. The date. I shivered angrily as I processed the truth. The entity had eaten 3 months of my life. What the hell was I facing? What kind of creature could consume pieces of one's soul like that? I'd missed the most exciting part of a new relationship, and I would never understand any shared stories or in-jokes from that period. Something absurdly precious had been taken from me, and I was furious. That fury helped suppress the entity. I never imbibed alcohol. I drank coffee religiously. I checked the date every time I woke up. For 3 years, I managed to live each day while observing nothing more than minor alterations. A social fact here and there, someone's job, how many kids they had, that sort of thing. The layout of nearby streets, the time my favorite television show aired, that kind of thing. Always, those changes reminded me that the creature still had its claws sunk into my spirit. Not once in 3 years did I ever let myself zone out. One day, I grew careless. I let myself get really into the season finale of my favorite show. It was gripping, a fantastic story. Right at the height of the action, a young boy came up to my lounger and shook my arm. Surprised, I asked, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" He laughed and smiled brightly.
Silly daddy.
My heart sank in my chest. I knew immediately what had happened. After a few masked questions, I discovered that he was 2 years old, and that he was my son. The agony and heartache filling my chest was nearly unbearable. Not only had I missed the birth of my son, I would never see or know the first few years of his life. Mar and I had obviously gotten married and started a family in the time I had lost, and I had no idea what joys or pain those years had contained. It was snowing outside. Holding my sudden son in my lap, I sat and watched the flakes fall outside. What kind of life was this going to be if slips in concentration could cost me years? I had to get help. The church had no idea what to do. The priests didn't believe me and told me I had a health issue rather than some sort of possession. The doctor didn't have any clue. Nothing showed up on all of their scans and tests, but they happily took my money in return for nothing. By the time I ran out of options, I decided to tell Mar. There was no way to know what this all looked like from her side. What was I like when I wasn't there? Did I still take our son to school? Did I still do my job? Clearly, I did because she seemed to be none the wiser, but I still had a horrible feeling that something must have been missing in her life when I wasn't actually home inside my own head. But that night, I set up a nice dinner in preparation. She arrived not by unlocking the front door, but by knocking on it. I answered and found that she was in a nice dress. She was happily surprised by the settings on the table.
A fancy dinner for our second date? I knew you were sweet on me.
Thank the Lord I knew when to keep my mouth shut. If I'd gone on about being married and having a son, she might have run for the hills. Instead, I took her coat and sat down for our second date. Through carefully crafted questions, I managed to deduce the truth. This really was our second date. She saw relief and happiness in me, but interpreted that as dating jitters. I was just excited to realize that the entity wasn't necessarily eating whole portions of my life. The symptoms, as I was beginning to understand them, were more like consequences of a shattered soul. The creature had wounded me, broken me into pieces. Perhaps I was to live my life out of order, but at least I would actually get to live it. And so it went for a few years, from my perspective. While minor changes in politics or geography would happen daily, major shifts in my mental location only happened every couple of months. When I found myself in a new place and time in my life, I just shut up and listened, making sure to get the lay of the land before doing anything to avoid making mistakes. On the farthest flung leap yet, I met my 6-year-old grandson and asked him what he wanted to be when he grew up. He said,
"Writer."
I told him that was a fine idea. Then, I was back in month 2 of my relationship with Mar, and I had the best night with her on the riverfront. When I say the best, I mean the best. Knowing how special she would become to me, I asked her to move in. I got to live through what I'd missed the first go-around, and I came to understand that I was never mentally absent. I would always be there, eventually. When we were moving her boxes in, she stepped for a moment and said that she marveled at my great love, as if I'd known her for a lifetime and never once doubted she was the one. That was the first time I truly laughed freely and wholeheartedly since the entity had wounded me. She was right about my love for her, but for exactly the reason she'd consider a silly romantic analogy. I had known her my whole life, and I'd come to terms with my situation and found peace with it. It wasn't so bad to have sneak peeks at all the best parts ahead. But of course, I wouldn't be writing this if it hadn't gotten worse. The entity was still with me. It had not wounded me and departed like I'd wanted to believe. The closest I can describe my growing understanding was that the creature was burrowing deeper into my psyche, fracturing it into smaller pieces. Instead of months between major shifts, I began only having weeks. Once I noticed that trend, I feared my ultimate fate would be to jump between times in my life, heartbeat by heartbeat, forever confused, forever lost. Only an instant in each time meant I would never be able to speak with anyone else, never be able to hold a conversation, never express or receive love. As the true depth of that fear came upon me, I sat in an older version of me and watched the snow falling outside. That was the one constant in my life, the one I didn't care who I was or what pains I had to face. Nature was always there. The falling snow was like a little hook that kept me in place. The pure emotional peace it brought me was like a panacea on my mental wounds. And I had never yet shifted while watching the pattern of falling white and thinking of the times I'd gone sledding or built a snow fort as a child. A teenager touched my arm.
Grandpa?
He'd startled me out of my thoughts, so I was less careful than usual. Who are you? He half grinned, as if not sure whether I was joking. Handing me a stack of papers, he said,
It's my first attempt at a novel. Would you read it and tell me what you think?
Ah, of course. Pursuing that dream of being a writer, I see. He turned bright red.
Trying to, anyway.
All right, run off and I'll read this right now. The words were blurry and annoyed. I looked for glasses I probably had for reading. Being old was terrible, and I wanted to leap back into a younger year, but not before I read this book. I found my glasses in a sweater pocket and began leafing through. Mar puttered in and out of the living room, still beautiful, but I had to focus. I didn't know how much time I would have there. It seemed that we had relatives over. Was it Christmas? A pair of adults and a couple kids I didn't recognize tromped through the hallway, and I saw my son, now adult, walk by with his wife on the way out the door. As a group, the extended family began sledding outside. Finally, I finished reading the story and I called out for my grandson. He rushed down the stairs and into the living room.
How was it?
Well, it's terrible, I told him truthfully. But it's terrible for all the right reasons. You're still a young man, so your characters behave like young people, but the structure of the story itself is very solid. I paused. I didn't expect it to turn out to be a horror story. He nodded.
It's a reflection of the times. Expectations for the future are dismal. Not hopeful like they used to be.
You're far too young to be aware like that, I told him. An idea occurred to me. If you're into horror, do you know anything about strange creatures?
Sure. I read everything I can. I love it.
Warily, I scanned the entrances to the living room. Everyone was busy outside, but for the first time, I opened up to someone in my life about what I was experiencing. In hushed tones, I told him about my fragmented consciousness. For a teenager, he took it well.
You're serious?
Yes. He donned the determined look of a grown man accepting a quest.
I'll look into it. See what I can find out. You should start writing down everything you experience. Build some data. Maybe we can map your psychic wound.
Wow. Sounds like a plan. I was surprised. That made sense, and I hadn't expected him to have a serious response. But how will I get all those notes in one place?
Let's come up with somewhere for you to leave them,
he said, frowning with thought.
Then I'll get them, and we can trace the path you're taking through your own life. See if there's a pattern.
For the first time since the situation had gotten worse, I felt hope again. How about under the stairs? Nobody ever goes under there.
Sure.
He turned and left the living room. I peered after him. I heard him banging around near the stairs. Finally, he returned with a box, laid it on the carpet, and opened it to reveal a bursting stack of papers.
Holy crap!
He exclaimed. But of course, being a teenager, he didn't really say crap. Taken aback, I blinked rapidly, forgiving his cussing because of the shock. Did I write those? He looked up at me with wonder.
Yeah, or you will. You still have to write them and put them under the stairs after this, so you probably shouldn't see what they say. That could get weird.
That much I understood. Right. He gulped.
There are like 50 boxes under there, all filled up like this. Deciphering these will take a very long time.
His tone dropped to a deadly seriousness.
But I will save you, Grandpa, because I don't think anyone else can.
Tears flowed down my cheeks then, and I couldn't help but sob once or twice. I hadn't realized how lonely I'd become in my shifting prison of awareness until I finally had someone who understood. Thank you so much. And then I was young again. And at work, on a random Tuesday, once the sadness and relief faded, anger and determination replaced them. After I finished my work, I grabbed some paper and began writing. While the weeks shifted around me, while those weeks became days and then hours, I wrote every single spare moment about when and where I thought I was. I put them under the stairs out of order. My first box was actually the 30th, and my last box was the first. Once I had over 50 boxes written from my perspective, and once my shifting became a matter of minutes, I knew it was up to my grandson to take it from there. I put my head down and stopped looking. I couldn't stand the river of changing awareness any longer. Names and places and dates and jobs and colors and people were all wrong and different. I'd never been older. I sat watching the snow fall. A man of at least 30 that I vaguely recognized entered the room.
Come on. I think I finally figured it out.
I was so frail that moving was painful. Are you him? Are you my grandson?
Yes.
He took me to a room filled with strange equipment and sat me in a rubber chair, facing a large mirror twice the height of a man.
The pattern finally revealed itself.
How long have you worked on this? I asked him aghast. Tell me you didn't miss your life like I'm missing mine. His expression was both stone cold and furiously resolute.
It'll be worth it.
He brought 2 thin metal rods close to my arm and then nodded at the mirror.
Look, this shock is carefully calibrated.
The electric zap from his device was startling, but not painful. In the mirror, I saw a rapid arcing light silhouette appear above my head and shoulder. The electricity moved through the creature like a wave, briefly revealing the terrible nature of what was happening to me. A bulging, leech-like mouth was wrapped around the back of my head, coming down to my eyebrows and touching each ear, and its slug-like body ran over my shoulder into my very soul. It was a parasite, and it was feeding on my mind. My now adult grandson held my hand as I took in the horror. After a moment, he asked,
Removing it is going to hurt very badly. Are you up for this?
Fearful, I asked, Is Mar here? His voice softened.
No, not for a few years now.
I could tell from his reaction what had happened, but I didn't want it to be true. How?
We have this conversation a lot.
He responded.
Are you sure you want to know? It never makes you feel better.
Tears brimmed in my eyes. Then I don't care if it hurts, or if I die. I don't want to stay in a time where she's not alive. He made a sympathetic noise of understanding, and then returned to his machine to hook several wires, diodes, and other bits of technology to my limbs and forehead. While he did so, he talked.
I've worked for 2 decades to figure this out, and I've had a ton of help from other researchers of the occult. This parasite doesn't technically exist in our plane. It's one of the lesser spawns of mu beta mu, and it feeds on the plexus of mind, soul, and quantum consciousness reality. When details like names and colors of objects changed, you weren't going crazy. The web of your existence was merely losing strands as the creature ate its way through you.
I didn't fully understand. I looked up in confusion as he placed a circlet of electronics, like a crown on my head, in an exact line where the parasite's mouth had ringed me. What's mu beta mu? He paused his work and grew pale.
I forgot that you wouldn't know. You're lucky, believe me.
After a deep breath, he began moving again and placed his fingers near a few switches.
Ready? This is carefully tuned to make your nervous system extremely unappetizing to the parasite, but it's basically electroshock therapy.
I could still see Mar smile. Even though she was dead, I'd just been with her moments ago. Do it. The click of a switch echoed in my ears, and I almost laughed at how mild the electricity was. It didn't feel like anything, at least at first. Then I saw the mirror shaking and my body within that image convulsing. Oh, no, it did hurt. Nothing had ever been more painful. It was just so excruciating that my mind hadn't been able to immediately process it. As my vision shook and fire burned in every nerve in my body, I could see the reflected trembling light silhouette of that parasite on my head as it writhed in agony equal to mine. It had claws, 6 clawed lizard-like limbs under its leech-like body, and it cut into me in an attempt to stay latched on. The electricity made my memories flare. Mar's smile was foremost, lit brightly in front of a warm fire as the snow fell past the window behind her. The edges of that memory began lighting up, and I realized that my life was one continuous stretch of experience. It was only the awareness of it that had been fragmented by that feasting evil on my back. I'd never managed to be there for the birth of my son. I had jumped around it a dozen times, but never actually lived it. For the first time, I got to hold Mar's hand and be there for her. No, no! That moment had shifted seamlessly into holding her as she lay in a hospital bed for a very different reason. Not this! God, why? It was so merciless to make me remember this. I broke down in tears as nurses rushed into the room. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to experience it. I'd seen all the good parts, but I hadn't wanted the worst part, the inevitable end that we would all face one day. It wasn't worth it. It was tainted. All that joy was given back 10,000-fold as pain. Then, the fire in my body and in my brain surged to sheer white torture, and I screamed. My scream faded into a surprised shout as the machines and the electricity and chair faded away. Snow was no longer falling around my life. I was out in the woods on a bright summer day. Oh God. I turned to see the creature approaching me. It was the same absence of meaning, the same blank on reality. It crept forward, just like before, but this time it hissed and turned away. I stood, astounded at being young again and freed from the parasite. My grandson had actually done it. He had turned me into an unappetizing meal so that the predator of mind and soul would move on in search of a different snack. I returned home in a daze, and while I was sitting there processing all that had happened, the phone rang. I looked at it in awe and sadness. I knew who it was. It was Marjorie, calling for the first time for some trivial reason she'd admit 30 years later was just made up to talk to me. But all I could see was her, lying in that hospital bed, dying. It was going to end in unspeakable pain and loneliness. I would become an old man, left to sit by myself in an empty house, his soulmate gone long before him. At the end of it all, the only thing I would have left, sitting and watching the falling snow. But now, thanks to my grandson, I would also have my memories. It would be a wild ride, no matter how it ended. On a sudden impulse, I picked up the phone. With a smile, I asked, "Hey, who's this?" Even though I already knew.
Author's note. Together my grandfather and I did set out to write the tale of his life. Unfortunately, his Alzheimer's disease progressed rapidly, and we were never able to finish. He's still alive, but I imagine that, mentally, he's in a better place than the nursing home. I like to think he's back in his younger days, living life and being happy, because the reality is much colder. It's snowing today. He loves the snow. When I visited him, he didn't recognize me, but he did smile as he sat looking out the window.
My Uncle Trent died last week. Official cause of death was cirrhosis. He had been 75 years old. Quite frankly, he made it much longer than any of us had been expecting. I know how callous that sounds, but it is what it is. The guy never put down the bottle. I had been really young at the time, but from what my dad had told me, Trent had been a perfectly happy guy up until the day he left for Vietnam. He'd had a lot of friends, had been popular with women, maintained good relationships with family, and had a degree in civil engineering. Such a far cry from the person that had come back that we almost wanted to question whether or not he'd been replaced. After he returned to the US, he decided to just stop participating in life, a spiritual suicide of sorts. He broke up with his girlfriend, never applied to any jobs, never reached out to friends or family, never had any hobbies or seemed to do anything at all. He rented a small studio apartment on the edge of town and just stayed in there, drinking and smoking the days away. It was a mystery how he always seemed to have enough money to cover his expenses. For a while, I just assumed that either my dad or grandfather had been subsidizing him from afar. But I would later learn that this wasn't the case. Never had he asked them for money. Even when they'd offered some to him with no strings attached, he had refused. Told them he didn't need it. I tried to visit him every now and then, but my motivation to do so really dwindled near the end. I'd like to think it wasn't because I was a terrible nephew or anything. It was just hard to talk to the guy, hard to deal with him. After every visit, I would walk away with this terrible taste in my mouth. And it wasn't just from breathing in the booze fumes and cigarette smoke. He never seemed willing to reciprocate any sort of conversation. Never said more than a few words at a time. He'd always just stare ahead at the television, and I couldn't tell if he were there, actually paying attention to what was on the screen, or if he were just disassociating. There were moments where it almost seemed like he wanted to tell me something. He'd look away from the screen and stare at me with this tortured expression, as if he desperately wanted to get something off his chest, but just couldn't bring himself to do it. He'd open his mouth as if ready to speak, and then nothing. Always nothing. So you can imagine how shocked I was when I got a call from my mother, telling me that Trent wanted to see me, that he wanted to talk to me about something. I'm sure my dad would have been the one to tell me, but he passed away from cancer a few years back. At first, I wasn't so sure how I felt about the idea. After all these years of all my efforts to try and get through to him, and now he finally wanted to talk? I wanted to be more pissed off than I actually was, but in truth, I still had some grace left to spare the guy. Maybe he'd realized that his time left on Earth was short and regretted pushing so many people away. Perhaps this was an attempt at some kind of closure. At the same time, I couldn't deny how curious I was. Maybe he'd finally tell me what happened over there, though I wasn't totally convinced that I wanted to know. I drove over to his apartment and knocked on his door. I heard him coughing inside before telling me that the door was unlocked, to come right in. This was my first time entering the place in over a decade, and it smelled and looked so much worse than I had remembered. A sense of heavy despair was floating around in the air. Trent was sitting on the same couch that he always had, though now it looked like it belonged in a landfill. Cracks were in the paints and it was stained all over. Spread across the old coffee table in front of him were several beer cans, liquor bottles, and cigarette butts. The stench of mold and rot was nearly overpowering the aroma of smoke. He turned around, and it's hard to understand the dread I felt looking at his face. It was hard to see him in such a state. It made me feel like an asshole for not doing more to help, but I had tried. A lot of us had. I walked over and sat down on the couch beside him. I asked him how he was feeling. He shook his head and told me not to bother, that I didn't need to pretend, that he was sick but not senile, that he was well aware of the costs of his behavior over the last 50 or so years and didn't blame any of us for no longer wanting to deal with him. But it wasn't an accident. It had been a very calculated decision. Hearing him say all this caught me off guard. From what I could recall, this was the longest conversation we'd ever had. And even more surprising was how lucid he seemed. I thought the decades of alcohol abuse would have taken more of a toll. But here he was. Eyes and voice as earnest as anybody I'd seen before. I told him I had no doubts that he experienced things that were more terrible than I could have ever imagined. But he never had to deal with it alone. We had been there for him. So why had he chosen a life of solitude? And this is where the conversation took a strange turn. Trent took a long exhale and looked around the apartment. Then he said it was because he never wanted to put any of us in danger. I stared at him and asked him what he meant by that. What kind of danger? He told me he wasn't exactly sure, which is why it scared him so much. He claimed that, if he were to tell me what happened to him, I needed to be ready to deal with the consequences. That once I was privy to such knowledge, it would complicate my life in ways that would be hard to deal with. That I'd likely be forced to look over my shoulder for the rest of my years. But if I was prepared to take that risk, then I should pour myself some whiskey and get ready to listen.
Hearing him say these things, my heart dropped.
Not because I believed him, but because it all but confirmed his deteriorating state of mind. Articulate as he still was, he was clearly no longer there. I decided to humor him. I smiled and told him I was willing to take the risk. But once the words left my mouth, I could see his expression sour.
You don't believe me,
he said.
You think these are the ramblings of a man gone wild.
I didn't expect the immediate pushback. I didn't know what to say, and so I began stumbling over my words, searching for an answer.
I don't blame you,
he continued.
I don't. I know I'm near the end. I know my mind's nearly gone. But this is something that even in death I'll never forget. You want to know why I drink? It's because if I don't, then it's all I can think about. All I can dream about.
He paused and lit up a cigarette and took several long drags before staring at me.
Knowledge can be a burden. If you're gonna hear this, then I need to know that you believe me. That you've accepted the risk. Otherwise, we can just forget about it. You can go on and live your life with no worries.
I still wasn't sure what to think, but my curiosity had started to burn. I asked him why he even wanted to tell me about it. If it was so dangerous, then why didn't he just keep it to himself? He said that he didn't have a good answer for that. He just felt like somebody needed to know what had happened before it died with him. He said that there exists a darkness in this world that's beyond anything we've been taught, anything we were familiar with, and anything we had the ability to understand. And one day we might have to deal with it. It was the spring of 1967. He was in the Central Highlands, part of a platoon of about 30, trekking deep through the jungle. Their objective had been to make contact with a French intelligence officer named Bernier, who would guide them to the sizable NVA camp that they were meant to ambush and subsequently commandeer. Simple directives, but to actually execute them without dying or getting maimed would have been some Herculean feat. At that point, he'd already witnessed 23 others face a variety of gruesome ends. He remembered that exact number because each one had been burned so deep into his psyche that it was hard not to keep a tally. Every moment spent in the jungle put him on edge. He was always paranoid, tired, scared. He said it had to be some version of hell. That particular day, the air had been hot and thick, a heavy sun blazing above. Mosquitoes were constantly swarming around their heads, while ants were constantly crawling up their boots. His arms were heavy from hacking away at bamboo and large rattan vines. He could smell moss, earth, sharp and acrid odors from wildlife, and sweat and gun oil from wafting off of his fellow draftees. His feet ached, being hot and wet in his boots. Trenchfoot had become a common issue, and he feared it would reach him soon. They had been walking for a long time. How long exactly, he couldn't tell for sure, but he said it felt longer than anything he'd ever done before. When night came, they slept on the ground, covering themselves with thin poncho liners. Of course, sleep didn't come, for any of them. As he laid on the soil, he could hear no snoring. He could hear nothing at all. Nothing. You could have heard a pin drop, which was unusual. So much so that he sat up the moment he realized this. Soon, most everybody else was awake as well. He looked around in the darkness, though he wasn't sure what he was supposed to be looking for. But he could feel the hair standing tall on the back of his neck, as if it were meant to be the signal that they were in the presence of something dangerous. They turned their flashlights on, and the soldiers stared between each other. as if their fellow man might have an answer for the strange thing they were all feeling. Before long, something shattered the silence. They all grabbed their rifles and stood, though none could make sense of the noise. It sounded like it was coming from somewhere above them. They looked up, and eventually one of their lights caught movement. Something crawling down one of the trees. He said that it felt like his brain was short-circuiting when it tried processing what he was seeing. It was a human figure crawling on all fours down the trunk. That wasn't right. That couldn't be right. They weren't able to get a good look at the creature/person before it leapt onto a different tree. And then another. Soon it was bouncing between the trees at an unnervingly fast pace, and it wasn't much longer before the first shot was fired. Chaos erupted as erratic streams of gunfire cracked through the night. There was a lot of screaming and a lot of scrambling. They were dealing with just a singular target, but one that seemed impossible to hit. At one point, the figure had jumped onto the tree directly behind Trent. He turned around, shining his light on what looked to be a pale, naked, emaciated man. His eyes were sunken in. The skin on his face stretched tight across the skull. He had bushy eyebrows and thick, dark hair. He was hanging off of a branch with one arm like a primate. He was staring directly at Trent and smiling. His teeth were large, terribly rotten, and small worms were wriggling around between them. He said that his face was no further than a few feet away from his own, and he could see it so clearly that the image was instantly burned into his head, something incapable of being forgotten. He fumbled for his rifle, but by the time he had it steady in his hands, the man had leapt away into the darkness. A piercing, foul stench lingered in the air, something like sour milk mixed with a strange industrial element. It was so intense that it made him tear up. The entire platoon stayed awake for the rest of the night. When the sun came up, they marched on, deeper into the jungle. The morning was spent, moving in silence. Nobody quite knew what to say, but after a while, one of them suggested that they head back. It was a request that was shot down fairly quickly by Gutierrez, their platoon leader. A real hard-nosed guy. He said they had a job to do, that they were obligated by national duty to see it through no matter what. But he didn't sound so sure about it. His words lacked conviction, as if he tried but failed to convince himself that he wasn't confused and terrified. They moved on. Trent said that the sun seemed brighter that day. A cloudless sky above. The boiling temperatures, coupled with the sleep deprivation, proved to be one hell of a thing. At around noon, they came across two corpses sprawled out on the ground. NVA soldiers. And the only reason they were able to figure this out was due to the SKS carbines laid out beside them. The actual bodies were indistinguishable, mutilated to a degree where they hardly resembled people at all. Dozens of chunks of flesh had been torn away. Several limbs were missing, as if they had been ripped straight off. They were ready to believe that it could have been the work of a tiger or a wild boar, until they saw a third body, hanging by its entrails from one of the tree branches, about 50 feet above. The body hung deathly still. Even still, Gutierrez insisted that it was just that, an animal. That the thing from the night before had also been an animal. That there was nothing weird going on, and that they had nothing to worry about. A few soldiers of the platoon seemed ready to accept this, but the larger majority were not. Somebody suggested that they abort the mission. Several more concurred. Gutierrez pushed back, claiming that they were closer to meeting up with Bernier than they were to the barracks, so they may as well continue on. A lot of arguing ensued. Emotions flared and things got heated. Ultimately, they had a vote. 7 of them wanted to turn back, while the rest thought it better to press on. Those 7 ended up going back on their own. Trent admitted that he had considered going with them until he considered the logistics of it. They had no chance of making it back before nightfall. Better to go with strength in numbers. By the time the sun had started to set again, the tension in the air was almost palpable. He said that his legs felt heavy and the blisters on his feet started to open. But he pressed forward, doing his best to keep up with the group. At some point, somebody walked up next to him.
Hey, I'm Duncan. Did you see it?
Trent asked him what that was supposed to mean. Seen what?
The man that had been jumping between the trees. I want to know whether or not you got a good look at its face.
Duncan told him. Trent nodded and told him that he had.
Do you think you can describe it?
As Trent did so, his face went pale.
I saw the same man about 10 minutes ago. He was crouched down in the brush a few dozen feet behind us, just staring at us as we walked. I was about to shout at him when he suddenly disappeared, sinking into the ground.
Those were the precise words he'd used. Sunk straight down into the dirt. They mentioned this to Gutierrez, but he brushed them off. He told them,
"Keep moving and keep staying alert."
But his eyes contradicted his words. They could see the fear in them, the disbelief, the panic he was trying desperately to suppress. An uncomfortable feeling spread amongst them as the sky began to darken, because they should have already made contact with Bernier several hours ago. Gutierrez tried to rationalize this by claiming,
"We've been moving too slow. In order to make up for their lack of pace, we need to press forward through the night. No setting up camp."
And this is where things started to boil over. The rest of the platoon told him there was no way in hell that was happening. They were well over 40 hours without sleep in this blasted jungle, and their bodies were ready to collapse. They needed to rest. But Gutierrez wasn't so convinced. He told them that they could set up camp if they wanted to, but he'd go ahead and make contact with Bernier himself. They tried explaining to him how bad of an idea that was, but he was too stubborn, too delirious to be placated. He ended up marching into the darkness alone. Nobody else joined him. They began setting up for the night, and Trent volunteered to be part of the first night shift watch. Not because he wasn't tired, he certainly was. He said it felt like his eyeballs had been left out to dry for a week in the sun. But he also knew that as long as he was out in the jungle, he wasn't getting a lick of sleep. Not after everything that had happened. The first hour or so was uneventful. He just sat there, looking up at the stars and listening to the near-deafening droning of the crickets, cicadas, and whatever else was out there. He said that it managed to somewhat put him at ease, because the bugs were part of the natural environment. This is where they belonged. But the peace didn't last much longer. Soon, the silence had returned. He said it was like a switch had been flipped. He couldn't explain it. In fact, there seemed to be no possible explanation at all. Even though there was no explicit threat, they all grabbed their rifles, though they kept their lights off. Not because anybody had ordered them to do so, it just happened to be a decision that they all collectively arrived at, as if turning them on might expose them to whatever the hell was out there. But nothing happened. The silence persisted and they were left in limbo, fingers itching their triggers but without a target to aim for. Eventually, somebody pointed out something strange. A hole in the ground in front of them. The stars were bright enough that they didn't need to ask what he was talking about. They could all see it without issue. And it was just that. A hole in the ground. It was a perfect, pitch-black circle about the size of a manhole cover. They all just stared at it. Trent said he was really tempted to start shooting. But at what? What was supposed to happen here? Suddenly, something came flying out of it, as if somebody had been standing down in the hole and tossed it up. It was a body, horrifically mangled like the others. They looked back at the hole and saw it had disappeared. Then they looked back at the body. Despite the extent to which it had been mutilated, they were still able to tell exactly who it was. Gutierrez. They had been around him long enough for their brains to be able to fill in the missing details. It looked like the entire left side of his face had been brutally cleaved off, though they couldn't be sure what exactly had done it. Maybe a large set of teeth, maybe a saw. He had one eye that remained intact and it was stuck wide open, frozen into a perpetual look of terror. Trent had been hoping that the sleep deprivation had caused him to start hallucinating, but to his disbelief, everybody else confirmed that they were seeing the exact same thing. That Gutierrez's body had actually been tossed up from a hole in the ground. A hole that was now no longer there. He said that he didn't remember falling asleep that night, but that he must have done so at some point, because he remembered waking up in the daylight to the sound of something sizzling, the smell of meat, garlic, and onions. He sat up and rubbed his eyes. He stared ahead and saw a man crouched over a makeshift fire pit just a few feet away from which they had been laying, using a stick to push around what looked like cube slices of meat in a frying pan. He was wearing a windbreaker, cargo pants, and boots. He wasn't carrying a weapon. Soon, the rest of the platoon was awake as well, but nobody said a word. They all just stared at the guy, as if doing anything to catch his attention may end up proving dangerous. Eventually, the man put the stick down and turned to face them. Trent told me that the moment he saw his face, he had to swallow down the bile that was shooting up his throat. He appeared to be around 6'6", but deathly frail at the same time, to the point where it looked like a strong wind may cause him to sway. His skin was the shade of paper and pulled so tight against his skull that it almost looked like a mask. Everything about him was wrong, like some strange attempt to replicate a human, but one that hadn't gone quite right. It was the same guy from the other night. He said there was no mistaking it. The man stared at them for a while before smiling, revealing a set of sewage-colored teeth. A familiar stench came wafting through the air. Trent locked eyes with Duncan. He looked petrified. The man introduced himself as Bernier. He said it was nice to finally meet everyone. Nobody responded, and nobody moved. There came an uncomfortably long stretch of silence that was only broken when Bernier asked if anybody was hungry. Trent said they were surely all starving, but no one said a word. They still hadn't overcome the initial shock. He looked around for Guiterres' body, but it was no longer there. The man insisted that they try some of the beef that he cooked up.
You'll need the energy for the long trek ahead.
Despite his strange appearance, the man's voice was normal enough. But his accent wasn't French. They couldn't tell exactly what it was. The man then reached behind his back and pulled out a large bottle of water. But he must have grabbed it out of thin air because he wasn't carrying a rucksack. Wasn't carrying anything at all. Trent stared closely at the bottle and saw pieces of ice floating around in it, despite it being close to 90 degrees out. The man held it forward, asked if anybody was thirsty. Trent said his throat felt like sandpaper, but he said nothing. The man just kept holding it out, continuing to ask if anybody needed a drink. Eventually, somebody walked forward, seemingly ready to accept the offer. But Trent stepped in front of him and told him not to do it. He said he wasn't sure where the sudden audacity had come from, that it was more of a visceral reaction, a primal need to protect his fellow man from danger. He said he was 100% certain it wasn't water in that bottle. The soldier looked confused, but didn't seem willing to fight him on it. He backed away. Suddenly, the man's smile dropped, and he turned to look at Trent. He said to me that he had never seen an expression of hatred before, that there was a kind of cruelty behind the eyes that seemed to transcend reality. But it lingered for only a few seconds before the smile returned. Trent said that he thought he could see some kind of worm trying to squirm out of his mouth through the gap in his teeth. The man placed the bottle on the ground and said it was there for anybody to take.
Better get moving. Long trek ahead.
He took a few steps to the side as if to make way for one of them to take the lead. Behind him was a path that Trent hadn't noticed before, a clean break in the vegetation. Way too clean. It looked unnatural, made even more so by the fact that it was too dark to see into it, as if the space were swallowing every trace of sunlight. Once again, the man told them that.
Better get moving. Long trek ahead.
But nobody moved. At that point, every man in the platoon had come to an unspoken understanding that before them stood an utterly evil presence, that under no circumstances could they give them what he wanted. So they just stared at him, unsure of how else to proceed. The man stared back at them, and they could see his smile slowly fading. He began repeating himself, the agitation escalating in his voice with each iteration.
Better get moving. Long trek ahead.
As if it were one of the few phrases he knew how to say. They didn't know what to do. They were all too terrified and bewildered by the man to try and confront him. So they just stood there, watching him. After what felt like an hour, they could hear the whirring of helicopter blades in the distance, heading their direction. Trent said that the relief he felt upon hearing it was nearly euphoric. The man looked up at the sky and then back down at them. Now, that hateful expression had returned. He clenched his jaw tight, and Trent was nearly convinced that he was priming himself to leap at them. But then he turned and walked into the darkness of the path. Trent blinked, and the man was gone. And so was the path. Just gone. In an instant. As if both had never been there. They might have been able to rationalize the whole thing as some mass hallucination caused by some kind of experimental gas that was being tested on them. But the frying pan and the bottle were still there. The fire was still going, and the meat was now burnt to blackened scraps. Just a few minutes later, they watched as several helicopters descended down into a nearby clearing. Shortly after, they were all extracted back to base. Of course, they had a lot of questions, but no matter how many they asked, they weren't getting any answers back. They were simply told to sit in the barracks and wait. But for what? What the hell had just happened? After a while, each member of the platoon was questioned individually by men in suits. CIA agents, he assumed, though he couldn't confirm this. Trent said that describing what had happened out loud made him want to question whether or not any of it was real. It all just seemed so absurd. But the suits didn't seem to think so. They listened intently to everything he had to say. Nothing in their tones, expressions, or language suggested that they were incredulous about any of it, which freaked him out even more. At one point, he asked them point blank who the hell the man was. The suits told him that they didn't know, that they'd never been able to find out. The next day, they were all put on a flight back to the US. They were simply told that they'd finished their obligations, that their tour of duty was officially over, but they knew this wasn't true, because the standard length of a tour was 12 months, and they hadn't even been there for 8. But nobody questioned it. They were all just happy to get the hell out of there. Trent took a taxi home from the airport. Once it pulled up to his building, he saw another suit standing in front of his door. The guy flashed him a CIA badge and introduced himself as Miller. Then he asked if they could go inside and have a quick chat. Trent said that the guy didn't seem threatening or anything, but there was a strange energy coming off of him. Something he couldn't quite wrap his head around. Once they were up in his unit, Miller opened the briefcase he'd been carrying and took out a large stack of papers. Trent told him that if he expected him to read through all that, he was out of his mind. Miller laughed and told him that this was just a consequence of bureaucracy, but that he'd quickly go ahead and summarize everything he needed to know. The government was going to pay him $6,000, which would have been inflated to about $55,000 today, in benefits per year for the rest of his life. These benefits would be adjusted for inflation as long as he remained alive. The only condition was that he could never talk about what he'd seen in Vietnam. Absolutely no mention of the man to anybody. The second he did so, they'd cut him off. All he needed to do was sign. Trent said that he tried squeezing more information out of Miller, but the guy was stone-like. He wouldn't budge. He asked him what would happen if he didn't sign it. Maybe he wanted to tell the world exactly what he'd seen. Maybe it'd make him famous and he'd be able to make a career out of it. In response, Miller told him they could raise that number to $7,500 a year. Trent asked him what they were so afraid of. Why didn't they want this information out there? Miller told him that wasn't his concern, but if he were dying for some kind of answer and couldn't deal with not having one, then he'd go ahead and put it succinctly. There were things that the public were better off not knowing. It'd be easier for them. It would introduce less chaos and allow society to run as smoothly as possible. It wasn't that they were purposefully trying to keep civilians in the dark. They were just trying to protect them. By the end of their conversation, Trent had managed to get him up to $11,000. He still hadn't fully accepted what Miller was trying to tell him. He'd gone back and forth with him for nearly half an hour, but he was tired. He didn't want to deal with it anymore. He didn't want to think about it. The silver lining was that he wouldn't be homeless anytime soon, because there was no way he would have been able to go back to work after this. At least, not for a long time. He tried to focus on the positives. Now he had free time to do what he pleased. He could travel the world. He could start a business. But for the next few weeks, he did nothing at all, because he couldn't stop thinking about the man. It was all he could focus on. He found a way around it through liquor. He drank at every meal. Then he was drinking between meals, and then every hour on the hour from noon to midnight. And it was working. He was out partying so much that he wasn't thinking about it anymore. One day, he was feeling generous and offered to fly my dad out to Hawaii. They'd lay on the beach and drink until they puked, etc. For the first few days, they were having a great time. It was paradise. And then, one evening, they were laying on the beach. The sky was starting to turn a beautiful shade of orange. It was about 80 degrees out, and the cool wind was starting to prickle the sweat on their skin. As it got darker, the beach slowly began to empty out. They had nowhere else to be, so they stayed and waited for the sunset. He'd become buzzed enough that he began to tell my dad about everything that had happened. He said that keeping it pent up inside him was starting to kill him. He had to let it out. He had to tell somebody.
And if there's anybody he could trust, it would have been Dad.
But he didn't get far with it, stopping right before he could describe the first encounter, because that's when he noticed the figure out in the water. Everybody else had left, but this person remained, standing about knee-deep in the ocean. Just standing there.
The figure appeared to be tall and lanky.
Trent said that they looked like they were wearing pants and a jacket, but they were a bit too far out for him to make out any details beyond that. But it was freaking him out, because what the hell were they doing? He leaned forward and squinted ahead until he was able to make out what they looked like. The realization washed over him like a cold wave. He stood up and told my dad that they needed to leave. Then he ran all the way back to the hotel room and drank until he passed out. He told me it had been the same man from the jungle, wearing the same clothes. When I asked him how he could be so sure of that, he told me it was unmistakable. That it was a face that he would never forget. Afterwards, he had reached out to other members of the platoon. The few that wrote him back told him that they'd also seen the man since coming back. One of them had even seen him all the way out in Italy. And in each instance, they had been on the cusp of divulging the details of what had happened in the jungle to somebody else. As if the man had somehow preempted their thoughts and showed up before they could. Then he began hearing some stranger things through the grapevine, like how the bodies of the 7 soldiers that had turned back had been found a week later. They had all been smashed together into a mound of rotting flesh that had been gruesomely stuffed into a foxhole. He also heard that the government had done a deep dive into Bernier's background, along with the correspondence that had taken place between them months earlier. They'd found weird inconsistencies, things that just didn't add up. Like the fact that the French military contacts that they thought they had been talking to didn't actually exist. That every name and rank had been fabricated, but it had been done so well they just hadn't caught on until much later. But now, the French were denying Bernier's existence outright. He had never been an officer, never been a part of the military. They couldn't confirm any records of his schooling, who his parents were, or if he was even born on French soil. But then, he also heard reports about a man fitting Bernier's physical description, who had escaped from a prison in Egypt a few years earlier. It was a notable event because there weren't many people in Egypt who looked like him, and escaping from a prison over there was next to impossible. He heard some other stuff as well, but at some point, it all just became too much. Trying to process it all was starting to drive him mad. No matter where he went, he couldn't stop himself from looking over his shoulder. Soon, he had stopped going anywhere at all, save for the bar down the street. And he sure as hell never talked about Vietnam again. Until now. And that was it. That was his story. He hoped it had managed to shed some light on things, mainly that isolating himself hadn't been a personal thing. He said he hoped that I understood and that he still appreciated the efforts I made to try and talk to him. And then he told me he was sorry, that I was now in danger. I asked him how he could be so sure. Maybe after all these years, the man was gone. Maybe he died, or maybe he just moved on. Trent said he knew that wasn't the case, because he could see the man right now. He was staring at us through the window. I turned to look at the window, and for a split second I could see what appeared to be somebody's head peeking up at us near the bottom of the glass. But then I blinked, and they were gone. I called the cops, despite Trent telling me not to. They searched the area, but couldn't find anything. They told me that maybe it had just been a trick of the light, but to call again if I saw anything else. I didn't feel comfortable leaving Trent alone for the night, so I told him that I'd sleep in the guest room. He protested against it and told me there was no need. But I insisted, because I could see the fear in his eyes. He was terrified. Of course, I didn't get any sleep that night, but the sun came up and I never heard anything strange. When I tried to wake up Trent the next morning, I wasn't able to. There was a cool breeze in the room and I noticed that the window was open. I sure as hell hadn't left it open, and I doubt that Trent would have opened it either. I called an ambulance and they took him away. Later, I learned that he was pronounced dead at the hospital, sudden acute liver failure. A sensible enough explanation, but the circumstances just didn't sit right with me. The funeral was only a week later. A really quick, impromptu venue. There weren't many who showed up. Other than my mom, my sister, myself, and a few estranged relatives, as well as a few of his drinking buddies. And then, one other man that nobody else seemed to recognize. He was wearing an old windbreaker jacket and cargo pants that seemed too baggy for his frame. Although he was sitting down, I could tell that he was quite tall. His skin was pale, his features bizarre and uncanny enough that I couldn't help but stare. What freaked me out even more was that I never actually remembered seeing him show up. It's like he just suddenly appeared. For a while I thought I might have been hallucinating the guy until my sister made a remark about how much he was freaking her out. It was an open casket funeral, and the moment that they brought Trent's body out, the man was gone. I didn't see him leaving either. Ever since the funeral, strange things have been happening. It feels like I'm being followed. I'm seeing the same black SUV parked wherever I go. One time I looked through the peephole of my apartment in the middle of the night and caught somebody in a suit standing outside my door. Not the same man from the funeral, although I've been seeing him as well. He walks behind me in public, stalking me around grocery stores, and sits a few tables over in cafes and restaurants. I don't know what the fuck he wants from me, and I don't know what to do about him. But now I understand what Trent had meant. That knowledge isn't always a good thing. That sometimes it can be dangerous. Every year, I receive an unmarked envelope on Halloween. I can't stand Halloween. Whenever October rolls around, I get a sinking feeling in my stomach that doesn't go away until the month is over, and sometimes not until December. Most people I tell this to are quick to label me as a cranky, bona fide Halloween-time Ebenezer Scrooge, telling me to just lighten up and enjoy the spooky season. That is, until I explain why. When I reveal my reasoning as to why I can't stand the holiday, suddenly my disdain makes a lot more sense. For the past 11 years, on the morning of October 31st, I have received a photograph of a dead body. Always by mail, always in the morning, and always on Halloween. It does not matter if I move, if I change my name, or even if the mail is intercepted. One way or another, I will receive this unwanted Halloween trick. I don't know why they are sent. I don't know who is sending them. And I don't know why I, of all people, am their target. The only thing I know is that I receive them, and that I have to view them. This all started 11 years ago when I first moved out of my parents' house and into a new place with my best friend at the time, Astrid. We were both 19 and more than a little eager to get our first taste of adult life that only came with not living with our parents. Don't get me wrong, my folks are great, but I was ready to move on and begin the next chapter in my life. Astrid's reasoning was, comparatively, a bit more sour. She was just looking for any excuse to no longer share a roof with the drunk, gaslighting prick that was her father. When we first moved in, things were fine. The apartment was small, but not falling apart. The neighborhood was close to a discount grocery store, we both had stable enough employment, and the rent was actually fairly reasonable for 2 young college kids. It was far from perfect, but it was serviceable and affordable, and when you're just starting out, those are borderline luxuries. The worst thing that happened in those first few weeks was our sink suddenly began leaking, and even then we were able to get our elderly neighbor to fix it for us. The guy was so nice, he refused to let us pay him. And even when we tried leaving an envelope with some money in his mailbox, we just found it slipped right back under our door the morning after. All this to say that we were happy, we were content, and we were comfortable. The first picture arrived the same year we moved in. We had been living in our apartment for about 4 months now, enough time to acquaint ourselves with the neighbors, get a stable routine going, and get the place actually feeling like home.
Astrid and I had divided the chores and responsibilities, and one of mine was checking the mail.
Most days, that just meant bills, credit card offers, catalogs for stores, and maybe the odd collection of coupons for any number of fast food places. On that Halloween morning, however, while shuffling through the assortment of useless junk, I found a plain white envelope. I immediately knew that something was up with the letter, as there was no postmarkings anywhere on the envelope, not even a stamp. The only thing on it were 2 words, crudely written in plain black ink with what looked to be shaky handwriting.
To Jennifer.
Immediately curious, I set down the rest of the mail when I got back to the apartment and opened the envelope.
Inside was a carefully folded digital photo of a woman,
maybe my age, lying with her eyes closed on a bed with a green comforter in a near pitch-black room. The woman's frame was illuminated by the glow of what I can only assume was a camera flash, revealing dark black hair and a peaceful expression on her face. I didn't know she was dead at the time, so I was more confused than anything,
turning the photo over a few times to see if I was missing anything.
But no, there was no date, no inscription that might have labeled some specific event, nothing. From the looks of it, it was just an odd photo of what I thought was a sleeping woman that I didn't recognize.
Okay. Weird.
I said to myself.
What's weird?
Astrid's voice startled me, almost causing me to jump as I turned around to face her. My friend was still in pajama pants and a tank top, with her raven black hair tied up in a bun behind her head.
This photo. Do you know the girl in this picture?
I asked. Astrid raised an eyebrow as I held out the picture for her to take, which she did. She stared at the photo for a bit, turning it and squinting as she did. Eventually, she pursed her lips as she shook her head.
Never seen it before. Why?
She asked.
Because this just came for me in the mail.
I held up the empty envelope as I answered her, positioning it so she could see my name on the paper. She stared at it for a minute, then back at the photo in clear confusion.
She's not a friend of yours?
She asked. I shook my head.
Can you just send it back?
To where?
I asked back, holding the envelope up again.
There isn't even a return address on this thing. Where would I send it?
Astrid just shrugged. After a few minutes of baffled back and forth, we ultimately decided that the letter was probably just some weird holiday prank, and agreed to put the matter behind us. In hindsight, I know that was a mistake, but that is 2020, as they say. The rest of the year passed without incident, and by Thanksgiving, while I hadn't forgotten the mystery photo, I had stopped worrying about it. Most of the next year was equally uneventful, aside for both of us trying desperately to avoid the angry, drunken phone calls of Astrid's father, demanding she come home. By Halloween the following year, I had almost completely disregarded the photo. I know that sounds kind of absurd, but I honestly thought it was just some kind of weird prank at the time. I mean, one odd photo on Halloween, a day second only to April Fools for pranks and tricks, does not a red flag make. No, that red flag would start to raise a year later when, after bringing in the mail and sitting down with Astrid, we discovered another plain blank envelope, save for my name. For a moment, neither of us said anything or even really reacted at all to the postage. I obviously can't speak for Astrid, but I was just too stunned in the moment to think, let alone speak. When I finally did think, it was only in the form of a single question.
Another one of these things?
Astrid asked as she picked up the envelope and twirled it in her fingers. As I snapped out of my daze and glanced up at her, I wondered if she was aware that she had just vocalized my own question.
Yeah, looks like it.
I replied. I had tried to sound dismissive, as if the second letter didn't bother me at all. As if its mere presence hadn't stunned my roommate and me into silence only a few moments ago. Thankfully, Astrid didn't seem to notice my effort, and casually tossed the envelope back on the table.
And you still have no idea who might have sent it?
She asked, as she leaned back and crossed her arms. I looked back at the envelope, trying my best to recognize the handwriting as I thought through any prankster friends or weird neighbors who could have left it. While we had discussed possible culprits for the mystery mail a few times over the past year, it was never to a very deep or dedicated extent. Probably because of that, we never actually came up with any solid guesses. After sitting for maybe a minute, I realized I still didn't.
Not a one.
I admitted, still more confused than I was scared. I picked up the envelope and carefully began to open it.
You're actually going to open that thing?
Astrid asked with half a chuckle. I only replied with a shrug as I pulled out what looked to be another folded piece of paper. I half expected to see another random sleeping person. What I saw instead made my heart drop. The second photo depicted a Hispanic-looking man as he lay on his belly atop what looked to be old carpet. The man's hands and arms were outstretched across the floor, his face turned to the side and noticeably pale. That's not to say his face was completely colorless, as there was a massive purple and pinkish bruise on the side of his face. Most alarming of all was what looked to be a crimson pool of blood under the man's head, and a dried stream of red dripping from his nose. I'm not sure if I can accurately describe what I felt as fear. I was shocked, absolutely, and definitely a little disgusted. I suppose the best way to describe my exact feeling in the moment is to say I felt threatened. Maybe that's why I reflexively threw the photo onto the table.
Ew, 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 what in God's name is that?
I shrieked as I flailed my hands like they'd actually touched a stranger's viscera. The picture, as if it somehow knew I didn't want to see it, flipped in the air as it gently floated towards the table, landing face down as it came to a stop. It was only after the photo was out of my hands that I started having any coherent thoughts, though even that was just panicked questions. Was the man dead? Why was he dead? Who had taken this picture? Was it legitimate or still a prank? Above all else, though, all I could muster in my head was, why? Seeing my undignified freak-out, Astrid got a curious look in her eye and took the photo off the table, wincing and scrunching her face once she looked at it.
Ugh, that's gnarly,
she said in a disgusted tone.
Gnarly.
I asked, stupefied that she could be so calm.
Astrid, is that a real dead body?
My friend, no doubt sensing my distress, looked up at me with a mix of sympathy and what I can only describe as a "did you really just ask that?" look.
Jen, It's not a dead body.
She'd sounded certain when she said it, almost admonishing.
Like I was an idiot for even considering the idea.
If I'd been in my right mind, I'm sure I would have been offended that she'd been so dismissive. In that moment, however, my mind was a mess.
How do you know? How do you know?
Panic rising, I pressed my hands to my head, suddenly feeling very light of breath and like I was going to pass out. Without even realizing it, I had begun to spiral. I pictured some shadow of a man bursting into our apartment, approaching me slowly and doing some unspeakable things to me. No, 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 please no.
What if there's like a serial killer running around and he's taking like these weird photos of his victims? What if I'm next? What if...
Suddenly, I felt one of my hands be gently pulled away from my head, a comforting warmth placed on top of it.
Girl, breathe. Just breathe and calm down.
Astrid said, cutting me off. Her voice was still stern, but now had taken on an unmistakable, soothing tone. Placing my free hand over my beating chest, I tried to compose myself as I looked at my friend, my eyes clouding up as I had realized I'd begun crying. Astrid just smiled and sat with me patiently, holding my hand as I tried my best to relax, to tell myself I was okay. After a few minutes, I'd managed to mostly calm down, though I was still shaking a bit. Astrid, patient as ever, sat with me a little bit longer, rubbing the top of my hand in an effort to reassure me. Finally, she spoke softly to me.
Jen, it's Halloween. People pull pranks on Halloween. You're okay.
She turned out to be right. By the end of the day, not only had we not been targeted by a serial killer, but I had met a genuinely kind and cute guy at a party. With Astrid's help, pressuring, we even exchanged numbers, and I learned his name, Isaac. I was maybe a little bit more jumpy than normal, but that was easy enough to explain away to anyone unaware as the spooky season. All in all, it was a great day and a more than pleasant holiday experience. Still, as I tried to sleep that night, my mind would drift to the photo of the dead man. Yes, I was still convinced he was dead, and to the first photo I received. How were those two photos connected? Had she been dead too? She hadn't looked like it, but what other reason could there be that I'd received both? Why had I received them at all? Needless to say, I didn't get much sleep that night. Over the course of the next year, I tried digging into the photos as best I could.
Unfortunately, I had almost nothing to work with, as Astrid had thrown out both of the photos by the time I had decided to look into things.
All these years later, I still don't blame her. For all she and I knew, they were just mean-spirited pranks that weren't worth holding on to. Still, this lack of physical evidence made asking questions of the neighbors incredibly awkward. Before you judge them too harshly, though, I'd probably be a bit creeped out by some random woman asking about murder pictures too.
Likewise, going to the police, at least in my mind, felt like kind of a non-starter.
Without the photos, all I had was my word, and nothing to actually show for it. As for message boards online, my most common response was advice for dealing with sexual harassment, which, while appreciated, wasn't really what I was looking for. To put it simply, I couldn't find anything, even when I enlisted the help of Isaac, who, bless his heart, believed me 100% about the whole thing. We couldn't find a single shred of something we could use to understand what was going on. I had wanted to ask Astrid for her help too, but she was dealing with her dad more and more that year, and the screaming matches honestly just sounded painful. The last thing I wanted when she was already so stressed was to add my garbage on top of her. By the beginning of October, I realized that I only really had one option left. Assuming this mystery mailer pulled the same prank as he had the years prior, I would have to wait for him to act again before I could have evidence. Then I could go to the police, explain what had just happened, and then, just maybe, I would have him.
Just one more year.
I convinced myself. When Halloween rolled around that year, I admit that I practically leapt from my bed and ran to get the mail. In my mind, I could picture a scraggly-looking man being hauled away in handcuffs, desperately pleading that it was just a joke. Likewise, I pictured a large and bulky man being forced to the ground as some police swarmed him, grunting as he fought uselessly against the officers restraining him. I'm not sure if this makes me a bad person or not, but I relished the idea of seeing this imagined creep getting overpowered like that. Letting him feel scared for once. It maybe then also makes me a bad person then that I was almost shocked, then angry to see Astrid already at our table, mail spread out before her. I wanted to scream. What was she doing? I always grabbed the mail. That was my job. Why was she screwing things up now of all days? I realize, years later, that wasn't fair. That Astrid couldn't possibly have known what I was planning. Still, in the moment, I had to compose myself, taking deep breaths as I slowed my pace and forced a smile.
You know it's my job to get the mail, right?
I playfully admonished as I walked up to the table and sat down.
I was already out. Figured I'd grab it.
She replied, tossing aside what looked to be another credit card offer. Maybe I was just paranoid, but I had the distinct impression that she wasn't telling me something. Don't get me wrong, I had no reason to think that. My friend was acting and talking completely normal, right down to the bored expression and haphazard dismissal of any of the mail. It was more like a sixth sense, like a natural pre-built alarm that was going off in my head. I didn't actually want to accuse her of anything though, so I tried to just let it go.
Okay, anything for me?
I asked, probably a little too eagerly. Thankfully, Astrid didn't seem to pick up on that and just shook her head as she looked at another piece of mail with disinterest.
Nope.
She replied. It felt like my heart stopped for a moment. No. What did she mean, no?
No blank envelopes with my name on them? None at all?
Not this year, babe.
She was lying. She had to be. Why would this guy just suddenly stop? He wouldn't. He couldn't. Not when I had finally worked up the courage to do something. Astrid had to be lying, or maybe she had just missed it. Glancing at the table, I quickly scanned the discarded envelopes and papers for any sign of something with my name. But nothing. I saw nothing. This didn't make any sense. How could there be nothing? Even when I took the envelopes and coupons or whatever else was in the pile and inspected them, I couldn't find anything. Nothing addressed to me in any odd way. No handwritten labels, just bills, useless junk and more bills. In my frantic grabbing, I failed to notice Astrid giving me a slightly amused look.
You want to take apart the mailbox, too?
She asked with a chuckle. I didn't know what to say. I should have been relieved, ecstatic even that there was nothing there. It was over, I thought. Shouldn't I be happy? Why was I so disappointed?
No, it's just weird that it stopped.
I admitted, trying to save face. Even at the time, I thought that was strange that I described it as weird. Not getting a photo of a dead body was weird? How had I gotten so used to it in just 2 years? Was I really so eager to get the guy doing it in trouble that I was upset that I didn't get anything? What was wrong with me? Looking back, I know I was wrong. I should have pushed harder, grilled Astrid about what she had done. I should have kept asking questions or kept looking around. I should have kept digging. Maybe if I had, Astrid wouldn't have gone missing in November of that year. There was no warning, no letter, no talk, nothing. One day she just got up to go to work, and when I finally got home from my own job, she wasn't home. At first, I wasn't really worried. Astrid had always been more social than I was, so maybe she had just gone out with some other friends. So I waited for her to get home that night. Then I waited for a day. Then, by the following night, I tried calling her. Then I tried calling her again, and again, and again. Every time I would get a single ring, then a disconnect before the line went dead. Call me paranoid, but I knew something had happened. I wasn't sure if she was in danger or had been kidnapped, killed, whatever, but she was in danger. I knew it. I called our mutual friends to try and find her, see if any of them knew where she was. At one point, I was even so desperate that I tried calling her meat sack of a father.
What does it matter? She's no good to me anymore,
was all he said. My blood practically boiled at his response. No good to me, I thought. My best friend, his daughter, was missing, and he didn't even care in the slightest? I'd always known he was a garbage person, but this felt like an all-time low. I swear I could have throttled him if he were in the same room as me. As it was, I had to settle for calling the cops. I remember reading somewhere that you have to wait 48 hours to be taken seriously for reporting a missing person. Thankfully, that ended up being a myth, as after my call, cops were at my door within an hour. I won't go over everything they asked. Honestly, I can barely remember everything myself, just that they asked questions like where she worked, if this was her primary domicile, that sort of thing. I don't remember how long the questioning lasted, only that I was exhausted by the end of it. The police couldn't share everything they uncovered during their investigation, but from what they did, I got the impression that they were genuinely trying their best. For what it's worth, they did find out some good information. Namely that Astrid had arrived at her job the day that she went missing. But rather than driving home afterwards, she confided in her coworkers that she was going to pay a visit to her father's house. I wish I could say from there it was an open and shut case, but from what they were allowed to share with me, the cops told me that she was witnessed entering and, after about 45 minutes, leaving her father's home. They suspected she was on her way home, but needless to say, she never arrived. Worse than that, they never found her car. There was no sign of it on the roads that would have taken her home. Not parked, not wrecked, not even a broken off piece of it. It was like she just up and vanished into thin air. They checked her dad out, of course, but the lump hadn't been seen leaving his house until a good 10 hours after Astrid had left. Since that was more than enough time for her to have gotten home, and because the guy was a shut-in with almost no friends to speak of, he was dropped as a suspect. Honestly, part of me will always think that he had something to do with it, but I understand why the police dropped him. By February the next year, I had to move out of the apartment Astrid and I had shared. Rent was already a nightmare on its own, and it's even more so when you're suddenly paying for 2 people's worth. Isaac, God bless him, was kind enough to take me in. I was honestly more than fine with that. We'd been dating a little over a year by that point, and I really liked him. He stood by me every step of the way, and I must have apologized 1,000 times for being so obsessed with Astrid's case. He would always say the same thing in reply.
She's your best friend, hon. You don't have to explain yourself to me.
It was honestly no wonder why we were engaged before the end of the year. We were still living together. I mean, we still are, but that's beside the point. When next Halloween rolled around, Isaac had taken over the duties of grabbing the mail, so I was cozied up in the bedroom, watching some movie that I honestly can't remember the name of. All I remember is that it was some schlocky romance movie, and that I was somewhere in the 3rd act when I noticed Isaac stepping inside our room out of the corner of my vision.
Hey, hon, do you remember those plain envelopes you told me about?
He asked. My chest tightened as I remembered them, muting the TV and focusing intensely on my fiancée. Staring more closely, I realized there was a confused look on his face and that he was clutching something in his hand. My chest tightened even more when I realized what it was. A plain white envelope.
Yes, I remember. Why?
What did they say on them again?
To Jennifer.
Isaac looked up at the unopened postage and frowned.
That's all? Nothing else?
Why?
I asked, sheepishly pointing to the letter.
What does that one say?
Isaac glanced back at me for a minute. I could tell he was considering whether or not to hand the envelope to me. Honestly, I wasn't even sure if I wanted it, or if I wanted him to throw it away. But then I remembered my plan from the year before. I could still try that, right? Maybe then the police could find Astrid. The guy who did this? Sure, I had no idea if they were even connected, but it was a reasonable assumption, right? Couldn't I at least try? I could feel myself shaking as I sat up and extended an open hand to Isaac. Understandably, he seemed unsure at first. From his perspective, after all, these things were the result of some sick prankster going after his soon-to-be wife. In an effort to reassure him, I smiled the best I could and gently nodded my head. He still seemed antsy, but with a sigh, he relinquished the envelope to me and I inspected it. I saw immediately why he had to double-check with me. Right away I recognized the same shaky and sloppy handwriting in black ink. exactly as before, unlike the last two letters. However, this envelope said,
She intervened.
My stomach dropped and I felt the wind leave my gut, like I had been shocked. She? As in Astrid? Before I realized what I was doing, I feverishly opened the envelope and pulled out yet another folded piece of paper. When I unfolded it, I screamed. It was Astrid, hanging from a noose, her skin pale and eyes closed. I don't remember much of what happened next. I know Isaac was there, holding me as I sobbed and screamed. He must have called the cops because they were swarming the apartment at some point. I'm sure they wanted to ask me questions, but I was pretty much inconsolable at that point. Isaac had to do most of the talking. Through the blur of events, I just imagined my friend screaming, crying, begging for her life. Had she suffered? Had she been aware when she died? Had she fought back? Could I have done anything more to help her? I just wanted answers. Why? Why me? Why her? Why? I don't know. I still don't know. I'm sorry, but I don't have any answers for you, for me, for the cops, no one. There were a few suspects, but they all fell apart for one reason or another. A coworker was seen driving the same way as her for a while, but he was dismissed thanks to his mom's eyewitness testimony. Her dad was a popular one, but he was pretty much sedentary, so he was out. They even considered me for a while. I think Isaac was more offended by that than I was. I was the closest person to her after all. Eventually, though, they realized I had no motive, and of course that it couldn't be me when another photo arrived the next year. And the year after that, and the one after that, and after. To today, Isaac and I are now married and have 2 beautiful children, but still no idea who killed my best friend. Despite moving into a nice 4-bedroom house, we still get the photos in the same plain envelopes. Isaac tried installing cameras by our mailbox, but they never picked up anything. No one ever shows up, and yet we still receive those stupid envelopes. Always blank, save for the same 2 words.
To Jennifer.
Every year. Same as always. Halloween is a few days away now, and against my husband's urging, I've decided I had enough. This year, I plan to sit and watch the mailbox all night. Maybe whoever's doing this knows how to avoid a camera, but he won't avoid me. I will see who is doing this, even if it kills me. I woke up in a panic on Saturday. Mother's Day was tomorrow, and I had no gift planned.
Good morning, dear.
My mother told me as I dashed down the stairs. Her voice was sweet and thick with the accent of the old country. I then heard the purring of a cat near her. The stray cat finally won you over. I chuckled as she fed it some scraps of meat.
My heart couldn't take seeing it so lonely outside. Besides, maybe it'll help with our mice problem.
She sighed as she poured water from the sink into her watering can. This watering can was ornate and fancy, a gift from me to her for her birthday some years back. I had joked when I gave it to her that she needed to water her plants in style. She loved those damn things. I also joked that she loved them more than me. She was much less appreciative of that joke. As I started my car, I began forming a plan of attack for Mother's Day. Mom had all the plant-related gear she needed, so my only real option was to get her a plant she didn't have. Farmer's market it is, then. The drive was chaotic, way too many people on the road. Was everyone going here last minute for gifts? I thought that was what Target was for. Finally, after some effort, I found a half-decent parking spot for my car. The place was a madhouse.
Avocados, get your fresh avocados.
I heard a vendor advertising from the distance. My stomach growled as I realized I had foregone breakfast, and avocados sounded unreasonably delicious right now. I brushed past several other vendors until someone aggressively bumped my shoulder.
Hey, I'm walking here,
said a man gruffly. He made eye contact with me aggressively, but looked away just as quick, storming off as if my noticing him was an unpardonable sin. Sorry?
I said in surprise, confused as to why I was the one apologizing. Whatever, I was getting hungrier by the second and didn't want to waste time with unnecessary small talk.
Oh hey, Tom! Fancy seeing you here. Last minute Mother's Day shopping?
Said a familiar voice behind me. I turned around to see Mr. Clive. He was wearing the black, professional-looking business suit that he always wore. He was a colleague of my mother's. Both of them worked for a large biotech company. They also had a deep-seated rivalry for each other. At the end of every month, my mom would brag about how she had outperformed him, and would also joke how she was going to force him into another career. Yeah, just like every year. I laughed. He gave me a lazy chuckle in response and pointed behind him.
You may want to check out that booth. They have some new exotic seeds. Reminded me of your mother right when the vendor told me about them. She would go crazy for something like that.
Oh, she would. She treats new plants like royalty. I agreed.
Well, I need to find something for my wife. Best of luck, Tom.
Mr. Clive said as he gave me a nod and walked off. I found that odd as I didn't recall he and his wife ever having kids. See you later, I said and walked toward the vendor in question. It was manned by a spasmodic woman with a nasal tone. She was wearing a truly ridiculous outfit with a color scheme that hurt to look at. She waved at me from a distance, almost as if she was expecting me. Then again, any young man was ripe for a good sales pitch during this time of year.
How can I help you?
She asked before sneezing abruptly.
Excuse me?
Oh, bless you, I said, surprised.
Thank you. Some of these plants aggravate my allergies.
She said cheerfully as she pulled out a napkin to assist her nose. Poor woman. Working around plants must be miserable for her. I hope she at least likes them, I thought. She absolutely did, as before I could answer what I wanted, she ran me through her entire inventory with manic fascination.
And saving the last for best, we have this new plant, the jungle wraith.
The vendor said mysteriously. I can honestly say I've never heard of that, I said, holding back a laugh from how ridiculous the name sounded.
A gentleman dropped off 2 packets to me earlier today, saying his farm in South America is the exclusive...
She cut herself short as she looked above the crowd as if something was wrong. I looked down at her hands and there was only 1 packet of seeds.
Anyway, these are one of a kind, but will become super popular in a few months. I am sure.
The vendor continued with her advertisement, but her joy was severely diminished. Well, my mom would like to be the first of a trend, I reasoned. The price was fair, all things considered, and I was in no hurry to do any more shopping. The hungry sounds of my belly were becoming riotous. The vendor sent me off with a bunch of instructions I scarcely registered. As I walked back to my car, I did lazily inspect the packaging. It was a vibrant shade of green with some bizarre details. Illegal to plant in the Sieldonor realms. Unlikely to survive in the Zoldran, Krezek, Hasoran, or Dorvoln forest? What in the... I guffawed. This sounded like utter nonsense. I pulled out my phone to Google those names I was only half certain I was pronouncing correctly. Nothing came up. I further inspected the packaging and noticed in the bottom right corner a depiction of an orc with a gardening shovel. Oh, Mom is going to love this. I snickered, realizing that this company was, for whatever reason, trying to appeal to the fantasy crowd. My mom would attend book clubs in her spare hours, and they were currently deep into fantasy literature. This would be right up her alley. The next day was great. I gave Mom the seeds, and she was incredibly excited.
Thank you, Tom. I can't seem to keep Venus flytraps alive, but these claim to be hardier. If the cat gets the mice, and this gets the bugs, we will be pest-free.
She joked. Little did I know, pests would become the least of my worries. My mom was hooting and hollering at the packaging, pointing at what she described as a cute little orc, and droning on about how cool those forest names were. When she ripped open the packet, there were several seeds inside. They were obsidian black with a very light, sticky residue. There was also a white crystal that seemed to glow faintly. My mom was ecstatic at this point, commending the company for going all in with their fantasy vibe. I checked the packaging again and noticed something else. Contains several jungle wraith seeds and an Ignari shard. Keep this shard away from fire and the grubby hands of the Kanahuru. I rolled my eyes and set the packaging back on the counter. The seeds grew fast. Not as fast as bamboo, but much faster than any plant I had seen her grow. Before long, the 5-gallon pot that she had planted them in was looking cramped from the mass of plant inside it. The jungle wraith was cool looking. Mostly, it looked like a Venus flytrap, but it had flowers behind its snappers that made it look like it had eyes. It also sported this white, hairy stuff that flowed around and down the snappers that made it look like it had a mane. Its final feature was its dark, black-green vines that seemed to coil beneath it. It almost looked like a protective barricade around its stem, as if it was afraid of being uprooted. Something was off, though. My mom became far more obsessed with this than she had any other plant. It got to a point that she was forgetting to properly water the rest of her garden, and so long as this plant was okay, nothing was wrong to her. Even stranger was, it felt like the plant was watching me. When I would walk down into the kitchen, the snappers would be facing away. I would turn my back to grab some water, and when I turned around, the snappers were facing me. I would rub my eyes violently, trying to come up with some logical explanation, and unless the sleep deprivation from working 2 jobs was getting to me, this damn thing was paying me an uncomfortable amount of attention. I also began sneezing around it. This was no surprise. I've had allergies all my life, which is why I was so empathetic to the vendor who also suffered from them. My allergies to this, though, became violent when those flowers behind the snappers began to bloom. I was forced to wear my allergy face mask much earlier in the year than I had planned. This irritated me. The filters for the mask were not cheap, and I hated having anything on my face to begin with. "Can't we keep it outside?" I asked my mom, my voice muffled from the mask.
What? And deprive us of the joy this plant brings? Absolutely not. Ugh.
My mom trailed off as the cat walked near her. I could see the shape of its ribs through its scruffy pelt.
Damn thing won't leave me alone. Will you shoo it away?
She asked, as she refilled her watering can to water the jungle wraith for the 5th time this morning. "I thought you loved this cat," I said as I began searching for the can of tuna to feed it.
I would maybe love it a little more if it didn't try to distract me from important things.
My mom said with slight venom in her voice. "So, how's work going?" I asked, trying to change the subject. The cat purred gratefully as I used the can opener to pry out the meat.
Oh, well enough. Mr. Clive is catching up to me in sales, but that doesn't matter. Sales aren't the only thing that matters, are they?
My mom answered as she began to pat the top of the wraith snappers. I looked at her dumbfounded. She loves plants, but she has never pet them like they were an animal. Not only that, her competition with Mr. Clive was fiery. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. I should have taken more action that day. If I had, perhaps our cat would still be around. I remember walking home from another day of work and seeing a large bulge in one of the snappers. This plant had been moved to a 15-gallon bucket and it was imposing in our kitchen. "Mom?" I said, concerned as I stared at the precariously large snapper.
Oh, yes, dear?
She said as she walked into the room with her watering can. She was hardly without it nowadays. I almost suspect she slept with it to care for the wraith at a moment's notice. "What? Did you feed that thing? Where is our cat?" I asked in concern as I put 2 and 2 together, that I had not seen the feline, and that the bulge was roughly the size of that neglected animal.
We don't have a cat. Oh, you mean that scraggly rodent? I don't know. Hopefully chased away by a dog or something.
My mom said with disinterest. I was glad my mask was on, or she would have seen me scowling. I loved her, but she was toying with me. It was clear as day what had happened. "Mom, what did you feed it? Flies aren't that big. Did you feed it a beehive?" I asked, dumbfounded at her lack of concern.
I did feed it a few flies. This is normal honey. Our plant is perfect. Such a wonderful jungle wraith.
My mom cooed as she began to pet the central and enlarged snapper. I could have sworn that the other snappers were beginning to creak into a smile. This is nuts. You may have hated the cat, but it didn't deserve this. I said as I moved toward the snapper to pull out the cat. I didn't expect it to be alive, but knowing it was being slowly digested just didn't sit right with me.
How dare you?
My mother seethed. A millisecond later, the watering can struck me on the side of my head. Ow! What the hell? Mom, are you serious? I said in disbelief as I felt a goose egg forming.
Do not touch my baby.
My mom said tersely. I was furious, but I wasn't going to try and reason with her. Her rationale had long departed. Avoiding her eyes, I walked into my room. With all my effort, I resisted the urge to slam my door shut and took a second to breathe. After cooling off, I called my friend Selena.
Hello?
She asked. Hey, I know this is super weird, but I think my mom is going batshit crazy. I said after unstrapping my mask.
What? Dude, are you feeling okay? Your mom has always been this sweet.
She began to protest before I interjected. She is obsessing over this new plant I got her, and she smacked my head with a watering can.
Did you deserve it? I've been tempted to do that to you in the past, not gonna lie.
Selena said smugly. No, this plant, it's like a Venus flytrap on steroids. It ate our cat, so I was trying to pry it free. I began to explain before Selena exploded. Selena was a cat lover. I should have opened with that.
I'm coming right over.
Selena said and hung up. I was worried Selena would get here before my mom left, but luckily they just barely missed each other. This spared me the awkward responsibility of explaining what we were up to. Okay, so she is keeping it in the kitchen. I revealed to Selena as I led her to the kitchen, begrudgingly with my mask on again. Selena dashed toward the plant, whipped out a knife I had no idea she owned, and took in a breath of shock as she noticed the feeding snapper. She raised her blade high as she made another sound of pained anguish, but faltered.
Those flowers are mesmerizing,
she said as her dagger slowly began to lower. Flowers? Selena, what are you even— There's a cat in there! I yelled through my mask, expecting her to become enraged, but she didn't. She slowly began to put the knife in her pocket and rested her hand on the snapper.
Do you have any more of these? I would like a new pet.
Selena said eerily. Selena, you need to go. My mom's almost home. I lied. I had no idea if it would work, but I needed Selena to get out. Something was now wrong with her, and she would be no help.
What? No, it should take longer than that.
She began to protest, but I picked her up and hauled her out. One of my neighbors who had been walking his dog looked at me with concern.
Hey, everything okay?
Oh yeah, she was just feeling woozy, so I brought her out for some air. I said nervously, knowing how ridiculous it sounded.
All right.
The man replied, noticing the space I was giving Selena and my non-threatening demeanor. He, however, looked at me eerily as he and his dog walked away.
Tom, why am I here? What's going on? Wait, you wanted me to check out something.
You were dropping off food for our cat. I think I'm going to have an early night, though. See you later, Selena. I said quickly, hoping she would believe it. Luckily, her thoughts still seemed jumbled as she drove off. Dismayed, I walked back into the kitchen. My mom was back, and those damn snappers had the smuggest expression on them. Impossible, I know, but I could swear they were taunting me. I took a picture of the plant and sent it to my friend Jessica as I returned to my room. Shortly after, my phone rang.
Hey, Tom, I don't recognize that. Like, at all. Where did you get it?
She asked, confused. I bought it from the market a while ago. I answered, exhausted. If anyone would have known how to deal with this thing, it would have been her. Jessica was an old friend of mine who used to live next door. She was a few years older than myself, so in college now. She was also incredibly smart, having graduated early and taken all kinds of extra classes to keep her mind from boredom. She was also very obsessed with all things tech. She may not have shared my mom's love for plants, but she sure as hell had the means to get to the bottom of this. My mom has been acting pretty bizarre. She treats it like it's the only thing that matters. You see that enlarged middle snapper? I am pretty damn sure it ate my cat. I brought Selena over to help me pry it out, but then she also became obsessed with it. I began to explain.
Tom, those flowers behind the snappers. I think they are emitting some kind of pheromone or toxin. Something that is affecting their judgment.
Jessica stated confidently. I could hear her fingers typing furiously over the phone. This gave me a sense of relief. It meant that she was taking this seriously and pouring her focus into getting the info I needed. That would make sense. I'm wearing a mask whenever I'm around it, but my mom and Selena were not. I was cut short when I heard my mom screaming downstairs. "Jessica, send help!" I yelled as I dropped my phone and strapped on my mask. I then grabbed my knife from my dresser drawer and dashed down the stairs. One of the snappers had latched onto my mom's shoulder.
It's time. It's finally time.
My mom said with her eyes crazed. "What? Mom!" I roared as I lunged at the plant. I severed the neck of the snapper on my mom, but the third head latched onto my leg. It clamped tight, and the recoil caused me to drop my knife.
Why? Why would you do that?
My mother said in anguish. "I did it to save you! Hand me the knife!" I screamed as the liquids inside the snapper began to digest my leg. I lurched and tried to attack the plant with my fists, but vines began coiling around me. My eyes widened with shock. I had not been going crazy. It had been looking at me. This thing was capable of far more movement than I gave it credit for, lying in wait for the moment to strike.
I was so close to becoming one with the Wraith. That is all I ever wanted. Why would you take that from me? Now I will have to wait for another snapper to grow?
My mother wailed into her hands. Her wails became angry sniffles, and then they became grunts of fury.
You will pay for this.
She seethed as she walked towards my knife. I took a break from thralling at the vines, snaring at my wrist to plead with my mother. "No, Mom, what are you doing? This is me!" I screamed as she slowly, hatefully walked toward me.
And it should be me,
she hissed, looking at the snapper, clamping ever harder on my leg. The blood loss on that limb began to make me feel woozy. I could feel the fight leave me as the vines coiled tighter and my mom was now inches away from me. "Please, save me," I muttered, but I knew in her hellish state, saving me was the last thing on her mind. There was a loud slam as our door burst open.
"You asshole! That was not why I arrived!"
Selena yelled as she entered through the doorway. My mom looked away from me, confused, and toward the intruder. "Selena, hold your breath. Attack the flowers. Mind control, pheromones, bad breathe." My words became weak ramblings as my vision became hazy and dark. I could hear a scuffle as my eyes began to involuntarily close. With my last ounce of strength, I flailed, hoping to keep the attention of the vines that coiled around me so they wouldn't notice what Selena was about to do.
"Oh good, you're awake. 1 minute. Let me get the doctor to explain your situation. Your leg was severely injured."
I heard a nurse say as she moved out of the room. I shook my head in confusion, which sent painful movement down my leg. "Oh!" I winced. I was in a hospital gown and had all kinds of things attached to me. The cast on my leg was massive. I could feel the pain, but I could hardly feel anything else. Wiggling my toes was impossible, which worried me greatly. I heard the door open and a doctor walked in. She held a clipboard and a friendly but solemn expression on her face.
"Hi. We gave you a heavy dose of painkillers. How bad is the pain?"
she asked, as her eyes darted toward my cast. It hurts, but if I stay still, it's manageable, I answered, fighting through the pain.
Oh, good. Your leg was... it looked mostly digested. The police said it was from a plant?
She asked with disbelief. Yeah, something like that. I answered, still unsure how a plant could be capable of doing this to me.
Oh, well, we did what we could, but you may never walk again.
You were lucky to survive at all. You had lost so much blood.
The doctor lamented. I was grateful, but trying to conceal my despair for that reality.
We saved your mother, but her arm we, could not salvage. She was in a lot of shock.
The doctor stated quickly, seemingly able to foresee the question I was about to bring up. What all happened to her? Can I see her? I asked, trying to control my excitement so as not to aggravate my leg. The doctor nodded sadly and explained that she didn't have all the details, but a policeman would enter the room soon to better explain. She finished with,
She will need you to help her cope.
I nodded as she left. Moments later, a policeman entered the room.
Son, there is something I need to tell you,
he said solemnly. I nodded, barely able to spare the energy to perform the act. He licked his lips and continued.
From what your friends have told me, Selena was able to save you too, but she died in the act.
What? How? I demanded, the adrenaline beginning to swirl inside me. I couldn't believe it.
When she entered the home, and the jungle wraith was eating you, she jumped at it and began attacking the flowers. Your mom stabbed Selena, and Selena stabbed her back defensively, but Selena's wounds were just too fatal. By the time my team arrived and called in an ambulance, she was already dead. I'm sorry.
The officer revealed solemnly. I began to clench my fists in grief and anger. My mother and I were held in police custody for the next few days. The bright side to this was my mother was moved into the same hospital room. There were thick bandages covering her shoulder where her bitten arm had been. They were soaked with red blood, but the coloring was far too dark to be just blood. We chalked it up to whatever the doctors used in the operation, but even still, something about it was peculiar enough to be burned into my memory. Things were not looking good for my mom, despite Jessica and myself insisting that my mom was under the influence of the plant. The police were not convinced. Even worse, Selena's sister, her only living relative, was furious and threatening to press charges. Eventually, the investigation broadened when Mr. Clive fled the country. It was also later revealed by the guilty admission of the seed vendor that she had been hired by Mr. Clive. He had paid her handsomely to ensure that I was sold one of those seed packets. She didn't know for what purpose, proven by her being questioned with a lie detector. The guilt had wrecked her. The motive was determined to be career advancement. If my mom had been removed from the picture, Mr. Clive would have been promoted. All he needed was for the jungle wraiths to eat myself, my mother, and the seed vendor, and his plan would have come to fruition. By the time we would have been noticed missing, the plants would have also withered, leaving no trace of his involvement. Little did he know, a grumpy shopper had stolen a packet of seeds which was meant for the vendor's personal use, which, thankfully, was recovered before being planted. My leg may never fully heal, but it pales in comparison to the pain of losing Selena. If it had not been for her, Jessica, that grumpy man, and my allergies, my mother and I would also be dead.
Take it easy when you get home. Try to avoid putting any weight on that leg.
The nurse said to me as she handed me my crutches. My mother had been discharged earlier, as she was far more mobile than I was. Right now, she was at home, tending to her plans. I nodded at the nurse gratefully as she helped me get a good balance on the crutches. It sucked, using these things. But it is what it is. Life has to go on, as they say. With immense effort, I made it to my car and was able to drive home. As I turned off the engine, I received a call from Jessica. "Hey, just drove home. What's up?" I answered.
Oh, Tom, I am glad you are back. I saw you at the hospital, but you were still passed out. How does your leg feel?
She asked. Good? Well, as good as it can be. I grunted, trying to put my keys back into my pocket.
I am so sorry. When I heard you call for help on the phone, I called the cops, but I beat them there, and by then, Selena was dead, and your mom was crying.
Jessica continued. I could tell she was forcing herself to sound happy despite reliving such tragic memories. I received a picture from her as she continued.
Hey, I want you to check this out. I found it in your kitchen before the cops arrived. It was inside the packet of seeds. I took a picture of it. I would think this is some kind of themed LARPing, if not for everything else that happened.
Oh yeah, I noticed it when she opened the packet. Do the police know about this? I asked.
Don't tell the police. They aren't taking this seriously enough. I know because I am monitoring some of their communications. I also know they suspect the grumpy man at the market didn't give them everything in the packet.
She insisted. This was all no surprise to me. With her before-mentioned skills, I would be surprised if she didn't have the means to spy on them. Jessica, I think they need to know about this. But I'll be quiet about it for now, just be careful. I answered. I didn't want to give her this answer, but I owed her. I owed her big time.
Be careful? Have you forgotten who you're talking to? My safeguards are quadruple encrypted, and I pride myself on my paranoia.
She retorted playfully. I mean it. I don't want anyone else going to the hospital. I affirmed sternly.
Don't worry. Everything will be safe. We need some thorough testing on this, which I won't begin until I have sufficient fail-safes for the experiments. But can you imagine what would happen if this fell into the wrong hands and we didn't understand it? Someone out there has a crystal, and I don't know what it's capable of. Yet.
She finished. Satisfied, I thanked her one last time for everything she had done and hung up. I hobbled awkwardly as I moved toward the house with my crutches. It would take some serious getting used to moving around with these efficiently. As I neared our door, however, I noticed a box and inside it a very young kitten. It was asleep and next to it was a letter. Reaching down with grunts and a surplus of curse words, I retrieved the note.
Dear Tom, I got together with all your friends and we picked out a cat for you. We know it will never replace the cat you tried to save or the damage that was done to you and your mother. But we want you to know we have your back and are thinking about you. Let us know if you need anything, no matter how small, and we will be there. Also, we are so sorry for your loss. We know Selena was close to you, and we will all miss her.
I was trying not to shake as I read the note. Reaching down again, I grabbed the kitten. It was still groggy with sleep, but it delighted me nonetheless. I think I'm going to call you Selena. She would have liked that, I said as I opened the door and braced for what the future had in store. My mom was ordinarily one of the happiest of people. She was beautiful too, in a 90s movie star kind of way. But that has since been ruined, possibly beyond repair. She was blonde and liked to laugh and dance. I grew up in the 2000s, and we would watch America's Funniest Home Videos every Sunday night before another week of school. She was a teacher. My mom named me Jesse, not the most common boy's name, but I didn't mind. My dad died shortly after I was born. Right around that time, I was getting tested for a learning disability. I underwent a series of tests that all kids are put through when they were born, and failed all of them. But somehow, despite that, I turned out okay. Still, he died shortly after. Something I learned later in life, and at the time, my mom never told me why, always saying it was just a sudden and natural death. Growing up, I just figured that they were testing me for whatever my father had, but now I know better. I know I'm the reason he died. I'm the reason I only ever had Mom. But it also felt like it had to only be my mom and I. Our bungalow on Mayford Street would have felt weird with anyone but us in it. I'm glad she never dated. It was our nest, nobody but us allowed. The sun would brim with intense light around our house, but due to the pine trees that surrounded our dwelling, we scarcely enjoyed them. There would be some moments of the day when it felt like the world forgot that our little house needed light too. Little did I know this darkness would pale in comparison to what I would soon feel. My mom did not let this deter her from keeping a cheery environment. She would combat our lack of light with pleasantly scented candles. She had such certainty to her. Her smile was steadfast and kind. Because she was a teacher herself, my mom was on top of me about my grades from my first day of kindergarten. My first ever hiccup was when I half-assed a project in first grade. Mrs. Burgers was very unimpressed, and my mom was even more disappointed about my grade. She got a little bit of vengeance via making sure I read my boring summer reading book, though. She would hand me my book and set the timer on the microwave. Little secret, I pretended to read. Sure enough, when June came around and I had to do a math test, this was track school, and I didn't get an outstanding grade. My mom was thrown off kilter. When we drove back to school the next morning, she was icy. Not malevolent or anything like that, just withdrawn. What I wanted to ask my mother about during the car ride was my dad's cause of death. And also about Silver and Rainbow, my 2 pet fish that had both died the day before. I had found their little red betta fish bodies at the bottom of the bowl when I got home after getting 2 questions wrong on a math test. I remember being extra devastated because it had been National Fish Day and I was so excited to see my fish. My mom had told me that the water must have gone bad, which I believed at the time, of course, but I saw something in her that I would begin to see more frequently. Fear. Things became strange after that. When May rolled around the next year, my mom told me not to worry about the upcoming test. I remember when she dropped me off that she had a massive wad of cash next to her in the car. I asked her what it was for, but she told me not to worry. After I exited the car and was out of her line of sight, I hid around the corner. I saw my mom leave the car, checking her surroundings in a very flighty manner, and continue into the building. Eventually, when I entered my teacher's classroom, I noticed that the wad of cash was on my teacher's desk, not so cleverly hidden beneath some folders. My mom had just paid her. But why? I now know why, but it still hurts to think about. We had a test that day, which I was completely unprepared for, but somehow aced anyway. At the time, I thought I was lucky, but in hindsight, I know it was a well-received bribe. That bribery seemed to only go so far, though.
That's funny. You did a good job reading this summer.
My mom said frantically a few weeks later while checking the online gradebook. Having been born in Greece, her accent was apparent.
Mr. Ryder must not have liked your report, maybe. I wonder if he's a strict grader. You gotta be mindful of that, Jessie. The further you go up in grades, the less lenient your teachers are going to be.
She clutched her chest as she said this. The urgency in her grip alarmed me. I asked her if she was having a hard time breathing or something, but she said she was fine. I did not heed my mother's warning. I wish I had. Things became incredibly bizarre after that. In August, we got a dog, but our ownership was fleeting as I failed a test later that month and my mom decided I wasn't responsible enough for a dog. She claimed she found a good farm for him to live on, but I distinctly remember her dragging a bag that sounded heavy, wet and solid. The sickening sounds it made as she desperately worked to get it out of the house still disturbed me. I remember my friend at school mentioning days later that it had been National Dog Day, and that had me wondering about the fish. Later that year in October, we decided to get a cat. To my surprise, my mom became very relaxed about my grades after we bought the cat. After months of being grilled to get good grades, I was taken by surprise, but then our cat died. My mom didn't even try to conceal it this time. When I noticed her slumped around the feline's corpse, she was staring at it listlessly.
It won't stop happening. It won't stop happening.
She began to mutter as I got close. What won't stop happening? I asked. My heart dropped as I noticed what was clutched in her left hand. My spelling test, which I got no questions right.
Oh, honey, don't worry about it. No more animals until you get really, really good grades.
Her voice was loving, but resolute. I nodded and made promises to get better grades, which I knew deep down was unlikely to happen.
They say you're a well-behaved kid.
My mom said one night after a parent-teacher conference.
You just don't apply yourself, Jessie. You gotta apply yourself.
She kissed my cheek sweetly as she said this, but there was a terse underlying to her tone. Immediately after, I could see her checking her wrists as if she was scratching an itch. Or maybe feeling for something? I asked her what was wrong, and with a forced smile, she told me not to worry about it. I wish I had worried harder. I have to recount these memories that seem insignificant at first, only to reveal themselves as aneurysms in time, waiting to rupture. It was in early May. Money had been scarce that year, and my mom seemed incredibly agitated. After we got home from school, my mom asked me about my recent quiz. I told her I scored an 80, but I lied. I scored a 62. She checked my grades online and got a bloody nose. She ran over to the kitchen sink.
Honey, get some tissues.
I did so. You okay, Mom? I asked while watching her stuff her nose with tissues and sniffle.
You gotta see if you can make that up with your teacher, honey. Can you ask him tomorrow?
I did ask my teacher to retake the test. He forced me to study properly before retaking it, and in that meantime my mother's bloody nose got worse. I watched in anguish as she became ghostly pale from the loss of blood. She still drove me to school, but was too weak to teach her classes. As distracting as this was, I studied hard, and when the test came, I somehow managed to score 100.
Jessie, you did great.
My mom said as I entered our house. I looked at her puzzled. Her color had returned, and she was smiling as if nothing had ever happened.
Thank you for working hard. You don't know how much it matters that you get good grades.
My mom droned on. Being the punk of a kid that I was, I barely listened, just nodding along throughout her conversation to end it quickly. I wish I had taken that to heart. Things would be so different if I had paid attention. Working hard only goes so far, though. It wasn't just that I slacked, but I also struggled retaining information, especially in math. Math was utterly hopeless. I think my mom knew this, but there was still no excuse. I stayed after school sometimes to get tutored, which barely even helped. And I don't know if that's because of me or because of the tutor I was seeing. I failed a test, but they let me retake it. I passed, and my mom took me out to eat. She was genuinely happy even though I got a 71. 71 isn't bad to me at all, but to my mom I think she was hoping for me to land somewhere in the 80s.
You want good grades, especially in the spring. It always matters that you get good grades, but you have to get good grades in the spring.
She would tell me.
So you can have a good life.
Clearly, I didn't foresee the correlation. There was one night in 7th grade, around Halloween, where my mom cried uncontrollably. She was looking at my most recent math test, and her ears were smudging my failed answers.
I don't understand.
She was saying while we sat on her bed.
Why don't you ask for help? They're there to help you, Jessie.
Her face was red, and she was reprimanding me with one of my tests in her hand. I was speechless. I truly didn't have an excuse.
You try. You go to school every day. What is it? Are you not paying attention?
I was still devoid of an answer, and I think she saw a flicker of my younger self in my face because she then pulled me into a hug. She reminded me that she loved me and that it would be okay, but I didn't know if it would be. I'll try, Mom.
Honey, I know you're trying. It's just...
She stopped herself. Leaning in, she said,
How do you feel? Are you happy?
I didn't know what she meant.
Happy with life?
She elaborated. I nodded. Yeah, of course.
You sure?
I nodded again and asked, Are you? She smiled, and she was right. Everything was going to be okay. No math test mattered when my mom smiled at me, and her smile was even better now because she had been crying before. Something like that, even a small smile, could make everything better.
We're gonna be okay.
She said weakly. I was relieved to hear it, but the lack of her normal certainty in her words felt disturbing. In 9th grade, I was failing all my classes except for history and my electives. I rarely slept because I would sneak my phone into my room and play games until 2 or 3 a.m. When I would hear my mom walk about the house during the night, I would quickly turn my phone off and pretend to be asleep. She was completely oblivious to my night owl activities, but I feel bad about this now. She screamed one afternoon while I was actually trying to do my homework. But it was a scream she stifled as quickly as she could. I hurried out of my room and found her in the kitchen. Everything all right? I asked. The smile she made wasn't fake, but it wasn't steadfast either. It was endangered.
It's okay, honey.
What is it? She didn't answer, instead opting to try and make her smile seem less premeditated.
I just startled myself. Go finish your homework, honey.
I then heard her mutter under her breath what sounded like,
It's okay. We have money this year.
I found that strange, but assumed that the scream was related to money worries, so her saying that we had money reassured me. What I didn't realize was just how much was at stake. I obeyed, but I wish I hadn't. The next few years leading into my last year of high school, my grades got better. I noticed this correlating with my mom being happy. Duh. The vibes in our comfy little home became less stressful. She was cheery. She baked. She, my mother, was finally content. I was happy, but a little worried about my final exams coming around the corner. I had a big essay for English, a history project, which I wasn't too worried about. I also had a math exam, which I was extremely nervous about, and a chemistry test. This year, chemistry was my hardest subject. Miss Banks had us write the components of chemical equations so confusing that I actually can't write this part out. I worked my ass off, especially with studying chemistry. I spent a lot of time panic texting my classmates. One of them even blocked me for the week leading up to the finals. I stayed after school with Miss Banks, but she was unhelpful despite being the teacher. In the end, I passed history. I passed English, and I just barely passed math. But it was chemistry that did me in. My mom and I checked the gradebook together, and I saw the metamorphosis happen in the reflection of the screen on her laptop. I saw her eye bags droop, her eyes shrinking in their sockets as her skin appeared to begin to melt.
You failed,
she said. Her hand was still on the mouse. Did she even notice it was happening? I gulped. Mom? She turned around and only knew what was happening when she saw my face. She paused in shock before gasping and hurrying to the restroom. I heard the door slam shut while I stared at the gradebook on the screen. I got a 1. I licked my bottom lip because it was dry. I ran into the hallway. Mom, I'm sorry. I pleaded, but the bathroom door was closed. I grabbed the doorknob, but it didn't turn. She sounded preoccupied.
I know it's not your fault.
She then began muttering about her closet. Mom, I groaned. I sounded pathetic. She wasn't opening the door. I didn't know what else to do. I bolted into the kitchen and dialed 911 on her landline, yelling, I failed my chemistry test. When the dispatch lady asked me what my emergency was, she laughed at me and almost hung up until I yelled about my mom dying. They had to force the door open because my mom was unconscious in there. She was on the floor and wasn't beautiful anymore. There was nothing smiley about her exposed, bursting gums and her cracking teeth. Why did they have to be so white? So pearly and good while also somehow reflective. In that blood-smudged reflection, I saw myself and realized I had done this to her. The doctor told me that she was barely clinging to life, that her heart was still beating, but at the slowest rate he had ever seen. In short, they had no idea how she was still alive. She was also completely unresponsive. I began frantically pacing as my thoughts raced. None of this made sense. How could any of this make sense? Why would the stress of my grades? My thoughts shattered as I remembered her muttering about the closet as she locked herself in. I rushed out to the hospital, and it felt wrong at the time to leave her, but I also felt like she needed me to leave, like she wanted me to leave. I'm lucky I didn't get pulled over on my way to our house. I was driving well beyond the speed limit. After I arrived at our home, I invaded her closet. On the top shelf, I found a newspaper clipping from which I gleaned the information. Carl Jackson died Sunday, June 19th, 1977. Cause of death was mysterious and uncertain. I dropped the obituary as my head reeled. She had told me it was natural and unavoidable, but society had deemed otherwise. I grabbed my phone and checked the date of my father's death for anything significant. But I already knew the answer. It was Father's Day. National Fish Day, the fish. National Dog Day, our dog. Same for the cat. I said to myself as everything started to fit together. When I fail tests of any kind, things die. My blood tests had killed my father, and now my chemistry test would kill my mother. Or would it? I rushed back to the hospital and dashed to my mom's side. Her state had not improved. I looked at the clock, 11:55 p.m. Frantically, I pulled out my phone and Googled a bot test. I answered one of those stupid "Are you a robot?" quizzes. As the test came back as passed, I noticed a faint beep on the EKG monitor. I answered a few more, and every correct score gave her another beep. But the clock struck midnight. No! I screamed as I answered more tests, but they failed to produce results. It became clear that my window to restore her had been narrow, and I would now have to wait until next Mother's Day, if she lived that long. I hope you had a fantastic rest. I want to thank all my patrons who made these stories possible. And I want to give a special thank you to my umbral overlords. Shadow Thread Stories,